here to give my opinion and carry in.
Oh, it's Chris Avalon Unfiltered, bitch. Hey, yo, welcome and happy Thursday. It's your boy, Chris Avalon, and welcome to a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered, a show we basically talk about all things trending in pop culture and hot topics. So if that is a show for you, definitely stick around because we got a lot, and I believe a lot. When I tell you a lot, we got a lot. Tell you this for the day. Including we got to talk about this Doomsday drama where Doomsday and Dune 3 and Avengers Doomsday, which have been called Doomsday, will be going head to head at the box office. And the movie theaters are saying one of y'all got to move, but it looks like that the studios are interested in kind of going head to head with each other. So we'll talk about that. Plus, we got a lot more Oscars news. We're going to talk about the ratings, and the ratings kind of dipped a bit. Plus, we got to talk about apparently Timothée Chalamet is blaming Kylie Jenner for him losing his Oscar. We also got to talk about an alleged altercation Justin Bieber had with his mentor Usher over at Beyonce's Oscars after party. We got to talk about what the latest on Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Variety, you remember the other day, Deadline did an expose on what went wrong with the pilot. Variety also did their video, and also Sarah Michelle Gellar, who's been promoting Ready or Not 2 Here I Come, basically says that this is well, she has her reasons. She's saying why she hopes that the pilot episode doesn't see the light of day and doesn't want y'all reading that messy script that I actually happen to read that's been floating online from, she said don't read the script. And we also got to get into this tea surrounding Charlamagne, who is mad at y'all because y'all not going over to Netflix to go watch The Breakfast Club, whereas your bread and butter was over there at YouTube. So we gonna get into that. We got the clips and all of that. Plus, we have some news regarding Tamron Hall's talk show. Whoopi Goldberg reveals that she goes bar hopping to fulfill her sexual escapades. We got to talk about that Price is Right docu-series that came out yesterday because it was a lot. It was going on, the people using the N-word, the sexual harassment lawsuits, all of that mess. We got to talk about Miley Cyrus and her dealing with the pressures of people want her to perform at next year's Super Bowl. Brandy is going in on Shyne and distancing herself from Ray J because apparently he went over there on Big Teeth and Slow Man, the retard, what's his name? Mace, went over there on their show and was basically saying that he was intimate with Brandy. And Brandy was like, our relationship was platonic. Now, speaking of people who got their relationships confused, we also got to talk about Farrah Franklin, who was a former member of the Destiny's Children, who's going in on Terrence Howard over some stuff that he claimed that was going on with the girls of the situation, saying he was dating one of them. So we got to get into that. Plus, we got to talk about Beyonce mother, Mama Tina. We got to talk about that gumbo and the mess surrounding all that. Gumbo Gate is what we're going to call it. So there's been a lot of drama surrounding that over down at the rodeo in Texas. We're in Texas, so we're going to talk about that. Plus, we got to talk about Solange's son, Jules, who out here trying to let everybody know that he like pussy. Okay, ma'am. Dolph, we protest a little bit too much after because people still gathering him over that little situation, that little stunt that happened over there at the gay club in Atlanta. So we got to talk about that. Plus, we have to talk about a former NHL star who is hunching on Sarah Palin. He's out here blaming the fact that the New York Rangers lost the other day on the fact that we had a pride night over there at MSG. So we got to talk about that because my job is on. Well, not my job is on the line, but I got a windmill for my job, and I will be speaking for myself. I do not speak for them, but I'm gonna give my overall thoughts on the situation. Plus, we got to talk about heated rivalry season 2 casting news. We got to talk about one of the members of the Pussycat Dolls thanking Levitical Plus fans after she was snubbed for the reunion, and the fact that they lost their goddamn mind because if you see them ticket prices for how they trying to charge y'all to go see a bunch of has-been group girls in a group that nobody was really asking for, then we're gonna get into that. Plus, we got to talk about Drag Race UK versus the world in that finale because Kate Butch and Fontana did an interview with Pink News, and I want to give my overall thoughts regarding that. And we got to talk about, last but certainly not least, speaking of Drag Race, we got to talk about the current American season where Kenya Pleaser is calling out all the designers who abandoned her ahead of her competing on this recent season. So we have that and a whole lot more. So before we get to this heavily loaded show, and its topics. If you could please do me a solid, hit that like button. If you are new to the channel, hit that subscribe button. And also be sure to smash the notification bell so that way you know when we go live with a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered. Now I'm trying to slow it down because I realize I was speed talking for the past couple of minutes, but I think it's because my brain is in overdrive. I've been running around like a chicken with his head cut off, doing so much stuff, trying to put this show together. I was literally panicking putting the show together because I'm like, wait a minute. I even had to cut some stuff down because it was too many. Like, we literally have 20 topics that we're going to be getting to. And so I had to make some executive. I said, okay, I don't think y'all going to care about the housewives and all this stuff. So we just going to have to cut some of that stuff and just stick to the more media topics. And I also know that I told you I was going to do a show yesterday, but it was dry out in these streets regarding the hot topics. But then one thing I always hate being a content creator is the fact that when one day is dry, then the next day it'd be too many topics, and then I get overwhelmed. So that's just the nature of the game. It is what it is, and we just gonna work through what we got to work through. Also, I will say this: if you guys are not getting notifications, because I've been getting complaints from people saying that I've been missing your lives and I have not been getting notifications regarding your show, you may have to unsubscribe and then resubscribe. I don't know why YouTube keeps doing that, but I've been hearing from a lot of people stating that, well, I've been missing your lives. I've been wanting to come in and chime in on the show and all this other stuff, and I haven't been getting notifications and things. I had to double check and make sure my audio was audioing. So we good, G. All right, let me see. Let me turn the comments on because I forgot to hit that. Let's see who's in the building. My mom was going to try to get me tickets tomorrow as more seats will open up for pre-sales. Oh, I guess to my PC, the only few sections was open up, not the whole. But yeah, what are they doing? Y'all, they're a mess. Cleveland says, hola, Chris and company. We got a lot of tea in that dirty, rotten scandals about the child. Well, I don't know why people would be surprised that Bob Barker was a damn racist. He was a racist and he was a misogynist. I mean, it was legendary that he was going around fucking a lot of the members of them, a lot of them girls that was up there showing off them showcase showdown prices. So I don't know why everybody's surprised. I've noticed more horror influencers are participating in Ready or Not to promo, where Scream 7 had to do promo with zero help. Why is this? Oh, is it because it's radio silence? So people are trying to shade everybody, the other stuff. They're trying to shade Scream and trying to put radio silence ahead of it because of all the drama. Is that why they're doing that? Yes. Hit the like, as Devin Smith says. I watched so many paparazzi clips after your last show and found more reasons. And I'm like, oh, so now you went down a paparazzi rabbit hole. I never said that paparazzi was saints. They were some assholes. Look, I remember back in the day when they was being a little too much, especially when it came to Britney. But I don't know. It's a lot. You said Tommy Lee body slam. Oh yeah, I remember that. And child, remember the day when Bjork went and beat the shit out of that girl? Wasn't she a paparazzo too? They kept harassing her, and Bjork went and beat her ass. Oh, that was legendary. I remember that like it was yesterday. There was a clip of a black contestant trying to hug Bob Barker, and he kept moving away from them. Oh, I didn't even realize, all that. Exactly. YouTube still acting a mess. Not celeb related, but the Cesar Chavez. Oh yeah, I did hear about that. But then again, I was like, that man been dead for like 100 years, and now y'all still bringing that crap up. I'm exaggerating about the 100 years, but yeah, I was hearing about the whole Cesar Chavez stuff. This is why a lot of times people cannot sit out here and idolize celebrity or people, because when you start doing deep dives and finding out who these people really are, especially like when you bring up things about Martin Luther King being a serial cheater, or things about Malcolm X and all the stuff, it just goes to show on one hand, these celebrities, yeah, y'all did great things in whatever situation, or political leaders, or whatever the case is, and then you start to notice, like, who was the other one? Was it Noam Chomsky? That people was living for it and found out he was in the Epstein files. So it's always something that you have admiration for certain people, and then you find out they be up to some mess. That's why I don't idolize celebrities, because it's like y'all will be left disappointed. Bjork don't play a get her. Can you imagine her back on baddies? That would be funny though. Sup, y'all? Florida is in the yes, Florida in the building. Shout out to the Floridians, all the ones that got some damn sense. But anyway, let me hit the banner and let's get into our first topic, which is, let's talk about Doomsday. So I have to say I'm pretty excited over this, but I know the movie theaters aren't necessarily, because now when you got Avengers Doomsday and you have Dune 3, competing for, okay, who gets IMAX, who gets Dolby, who gets this, who gets that, because everybody's going to be fighting for those $30 ticket theater situations. But I think so far Dune is the one that's going to be getting the IMAX screenings and all other stuff, which I guess is fine. But the theaters is all upset because of this whole situation and talking about that one of y'all got to move because December 18th, y'all can't have both of these movies competing at the box office, especially because they're saying this is not a Barbenheimer situation. When we watched Barbie and Oppenheimer, which I did see both of them, um, and I like them, but they're two different films and they're going for two different audiences. When you look at Dune 3 and you look at Avengers Doomsday, I'm pretty much the demographic. I mean, I'm sure there's women that want to see that as well, but for the demographic is mostly guys that they're going to be going for with this type of thing. If you love action, if you love science fiction, if you like fantasy, if you like all of those things, that's the audience that you're going for. And so I honestly think Doomsday is going to do better because, well, isn't Doom PG-13? I can't remember what the rating on that is. Because if it's rated R, it will get hurt because PG-13 you can get more people in the theater versus a rated R movie. But so I know a lot of people in the theaters is worried about that, but I think it's healthy competition because quiet as it's kept, I can go see Doomsday on a Friday and see Dune 3 on a Saturday. Like what? I can't multitask to go to movies to see two movies in the same weekend or two movies in the same day. I might not do the two in the same day because I'm thinking both of these movies might be teetering on the 3 hour mark, and I don't want to be spending literally a work shift because that's how long both of those movies gonna be back to back. It'll be like 8 hours you sitting in the damn theater trying to watch two different movies. There was a time when me and my friends who when we used to work at AMC, we used to do that. We used to do like spend a day chilling, basically just getting a bunch of tickets, watching all the movies all day. But that was back in the day when I was much younger. I ain't got the patience to be doing that now. But anyway, let's get into the story. So while Warner Brothers and Legendary's Dune Part 3 and Disney and Marvel's Avengers Doomsday may officially have claimed the same release date for months, which would be December 18, 2026. This week's drop of the Dune movie poster publicly declaring the December 18th date seeming to solidify the standoff as actually happening. Which means that at a time when theaters are starving to fill seats, two of the year's most anticipated films, perhaps the most anticipated, I should say, are set to arrive on the exact same day. Someone's got to move, groaned a rep for one theater chain. That's a level of overwhelm that doesn't make sense, especially after the last few years of theaters struggling, and Avengers movie and Dune 3 are both sure things. Unlike when the gleefully mismatched Barbie and Oppenheimer famously faced off in July 2023 to create the Barbenheimer phenomenon, these two epic fantasy franchise sequels are have plenty of broad appeal, male skewing audience overlap, which is what I said. 2024 Dune Part 2 skewed heavily male on its opening weekend of 68%, with many ticket buyers well over the age of 25. 2019's Avengers Endgame, conversely, only saw a gender split of 60% male and 40% female, with millennials and Gen Zers making up the majority of the audience. The issue isn't just a matter of two massive films potentially selling fewer tickets overall because of the presence of the other. Big fans of both franchises will probably see both films in theaters, though some cannot spare the time or money to see two films in theaters around the same time will doubtless save one for streaming. There's also the issue of other films in the marketplace at the same time, which people need to realize this because this is going to be crazy. Ice Age 6, Robert Eggers' werewolf movie, and Jumanji 3 are coming out around the same time, too. I think Jumanji 3 comes out a week before both of those movies. So Jumanji 3 better make its coin within that weekend because the next weekend y'all gonna be fucked, basically. So and then said it will be especially bad for specialty distributors because everybody's gonna free up every screen they have for these two movies, said the exhibitor. Now, for Dune and the Avengers, however, there is another big issue. And by big, we mean big screens or premium large format screens, such as, like I stated earlier, IMAX. Now, Dune had secured IMAX screens for 3 weeks of exclusivity. Dune would generally be considered the bigger IMAX draw anyway, given director Denis Villeneuve's level of sci-fi spectacle, and that the film was partially filmed using IMAX cameras. But still, observers worry Disney is leaving money on the table by not having IMAX screens available. Doomsday not getting the PLF is insane, notes the exhibitor. It's free money. The two films will share the spoils of the non-IMAX PLFs, however. Now, insiders say Disney and Marvel is unwavering in its decision to stick with the date. Despite Dune's IMAX exclusivity, while IMAX and premium large format screens are in high demand, there are plenty of regular screens. Barbie famously didn't get the IMAX treatment because of Christopher Nolan's Oppenheimer, yet made far more money, north of 1,400 and wait, what is it? 1,447, or is it 1 point? Apparently, I can't read. North of one, because I was like, is that a point or a comma? 1.447 billion. That's how much it made globally to Oppenheimer's tidy 975 million. IMAX accounting for more than 183 million of that. Now they said there will, I think they meant to put there will be plenty of regular auditoriums left over for both films once the rest of the premium large format screens are divided up. Or I think they meant are divvied, says another exhibit, because I'm noticing a lot of misspellings up in child. This is the Hollywood Reporter, and y'all got misspellings up in here, and y'all didn't proofread. For us, it's a win-win. We'll have see, and we'll have two huge movies. How do y'all spell two T-O? Okay, who wrote this article? Because I'm like, me reading the Hollywood Reporter is a prestigious. Well, it's not a magazine. Is it a magazine? These days, everything is online. So it's like internet, blog, whatever. I guess we can call it a blog. How y'all up in here with all these misspellings? Y'all are spelling too wrong. You spelled okay, Chris, because this is how I get when it comes to misspellings. I started to turn into the English teacher and a grammar expert. So now where was my where did I leave off? Because apparently me in here going on a damn rant over misspellings, I lost my Okay, so they basically said there will be plenty of regular auditoriums left over for both films once the rest of the premium large format screens are divvied up. For us, it's a win-win. We'll have two huge movies throughout the 2 weeks of the Christmas holiday. Now, the week before Christmas is considered a highly coveted release window, as movie going tends to be high over the holidays going into the new year. As such, it is also considered the window that can mostly easily withstand two tentpole movies going head to head. Moviegoers generally have enough free time to see more than one film. In pre-pandemic times, 6, 8, or even 10 movies in different sizes could prosper during the holidays. And here's the thing, I have a list, so I already know this is not going to bother me one way or another. I will go and see both of these movies probably that the weekend that it comes out. I'm just going to have to flip a coin and be like, okay, which movie do I want to see more than the other? So far, because I've seen the Dune trailer and I literally had an orgasm watching it because of the visuals and the spectacle and everything. Dune is at the top of my list. I have to see a Avengers Doomsday trailer. We've seen clips, we've seen little scenes or whatever the case is. That's not enough for me to want to get my butt in a seat and go see this movie the first night. So far, Dune's at the top of my list, but I need to see an official 2.5 minute trailer including Doctor Doom. Well, Robert Downey Jr. is Doctor Doom. That's the only way I'm going to be able to. Oh, you know what? I'm starting to be edged out a little bit. But so far, Doom's got my vote. So I'll probably be seeing Doom first. The next day, or it depends on like if I've got a day off. If it comes out that weekend and I've got a day off, I'll probably go and spend the day watching both. And then or what I'll do is I'll see Doom the first day. The next day I'll watch Doomsday, and then I'm good. And then if I'm at a point where, oh my God, I fell in love with the movies, I'll go and do repeat things. I don't know why movie theaters are bitching and moaning. This is what y'all wanted. Y'all been wanting to be busy for a long time. It is usually a ghost town when it comes to me going to the movies and seeing stuff. A lot of people really aren't going to the movies like they used to because of overpriced concessions. The tickets are crazy. Even though, like as I was saying before, with AMC, I have a list. I'm paying $27 a month. I can see 4 movies a week, and I don't even have to pay a crap ton of money per ticket. It's all within that monthly bill that I pay, so I can go see as many movies as I want. I understand it might be different for those of you who aren't like me. Whereas you have a family, you got a girlfriend or a boyfriend, or you got kids, and you got all of that stuff. I know all that adds up. So I could totally see where they're coming from with that. But here's the thing: when it comes to people, one thing about people have FOMO. They don't want to miss out on a situation. If you put this out there, people will find a way to get their ass to the movie theaters to see both films. So, movie theater companies, stop bitching. It is what it is. And if you're gonna complain over the fact that you guys are gonna be busy with all these movies and stuff coming out, um, okay, we'll continue to bitch. But I don't mind what they're trying to do. Now the question remains is if they do decide to one of them decides because right now they're playing chicken. If one of them decides to move, who moves? At first I did say that Dune should move. However, if Denis has already secured 3 weeks of IMAX, I ain't moving because how do you how do you get that back? Like if you move to a couple of weeks prior, like maybe November or something, how do you secure those IMAX screenings? What if other movies that are coming out around that time, like a Jumanji or whatever the case is, has secured IMAX screenings? You're going to screw them up. So I keep what I'm keeping. Maybe Avengers moves because I understand that many more people want Avengers right now. To be honest, Disney really hasn't proven like Disney's already on thin ice. A lot of fans have been disappointed with a lot of the films and stuff that's coming out. I know that this is sort of feels like we're going in a bit of nostalgia bait, kind of like they're going in the way that they've been marketing this movie is very Scream 7-esque, which is we're pandering so much to the past fans and nostalgia and all that stuff, and hopefully the script doesn't suck. But I think since Dune has secured 3 weeks of IMAX screenings for their movie, I think Avengers needs to move because y'all don't have that. And move to maybe, I don't know, October, November, whatever little slot that y'all can put in there, y'all may have to move. But if you're not gonna move, may the best movie win. We'll see which one is able to accumulate more at the box office. I kind of think that what will probably win will be um Avengers Doomsday because Avengers Doomsday is PG-13 and like they were saying in the story before that it skewers male and female will come in and watch those movies. Whereas when you look at a Dune, I think there are some women that are relatively interested in science fiction, but men more or less dominate that genre, especially when you're looking at something like Dune, which is heavily male within its cast. The only like female characters you would see that would kind of be in that warrior situation would be Zendaya. There are women that's going to be in the film, Florence Pugh, Anna Taylor Joy, all that other stuff. But when you and Rebecca Ferguson, which I already read, she only has like one scene in the whole movie. She already spoiled that. But when you're talking about female warrior in that sense, you'll probably get a multitude of female warriors in Avengers Doomsday versus what you're getting one in Doom. So, as I said before, this is going to be interesting, and may the best big tentpole movie win that weekend. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story regarding this whole Doomsday situation? They're trying to replicate a Barbenheimer situation. I do think it's a bit weird because whereas Barbenheimer were fighting for an audience of two different audiences with the type of subject matter that they were covering, Dune and Doomsday is fighting pretty much for the same audience. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Okay, now we gotta zoom on up. You said now finding out Swizz Beatz got the baby mama pregnant, but that man always been trash, and I think Alicia Keys is too. That's why the minute that she went and cheated on when she went and slept with Mashonda's husband at the time, that's why her voice sounded a mess, and she been out here looking a mess too. Also, like I said before, I didn't realize so many people out here hate that girl on Fire song. Like you said, I try to watch Oppenheimer, but it starts. Oh, please. That was another thing too. Is that? Well, I found Oppenheimer boring. Barbie was cute, but I found it was overhyped and overrated. And maybe it was because it was too many people hyping it up. So when I watched, it, I'm like, it's all right. It's nothing to brag home about. Oppenheimer, I do agree, was boring. It was too long, it was too boring, and I only watched it once, and I've never been thirsty enough to put it back on. And it's like, oh, I heard that too. Wasn't he messing with who? Swiss Beats? Yeah, Meek Mill was with Nicki. I never heard of Swizz being with Nicki, which got her docuseries blocked from being distributed. What did you think of the Spider-Man trailer? Oh yeah, I forgot to tell you that Spider-Man trailer was coming. That the day the Dune trailer dropped, I was like, the Spider-Man trailer is supposed to come tomorrow. I was supposed to mention that, but it slipped my brain. Um, I liked it. I definitely feel like we're getting finally your favorite neighborhood Spider-Man. I also feel like we're finally getting the Spider-Man I've always wanted to see on the screen. Because even though I feel like Tom Holland is the best Peter Parker and Spider-Man, I always felt like the way that those movies and everything that he's appeared in, he's always kind of been a side um kick in his own films. They always had to have other people coming in to help him carry this. But I definitely felt like Tom Holland has never been given the opportunity to really headline his own movie. And now we're at a point where I feel like we'll finally get to see him headline his own movie. We got ninjas up in there. I can't wait to see Sadie Sink as Jean Grey, even though they didn't show up in there. She is Jean Grey. I don't care what nobody says. I'm looking forward to seeing Sadie Sink as Jean Grey. I'm looking forward to seeing, they had all these different villains up in there. It was cool to see the Punisher in there and see how he fits in this whole world. So Destin, who, definitely I think is gonna get me hyped for this new Spider-Man movie. Now, after this, or when it's successful, I really hope he tips his hand and like, okay, now can I start with Shang-Chi too? Because he did direct the first one. So it's like, can I finally get to do Shang-Chi too? Because Shang-Chi was a good movie. It did well at the box office, and we still haven't gotten another one. Oppenheimer was rated R when Barbie was PG-13 and an ultimate girls' night out movie. And I think it was because Barbie was able to make over $1 billion because it was PG-13, whereas Oppenheimer did close to $1 billion. Ain't no effing way they are making all these errors with. They probably wrote that article with AI, right? And you said the trailers of Avengers was locked to big screen films, never posted online. Wait, what? We talking about the little clips that we saw? I wonder what the box office weekend gross will be. Endgame made $402 million. On what budget? That's what I gotta look into. And you said Infinity made 314 million open a weekend. Oh damn, that was like open a weekend. But I think they grossed $1 billion. And you said I read AMC might be closing in a few. Well, yeah, they are struggling. John Campion just did a thing, I think on his show yesterday, was about how their stocks have been plummeting. He always does a stock plummeting episode segment on AMC because Adam Aaron is a fucking idiot. I'm so glad that when he decided to take over AMC, that's when I was actually on the outs of the company. And you could definitely see a shift that shit was crazy because before Adam Aaron was there, oh, everything was Gucci over at AMC, but they're a mess now. He don't know what the hell he's doing. And then not only that, when you're talking about the snacks and all the other stuff, the 30 minutes of fucking commercials, y'all are driving me crazy with that. I don't want to sit in the theater. They're like, tomorrow, I'm going to go see Ready or Not, Here I Come. I read at 11:30, which means the movie's going to start at 12 o'clock. And that's annoying. Like, I don't want to sit there and watch 3 AMC-based commercials, one with Nicole Kidman talking about come to the damn theater when I'm already fucking there. And then we got the Fast and the Furious little thing where they doing a dance-off, where it's like a cross between Fast and the Furious and what's that dance movie with um Save the Last Dance? Like it was giving that. It's like Save the Last Dance and Fast and the Furious, and then it's like these stupid AMC based like we don't want 50 million plus trailers on movies I ain't gonna remember after they done showed them. So can y'all cut down on all of that? But they're not gonna listen because Adam Aaron thinks that's what we there for, to watch 50 goddamn trailers and some stupid AMC ads. If I wanted, and this is why people rather stay home and wait for the shit to end up on VOD because or Prime Video or Hulu or whatever, because we ain't gotta sit through all of that. So AMC gets on my goddamn nerves, but excuse me, but that's the theater I go to. It's a closed, and I think it's because AMC, like, there's a lot more AMCs than there are Regals. Like if I had to go to a Regal, there's two Regals that I can go to, one on 42nd Street and one in Union Square. But AMC is everywhere. There's one on 40. Oh, I don't go to 42nd Street one. They could all suck the shit out my ass with a straw. I hate everybody that works there, even if well, I can't say that. But whoever's left that I used to work with that I never liked, if they still there, fuck y'all. I don't like the 42nd Street one. I go to 34th Street or I go to the no, the 42nd Street or the Lincoln Square. I'm gonna say Union Square, Lincoln Square. Lincoln Square is 60, what is it, 65th Street? Over in that area. Um, I used to live in that area actually. That was over there by where they used to do I think where Eyewitness News, and they had Kelly and Reeves and Kelly show. They used to do all that over there. The View, they had it in that area. um, I would go to that one, or sometimes if I was on Long Island, I would go to the one in Roosevelt Field. So there's always enough AMC's to go around that I can go to at any time. When I used to live in Harlem, I used to go to one on 84th Street. Biopics only cater to specific audiences. Meanwhile, Barbie was catered to different demographics, teen girls, fans, families, and the homosexuals. Also, Oppenheimer was like well, yeah, there was that too. And I like Christopher Nolan, but sometimes he be acting a little too pretentious with a lot of his stuff. I got a friend who loves everything and anything Christopher Nolan puts out. I'm more of a Denis Villeneuve fan because he does more things up my alley. It's like science fiction and action, all this stuff. Christopher Nolan be acting like he's like the god of movie making. For the most part, a lot of his movies are good, but I'm like, and look, I did not like well, outside of The Dark Knight, I did not like Christian Bale's Batman universe. I know it's controversial to say, but the best Batman, in my opinion, that I've seen on the big screen is Ben Affleck. The problem was the movies he was in was shit, but he was a good Batman. Especially that warehouse scene. That warehouse scene will always be iconic. I do like Robert Pattinson as Batman because of the detective aspect, and that's kind of like what I've always wanted for my Batman. But if you can bring some of that Ben Affleck action that they did in Batman v Superman and bring that into this new The Batman Part 2 with the detective stuff, oh, we'd have the perfect Batman. No, fuck AMC. Well, I did kind of say fuck them too, right? Is that people don't even know a Michael Jackson biopic is happening. A lot of us said the Calcio lawsuit caused marketing to stop because it comes out April 24th. I've been hearing that they've been promoting. I mean, when I go to the movies, they show the trailer. They've been promoting it all over YouTube and this, that, and the other. But I don't know. I don't watch regular TV, so I don't even know if they're posting it there. But damn, they may need to promote it. And plus, remember, we heard that tea regarding Janet Jackson hating the biopic, but I haven't heard if she actually. I mean, her friend Gil debunked those rumors, but I see people still running around with them. $11 for really? You said blazing hot Takis popcorn, loved it. Nacho cheese popcorn, seasoning with dried habanero pepper. First of all, the concessions be expensive. They've been like paying $20 for that. Or that Tom Holland helped hugely with the script because he's listening to what the fans want. Well, it's good to listen to what the fans want, but don't let the fans overtake and really have control over it. Because 9 times out of 10, you listen to the fans, you end up with a script like Scream 7. So you can't necessarily listen to all fans all the time. I'm still waiting for the truth to come out because no promo for Euphoria because Sydney and Zendaya hate each other. Zendaya's been busy. She just did a promo for Dune 3 because they did the trailer. She's also got to promote this new movie. I forget the name of it with Robert Pattinson. So that's what she's currently doing right now. And yeah, she's going to have to promote Euphoria. So I don't know what's going on with that. I get no commercial. Really? Well, I guess because you're saying it's Fathom events, but like when I be going to the movies, all I'm bombarded with trailers. It is so annoying. People been complaining about oh place. I hate that place. I mean, when I worked there, it was lit. But then after I lost my GM, who I was cool with, once we got a new GM, who got fired. And I'm gonna tell you the shit too. He got fired because he was jerking off in his goddamn office. So you doing all of that. And I hated that man when he worked there. And now I'm glad because he got what was coming to him and that fat bitch assistant of his too. who lied and basically when I said if I sign a piece of paper, because when I got fired because I threatened to kill one of the damn managers up in there because the bitch started me, her funky pussy having ass started with me. And I cussed her ass out. And then somebody snitched on, well, it was this old ass fucking security guard. I hope the nigga's dead. So yeah, this is me airing my grievances. And if people got mad, get mad over the tone, oh fucking well, click off. But he went, snitched on me, got me fired. They was like, oh yeah, if you sign the paper, we'll still give you your unemployment. This bitch went and lied and told them to not give it to me. One of my other friends ended up getting fired too, and they tried to pull some shit with him, and he pulled one over them, and they had no choice but because I think he knew some shit and was gonna blackmail their ass. So, and I'm like, damn, if I would have known some stuff, I could have pulled a stunt too. Though, don't fuck with me and my money. And I was going through it for a long time until then I got a job with the circus, and the rest was history. But no, I hate that place. I have a deep disdain for that place. That bitch kept pissing me off. And I was like, look, you keep fucking with me, I'm gonna stab you in your damn throat. And I got back to her. I ain't give a fuck. And it was Christmas it was Christmas too when it happened. I'm like, damn, y'all done fired me on. It said, what left you feeling disappointed after watching? Well, nothing was disappointment. I was just like, it was all right. The Z and Robert film is called, yeah, the drama. Am I the drama? You said Eric Mama. Kind of glad you skipping the housewives today. They are bland as hell. Oh, could you saw what I said earlier? Yeah, I was like, I was gonna talk about the housewives, like the housewives of Miami got put on pause. Then it was this drama. So that means because wasn't Carmen Carrera supposed to be on that show? And so that's not happening. They put it on pause. I'm like, who was watching the Housewives of Miami anyway? Quiet as it's kept. Who's still watching the fucking Housewives? All them bitches is boring. Nobody care about no old ass wrinkly pussy having bitches on there arguing over what? That somebody criticized you for wearing fake Louboutins? Like that's a storyline? Or the fact that your husband out here embezzling money? Like y'all all do that shit. I just feel like all the stuff over there at Bravo, they on their last legs in regards of the Housewives content. Don't nobody care. I haven't even watched the Housewives of Beverly Hills. I don't care about the upcoming season of Atlanta. I just don't care about the franchise anymore. The New York OG New York girls that moved over to the E Network and got their own show coming. Then we had this. We talked about the rumor regarding Kenya Moore about to do a show with Kim Zolciak and Tamar Braxton. So it's just like nobody cares about these housewives. The formula has run out. It's kind of like how I guess we feel about basketball wives and all other stuff. Like basketball wives at this point, finally they was like, okay, we done. Like VH1 had to move on. Because I'm like, who's still watching that? He said 1,000, 100% is corny. And the ladies in London. Oh, I've never watched that show. But what else was I going to say? Oh, and then on the other thing with Britt Eady and trying to sue Bravo, and I'm like, okay, well at this point, y'all went and fired Kenya over what she did. Bring her ass back to piss off Britt. How about that? Now we did the topic. It's done. I don't know what's going on. I think I'm in a bitchy mood today. So this show might be quite entertaining because you never know what's going to come out my mouth. It might have been that damn coffee I got from Dunkin' Donuts. They got these new cold brews they've been putting out. I'm like, what the fuck y'all putting that drink? Because y'all got me feeling bitchy today. But who knows? Maybe me being bitchy might be the fun part of doing this show. But anyway, let's move on and get back into the show. And let's talk about the Oscars. So the Oscars came and went. First of all, the shit was too damn long. I always feel like after I watched the Oscars, I was just like, oh my God, when is this thing going to be over? Like, at least with the Grammys was like palatable. Like, I could, even if there was boring moments, it didn't feel like a boring moment. There was a lot of boring moments in the Oscars. And y'all were cutting down speeches at the wrong time. So you cut K-pop demon hunters and other people, whereas there was other producers that y'all was letting go on for. I'm like, we don't know these fucking people, but you could let the people up there with K-pop demon hunters rock at least. But y'all screwed them over twice. So y'all had us. I mean, I'm not saying you had to cut the big people's speeches like the Michael B. Jordans and the Jesse Buckleys and who was the other one? And what was her name? Amy Madigan, and Ryan Coogler, which I did laugh when he was like, okay, stop, because then they're gonna play the music. I did laugh at that part. So when you got the main people coming up there to win their awards, I'm not saying cut that, but why we allowing producers that worked on documentaries and shit to have long ass speeches, but you play K-pop Demon Hunters when that's like one of the most popular uh animated films of the year. Make that make sense. But nevertheless, it has come out because we all knew it was only a matter of time with the show and everything that they were going to talk about the ratings, and so the ratings is in, and basically they said that it dropped 9% in viewership, which I'm like, I was wondering if it was actually going to be dropping or whatever. But yeah, so let's get to that story. As I was stalling to find that damn picture. Okay, so this says the 98th Oscars audience slipped to a 4-year low this year with 17.86 million viewers across ABC and Hulu on Sunday. The 98th Annual Academy Awards, they said the number is down 9% from last year's 19.7 million viewers, which had been a 5-year high for the telecast. The telecast, averaged a 3.92 rating among adults 18 to 49, down from last year's 4.54, but up from 2024's 3.82 rating. Despite this year's dip, the 98th Academy Awards now rates as the number one primetime entertainment telecast of the 2025-2026 season. So it's funny that they're talking about it dipped, but it's still the number one rated thing. Because I'm like, 17.86 million, first of all, there's a lot of shows on TV that wishes they could get those damn numbers, especially in this day and age where a lot of people are watching shows on Hulu and this, that, and the other. I've also heard that people were saying that they couldn't even watch the Oscars because they don't have network television. A lot of people, such as myself, and I told y'all this, when I was literally in the middle of a live when the Oscars was airing and y'all were giving me the updates in the comments, I told y'all I was not going to be able to see it today. I was going to have to wait till the next day when it popped up on Hulu. And um and watch it there. And then my father calls me. He's like, your mother didn't tape the Oscars. Where can I watch it? I'm like, Hulu. So he went up watching it there. Because a lot of times, like, yeah, if you don't get it on network, Siri, I didn't ask you to talk. Go away. The watch. I had to turn her off. But anyway, so I was just like, yeah, just go in there and watch it. I mean, I have my parents on my Paramount Plus subscription, my Prime Video subscription, my Apple TV subscription. Why do I keep calling it prescription? My Hulu subscription, my Disney Plus. So they own all my stuff, and I be telling them where to go to watch stuff, and they will still record stuff on network TV. Make that make sense? But I understand it. They're boomers, and it is what it is. But so yeah, so it still did well in the ratings, regardless of the fact. But yeah, I did hear people saying that there was no way for them to watch the Oscars, and so that was that. And then on top of that, people were complaining about it was too long. Plus, outside of what was the biggest movie of the year that was nominated? Sinners. That was the only like people only going to watch it for Sinners, and one battle after another, even though it's not a flop, it didn't recoup its money. It did well, but it wasn't a hit. So one battle after another, like some people saw that, but I think Sinners was the most that everybody saw. I think next year the ratings might go up based off of some of the films that we know that are coming out. Like I think Project Hail Mary will get nominated for Oscars. I also think that Dune will get nominated for Oscars. I also think Timothée Chalamet might get an Oscar nomination and possibly win for playing Paul Atreides. Didn't I tell y'all that before? Mark my words, I have a feeling in my gut, and y'all know the prophet of pop culture, and my gut has never steered me wrong yet. I do feel that Timothée Chalamet may actually get an Oscar nomination for playing this role in this film. And it might even go up for Best Picture based on the visuals and all that other stuff. So I do think we do have a lot more interesting blockbusters that are coming out this year that will be on the radar of the Oscars radar, and that may actually draw the ratings because that's another thing too. I'm not saying that we need to nominate Jumanji and all that other stuff to get people to watch the Oscars. What I'm saying is you have to have those movies that have levels, that is style and substance that will get eyes on this on your will get eyes on the Oscars. Meaning, like I said, Project Hail Mary and Dune. If you nominate those movies in the Best Picture category and Best Actor, or whatever the case is, I do feel that more people will come in and watch it, because those are the type of films that I do think should get recognition, instead of, okay, we gotta nominate Hamnet or Frankenstein and all that other stuff. And I'm not throwing shade at those, but that's kind of like the nose up in the air of Hollywood on what they like to promote. They want to promote the she foo foo type. Like, you can have a little your supernatural, but they kind of got to be a little she foo foo in regard of its subject matter. Like I said, like Hamnet or Frankenstein. So they said that the declines for Sunday night broadcast, which was hosted by Conan O'Brien, matches similar dips seen by other major awards this year, with Golden Globes down 6% to 8.66 million viewers in January, and the Grammys down 6% to 14.4 million viewers in February. All the ratings are via Nielsen, Big Data Plus panel ratings. The Oscars easily ranked as the number one program, blah, 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 so on and so forth. I also think, what's another issue that I have with well, they also said Disney still has 2 more years left on his deal with the Oscars, which will continue to be broadcast on ABC and Hulu. And YouTube doesn't get uh after the 2 years is up, then it goes to YouTube, and YouTube has the rights to the Oscars up until 2033. So I think what needs to happen also with the Oscars is that, number one, well, I did hear social media engagement was up. So you need to find a way to do like some social media engagement with the show, so that way it also helps with the ratings. So they need to figure out how to work the whole social media thing. But I do feel like Oscars are still kind of in this dinosaur stage where you haven't figured out how to bring it into the next generation and get a lot of the social media conglomerates on board with the show. I'm not saying you need to have influencers in the audience like a Casanat and all that other stuff like they've been doing with these other award shows. What I'm saying is y'all need to figure out how to do the whole, make the social media interaction work within the whole Oscars thing. I also think y'all need to change the damn date for the Oscars. Why is this shit damn near in March, middle of March? Like, first of all, by that time we done moved on from all those movies. We ready to move on to the next phase of movie dumb, and we have new stuff coming out. It's like this award season just felt too long. I get that the reason why they moved it to mid March was because of the strikes and the pandemic. The strikes, well, we might be going to another strike based over the deals what's been going on recently. The word on the street is we might end up in the right. There might be another actor strike. Like, Jesus, can y'all get y'all shit together with y'all unions in these damn studios? So we have a strike. We had the strike and we had the pandemic. We ain't had a pandemic yet. Although I do feel like, based off of the idiot in the White House, we might end up in an epidemic. But in the meantime, I just feel like next year, can y'all bring the Oscars back to February? Because I remember before, wasn't it the Grammys, or was it the Super Bowl and Grammys? It was the Super Bowl, the Grammys, then the Oscars. But the Oscars, I could have sworn, was always in February. So if y'all could bring the Oscars back into like maybe mid to late February, that would be way better than mid March. Because by that time we tied, we moved on, we don't care about these goddamn movies no more. Like, literally, I think, if I'm not mistaken, when Sinners won, it had been a year that it was out already. Because if I'm not mistaken, well, Sinners came out in March of 2025. So it's already been a year that we've been talking about that movie, hyping it, celebrating it, loving it, and all that other stuff. So hopefully y'all can bring the film back to the Oscars to come out at an earlier time. I'm hoping that's what that'll happen, but we'll see. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story regarding the Oscars? You heard the ratings, but I'm curious to hear, what do they need to do in order to get more eyes on the show? Because, like I said, it's too long, it's too boring, so they need to cut it down. Because damn near 4 hours. Thank God I have Hulu, so it cuts out all the commercials. So literally, when I looked at it, it was like 3 hours. So they didn't cut out, well, 2 hours and change. They cut out like literally hours and change of commercials, so I don't have to sit through that. But still, even when I'm watching the show, Conan O'Brien jokes wasn't landing. There were certain bits that it was a chop, like especially the bit between Chris Evans and Robert Downey Jr. and Channing Tatum and the stripper underwear. I was like, okay, that shit was stupid. And the little thing they did before, and then so some of the bits wasn't working, and then um it was just a lot going on. And then a lot of the other segments dragged, like all like best sound and all. I was like, okay. And then best short documentary, whatever the hell all them tight ass things that I don't care about what's going on. But yeah, so there's a couple of changes, but I definitely want to hear from you. If I left anything out, Let me know what changes you think that needs to be made in order to get y'all to give a damn about the Oscars, especially going forward. And this whole thing of the people aren't watching TV the way they used to anymore. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Aren't you nosy? No, I ain't got nothing to do with it. Okay, child, since you want to know, yes, yesterday. Since you want to know, but that ain't it. That was another reason why I wasn't on the air. But um, yeah, that ain't it. I just think that it's just a lot going on. The mind's going a minute, a mile a minute, and all this stuff. ABC cancels The Bachelorette after footage of a Taylor Frankie. Oh yeah, I heard about that. But child, they need to cancel all of that crap. Can't wait for the YouTube era to happen. Maybe they need to start also putting clips and stuff on YouTube of the Oscars. Yeah, I'm like some of well, and the nominees are, and then the winner is like, and then the speech. Like, put all that up there so that way those who didn't get to watch the thing, they can watch Michael B. Jordan's speech, and they can watch Jesse Buckley's speech and Ryan Coogler's speeches, and the one battle after another, winning Best Picture and all of that stuff. No shade, but Sinner should have won Best Picture. People out here saying one battle after another deserved the win. First of all, when I watch one battle after another, I'm like, I feel like I've seen this movie before. Like when you're doing a movie regarding immigration and all this stuff, I'm like, this movie, Paul Thomas Anderson, like you are not the first person to tackle this type of story. Like I've seen this theme tackled before. So there was nothing really original about that movie when with me watching it. I remember back in the day, they aired the Oscars right on ABC. Cable TV is dead. It's still on ABC, but the fact of the matter is, a lot of people don't have not only cable, but just regular television. Like I told you, I don't, all my TVs, I have streaming. So the only way I can watch anything ABC related is on Hulu or Disney. Plus, since since Hulu's is about to become Disney Plus. They said the jokes for the Oscars being too corny made it drag. The actors came there for a night off from work, but having to laugh at those lame jokes. Yeah, that's another thing too. I just feel, and also they were playing it a little too safe up in there. That's why I love when Javier Bardem came out and said "Free Palestine." I'm like, all right, at least you still on brand with that. He consistent with the Free Palestine. The Winter Olympics happened, and also shout out to Jennifer Welch who said "fuck ICE and Free Palestine" at the GLAAD Awards. Shout out to her. The Winter Olympics happened, and that well, yeah, but that was NBC. I mean, but then again, but then again, there is a thing where sports is like one of the most important pastimes in the US. Like people love their sports more than anything. So it might have been a bit competitive to go up against that. Like I said, I've been meaning to ask you this. Have you listened to the new Gorillaz album? I listened to a little bit of it. I haven't listened to the whole thing. I also think I forgot the Gorillaz are actually supposed to be coming to Madison Square Garden later this year, which would be interesting. I was gonna say, oh, and Gaga's there tonight. But she starts around 8:30. So I'll find out tomorrow what time she went on. Cause I'm like, okay, now I got the nerve to talk about Madonna being late. She be late too. And you said no difference, but I do not give one toot about the Oscars. They were so rude to that one man trying to give his speech. Did they mention Epstein? No, they didn't mention any of that stuff. The Brits moved to YouTube and they shocked the Grammys didn't go to YouTube, but another TV show. They also air. Oh, you just about the Brits, as in like their version of the Grammys. Yeah, they're on. They post on YouTube, and I try to catch it when it's on. They live stream it, but then after the live stream is gone, I'm like, I thought y'all would have left it up there for those of us who missed it. Because I remember they did the whole weekend when it came out. They aired it, they live streamed it, and then they live streamed it on a loop for like 24 hours. Actually, the Oscars were in mid-March, a good number of years back, as early as 2002. So the pandemic and strike might have caused some. It could have some fluctuation. I, I mean, quiet as it's kept, they stay giving honorary Oscars, right? So they might as well give one to um They might as well give one to Diane Warren. Look, not only an honorary Oscar, but a Grammy, because I think they've stiffed her on the Grammys too. My nose is itching, and I think it's because, and this is what happens when you get older. Damn nose hair start to grow and it starts to get interfering. They start to interfere. So now I'm like constantly itching. So I don't want y'all out here thinking I'm doing booger sugar. Cause I keep going out here doing one of those Marco Rubio situations. Oh, fidgety, rubbing the nose, sniffing. Cause he a fan of the white powder. A lot of them in that damn White House are a bunch of damn drug addicts, allegedly. Just watch how they act. But anyway, speaking of Oscars, let's talk about Timothée Chalamet. So y'all already know Timothée Chalamet got, browbeat all over the Oscars because of the whole ballet and opera situation. And many people have their conspiracy theories on why Timothée Chalamet didn't get the Oscar. Because I will say this, when Marty Supreme came out, he was definitely in the front running of getting the Oscar. Everybody was talking about how good he was in the role, and I've heard that he's great in the role. And one thing I will give Timothée Chalamet is he is a good actor. So Nepo baby-isms aside, Timothée Chalamet puts in the work as a performer. He has worked hard to get where he is, even though he got a little help, but he's proven himself that every time he goes and takes on a part, that he is a force to be reckoned with as an actor. But with everything that was going on, I think, yeah, he was in the running in the beginning, but the issue that happened was a lot of people were kind of turned off from how he was going about promoting this whole Marty Supreme situation. Because I think what he was doing was he was trying to do sort of like the TikToky Gen Z approach to promoting this movie. So, because he knows that nobody quiet as is kept gives a good goddamn about some ping pong, but he was going to help you have y'all give a damn about ping pong because of the whole rollout and all the other stuff. So now what people are saying is that maybe the reason why he lost out on the whole situation, or he's kind of saying it allegedly, is because of who he's hunching or who he's been hunching for the past 3 years. So the Kardashian curse may not apply solely to NBA players. Now, sources say that Timothée Chalamet is pointing the finger at his famous girlfriend and their family for his latest loss. The Marty Supreme actor was nominated for a third Best Actor Oscar on Sunday. Now, according to insiders, Timothée believes that Kardashian Circus caused him the Oscar. Tensions appear to be high between him and Kylie Jenner throughout the ceremony as Timothée chased that elusive golden statuette. Timothy's girlfriend is not taking his bitterness towards her family lying down. It seems she has a different opinion from Timothy over his Oscar defeat. Now, sources tell friends the loss has nothing to do with her. An insider told Rob Shutter's Substack Naughty But Nice she's reportedly angry with her boyfriend for blaming her famous family. Now, coming into Sunday's big show, Timothy was among the frontrunners to finally win the acting Oscar. He had finally broken through on another big stage, winning the Golden Globe for Best Actor in Marty Supreme. That was his fifth Golden Globe nomination, with the complete unknown star going 0-4 before that. And what people need to realize is that when he lost the BAFTA, people were like, "Look, there was a sign there," because the BAFTA is basically the British equivalent of the Oscars. I think they gave it to the guy that was playing the actor that had the Tourette's. He ended up winning. That's the only place where that movie was nominated anyway. Because Quiet as is kept, it hasn't been nominated in all the other different Oscar affiliation type shows like the Oscars. We were more American based with our films, or maybe, was Hamlet? Well, I think, Chloe Zhao directed it, but they had Irish people and stuff all up in that damn movie, like Paul Mescal and Jesse Buckley and all that other stuff. So um he didn't win the BAFTA, and then the SAG Awards came around, and Michael B. Jordan won that one, which people were like, okay, so whoever wins the SAG Award, it's kind of like an almost shoe-in that you're gonna win the Oscar. And turns out that Michael B. Jordan ended up winning the Oscar, which I always felt in my gut was going to happen anyway. And people are saying that, oh well, they kind of gave it to him because it was the situation that happened with him and Matthew McConaughey and all that other stuff. It was much more than that. I don't think that it just had to do with the whole Matthew McConaughey interview where he threw shade at ballet and opera. That was them getting a lick backs at the Oscars, because all of that was like big at the moment, and people are like, okay, let's kind of play it up. This story is going around in Hollywood that Timothy is very arrogant and acts like that he is literally the LeBron James of the cinematic universe. And it's sort of like, okay, it's great that you want to be the greatest of all time in regards of acting, and you want to kind of be up there and with the big wigs like the Leonardo DiCaprios and the Daniel Day-Lewises, but you also need to learn to humble yourself, because you don't see Daniel Day-Lewis whenever he dives into a role and becomes that character, acting like that, you know, y'all need to bow down and lick the crack of his skinny ass. He's not asking you to do that. Neither is Leonardo DiCaprio. Like, Leonardo DiCaprio comes in with his little 25-year-old girlfriend at 50 and still humbles himself enough so that way y'all will respect him as the thespian that he is. And I think that's where people are having an issue with Timothy. It's funny that you want to sit and blame Kylie. Kylie is, to me, when I look at the situation now, if you was fucking Kim, I could understand you saying that. Because Kim is literally the naked chick in Life Force. Every time she comes for a man, she sucks the energy out of his body, and literally he turns to dust. So, and then all these people end up mentally unstable. As Chris Humphries, Kanye, what's his name? Reggie Bush, all of them. Like, they end up, we never hear from them ever again, or they need to be in an insane asylum whenever you get with them. And don't even get me started on Chloe with Lamar Odom. Can't keep herself in and out of, out of rehab, and all the other things that was going on. So the sisters have been notorious. So like every man they touch, they end up becoming crazy. But or I don't know, y'all just don't be giving a damn, or their cachet kind of goes down the toilet. So it's like, we're not diminishing your talent, Timothy. I just feel like if this is true, you kind of just need to humble yourself and stop acting like that you are God's gift. I mean, you are gifted, but you're not God's gift. So now they said that for months, there have been rumors that Kylie and Timothy were on the verge of breaking up. In December, reports suggested the actor was using her name for attention. April will mark 3 years together for the couple if they make it that far. Now, sources believe Timothy was visibly upset when Michael B. Jordan won Best Actor instead of him on Sunday. Well, a lot of times y'all need to realize when they all up in there clapping, oh yeah, they all be talking shit about each other. They be mad the other person won. That's why I have to give it up to Delroy Lindo. When they announced Sean Penn was the winner, and Kieran Culkin threw that shade at Sean Penn for not showing up because he was with that damn Zionist Zelensky over in the Ukraine, I guess, in a bunker. I did cackle the fact that Delroy sat there and refused to clap. At least I'd rather be him than. But it is funny how y'all didn't go in on him, but you're winning on Tiana Taylor for jumping up and applauding the fact that Amy Madigan won for weapons. But then y'all got mad at her. So it's easy for y'all to go pick on a woman, but you had a man of a certain age in that audience that was like, oh, fuck this shit. Y'all gave it a ungrateful ass Sean Penn who hates a lot of his peers in the business, his nasty and rude, but y'all gave it to him for playing a racist who got smitten by Tiana Taylor, got her pregnant. She pretended that it was Leonardo DiCaprio's character's baby, and walking around with a goddamn erection in the beginning of the movie. That part was funny though. How she basically made him get hard in front of her and then handcuffed him. So if y'all ain't seen the movie, definitely check out one battle after another. But so yeah. So I don't know what to think of this. I just think that, or maybe I do know what to think. I pretty much said what I need to say. But for the most part, I just feel like, you know what? Timothy, you can't have it both ways. You want to be taken seriously as like this major serious actor, but then you also kind of want to play into the infamy aspect of the industry, which is like what Kylie Jenner and all of them do, which is like the internet social media fandom part where you get to play around with the paparazzi where everybody's taking your picture, but you also get to be the serious, independent thespian. So it's like you trying to play in both worlds and trying to figure out how to balance all that. And I feel like people it's backfiring. So I think at this point, what the best bet you need to do, because I don't know if you have other projects coming out that you have to go and film, but I do feel like you better lay low for now until Dune Part 3 comes out in December. So you got like a good 6+ months where you can kind of lay low and do what you're doing and don't be in the spotlight. And people will have moved on from all of this mess, and they'll forgive you and take you seriously as an actor again. But if you're blaming the Kardashians, then maybe you need to stop dating influencers and infamous celebrities and actually get you. I mean, I don't know if she's in a relationship. Get you an Anya Taylor Joy or somebody. Get you a serious actress to date, or to just pretend y'all dating. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story? Do you believe that Timothée Chalamet reportedly is blaming Kylie Jenner for him losing his Oscar? I honestly think the one you need to be blaming is yourself, in the way that y'all did this whole Barty Supreme rollout and a lot of things that you've been saying in the press lately. You've been putting your foot in your mouth. You've been rubbing a lot of your peers the wrong way. And you have to remember, at the end of the day, it's your peers that vote for you to win that Best Actor Oscar. And no shade, Michael B. Jordan's campaign was better than yours. People like him a lot more. He's likable. He's humble. He doesn't walk around acting like he's better than everybody. And to me, it's like that's what they're going to vote for. They're not going to vote for, or I was going to say, they're not going to vote for an asshole. Clearly they did. They gave the Oscar for Best Supporting to Sean Penn. So I don't think it matters all about that. But if you do a good enough job as a performer, and you got to look, and you are who you are, they'll vote for you. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. I was like, let me make sure I close all this stuff before we move on. Bad Bunny and Kendall, crappy album. Single Bad Bunny Grammy. Wait, what album did? I'm trying to remember. What was it? Un Verano Sin Ti? Was that the album? No, but that was a good record. So, no, I'm trying to remember if there was a bad album that he did while he was with her. So, and now they talking about that Bad Bunny got back with his other ex-girlfriend, not Kendall. He got with some other girl. So random, but I realized the other week that my personal style and aesthetic is greatly influenced by the 2016 Instagram baddie era that King Kylie was the leader of. I was like, what style was that? Where was I? Well, I can't remember 10 years ago. So, um, I guess that relationship is over. Kylie should invite him to remove his butt from her life. Mhm. Timothy and his Capricorn ass don't know what ooh, don't even get me started on Capricorns. And trust and believe, I have a mother and a sister that are Capricorns. Fans are upset that the Michael biopic is spoiled and he dies at the end of the film. Who revealed that? And why would you reveal that here? Well, I mean, spoiler alert, the man is dead. It's like, so how y'all mad? He died at the end. I'm like, he dead in real life. The fuck? He said, go back to Lourdes. That might be more acceptable. It's already known they dated in high school. Well, I don't know if anybody would even care um about I don't know if anybody would care about him getting back. Well, I think Lourdes and him are at two different periods in their life. Him going back with her, she's probably she's way too level headed to want to get with Timothy. So I can't see that happening. Now hold on, because it's like, how did my nail get chipped? Now I'm sitting here like trying to rip the thing off. I'm gonna have to clip my nail after the show. Alfonso King said, "Ain't nobody interested in a ping pong movie." Shout out to you. Oh, speaking of which, I mentioned you on this show the other day when we was talking about your little when I mentioned your boy George story on how you asked him to work at an event and he was a nightmare. That's DJ Relentless, who used to DJ for Harmonica Sunbeam back in the day. At the iconic Escuelita, may that place rest in peace. Child, I got my life in that club back in the day. You said Lourdes don't want his not dehydrated ass. Mm. See, I be having to come up on here with proof that when I be mentioning names and name dropping and talking about I know people, I don't just be making it up like some of these other bitches on social media. Anyway, let's get back into the show. And let's talk about Usher, because apparently in the Oscars, see, this Oscar thing ain't never gonna end. Because apparently, yes, word on the street is that Usher and Justin Bieber got into it at Beyonce's post Oscars party. Now, I do find that funny because Usher, didn't you get into an altercation with Chris Brown where y'all got into a physical altercation at a party or whatever? I think it was Usher's birthday and Chris Brown was, or one of their birthdays. I can't remember. But So it says, according to the story, an evening meant to celebrate Hollywood's biggest night took an unexpected turn when Usher and Justin and the Biebs, I'll say, got into a heated confrontation at Beyonce and Jay-Z's Oscar after party on Sunday, according to sources familiar with the incident. The exchange drew attention from those present at one of the most talked about gatherings over the weekend, and accounts of what happened have been circling since. Some who witnessed or heard about the incident have described it as escalating to a physical altercation, but sources connected to Bieber have pushed back firmly on that characterization. Well, when it comes down to stuff that happens, people be playing telephone, and at the end, they're going to be like, um, Justin went and knocked all that Beijing out of Usher head, and Usher got a black eye, even though he already black, but he got a black eye. And, they always be making up stuff. So, child, why is my friend calling me from Thailand? Hold on a second. Bitch, I'm live. I'll call you back. No, you're not. Fine. Bye. Oh, this show was a mess. Anyway, where was I? Said, bitch, I'm live. I'll call you back. Oh, you said, okay. So, rest for Usher did not respond to a request for comment, leaving only one side of the story publicly attributed. Well, hold on, because I missed the part. They said so. So according to the report, what had happened was, according to people close to the Biebs, Usher approached him at a party with noticeable aggression, and the two exchanged words in what was described as a tense but brief confrontation. Those same sources were clear that no physical contact took place. The encounter did not drag on, and it remains unclear precisely what the two men argued about. You think maybe they was arguing over the fact that it had to do with the diddler? Y'all think that may have had to do, because remember, y'all was running around in these streets claiming that Diddy diddled with Usher inappropriately. Well, not well, that too. That he diddled with Usher inappropriately back in the days when Usher was living with him when he was like what, 14? And then he went and mentored Justin Bieber and may have groomed Justin Bieber. And Justin Bieber was under Diddy at one point, and Diddy may have did some things. Remember, these were the things that y'all was talking about that was going around in social media. So I do wonder, because of that maybe they kind of there's been a estrangement in their relationship, a strain in their relationship. So it's kind of wondering that maybe that has something to do with it. I'm just speculating. I'm not saying that's what happened, but I'm trying to think back to remember when Diddy was on trial and all that stuff about the freak offs and stuff that was coming out was going down. This was what y'all was floating around in the damn blogosphere. So reps for Usher did not respond to requests for comment, leaving only one side of the story publicly attributed. Bieber's camp has not addressed the incident beyond what was shared with TMZ, which first reported the story. Now, Usher and Bieber's connection goes back further than most current fans may remember. Usher played a central role in helping launch Bieber's career alongside modern manager, Scooter Braun, when Bieber was still a teen. The mentorship shaped the early years of one of pop music's biggest commercial trajectories. Their relationship has grown more complicated with time. A source close to Bieber told TMZ that the singer has been working to distance himself from people in his past, and separately suggested that Bieber's attitude toward Usher has not always been warm. That framing, offered by someone in Bieber's circle rather than by Bieber himself, puts the dynamic in a particular light, without offering much specificity. Say that 10 times fast, about what built to Sunday's exchange. The last time the two were publicly seen together was in 2022 at the Coeur d'Alene Lake in Idaho. Now, they said the party itself was among the most star-studded event of Oscars weekend. Beyonce and Jay-Z drew a guest list that reflected the intersection of music, film, fashion, and sports at the highest level. Tay-Tay and Travis Kelce was there. So not only was Beyonce knows Carter there, Beyonce knows Carter Swift was also in the building with her fiance, Travis Kelce, as well as Michael Bakari Jordan. I guess he went there before. I don't know if he was there before or after he went to In-N-Out. Ryan Coogler was there, Timothée Chalamet, Kylie Jenner, Austin Butler, Jacob Elordi, Emma Stone, Emma Watson, Kendall Jenner, Megan Fox, Kris Jenner, Sofia Vergara, Vin Diesel, John Baptiste, Jack O'Connell, Chloe Bailey, and Vanessa and Natalia Bryant. Hailey Bieber, Justin's wife, was also in attendance because, of course, she ain't going away without her husband. That's what they got. They got each other. As long as we got each other. Do, new, new, new. Remember that song? Damn, I'm trying to remember what was that? Was that Family Ties? Or was that it was either Family Ties or oh my god, what was the name of that show with Tracy Gold and Kirk Cameron? Was it that show that I heard that song from? The crowd meant they said the crowd means any number of people could have observed what transpired between Usher and Bieber directly. So far, no one from the group has spoken publicly about what they saw. Now, law enforcement does not appear to have been involved. There was no indication that police were called or that the incident moved beyond the walls of the party. They said the absence of any statement from Usher's team makes a complete picture of the confrontation difficult to assemble. What is known is that two men with a long layered professional and personal history found themselves in the same room on one of the most social nights of the year, and something between them surfaced. So, whatever issues, look, I don't know. We ain't got much to say on this. All I can do is say this. I mean, I speculated earlier in the thing, but here's the thing. Whatever deep rooted issues that y'all have, because y'all have a complicated history, because, like we were saying before, Usher basically was an architect in helping Justin Bieber get where he is today musically, especially him being a black man. I mean, basically, you having taken this kid under his wing and him doing black music, even though he came out with that one less lonely nigga thing, and y'all seem to have forgiven him over that. But because remember, y'all can look it up because it came out of Justin's mouth. So with all that being said, with Justin having a complicated history and dealing with weird ass parents and many people taking advantage of him in the business, things that he don't want to talk about, whatever y'all got going on and whatever kind of complicated history that y'all have, I just feel like y'all need to kind of, as men, go to the side in a place of private. Maybe y'all need a mediator because I don't know. Y'all might have egos and heated and all that other stuff. I don't know what Justin Bieber's sign is. He do be coming across a bit emotional. Usher's a damn Libra. Y'all already know how I be feeling about them Libras sometimes. So y'all might need a mediator in the midst of whatever it is y'all got going on and trying to come to terms with y'all deep rooted history. So y'all may need to work that out. But whatever it is, I just hope as men y'all can come together, work it out, and when y'all so that way in the future, when y'all are in the room together, it's not gonna be no on-site type situation where it's like y'all you out here trying to I was gonna say try to fight a little boy. But at this point, Justin grown, Usher, you grown. You like what, 40, damn near 48 at this point. You can't be getting no little boy, even though Justin Bieber is way older. He's like what, 30 something. So he ain't a little boy, even though he still look like one. But you can't be out here, getting in beefs with people and fighting at your big age. So I say all that to say, what do you guys think of this story regarding the Biebs and Er allegedly having a quarrel? I'm gonna say lovers quarrel, but a quarrel at the Oscar after party hosted by Bay and Jay. Whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. All right, y'all. So now let's see what the people is talking about up in here and up in here. No, you not Chris Avalon. I'm a Capricorn, been December 20. Yeah, I'm throwing shade at Capricorns. I was like, my mother's a Capricorn, my sister's a Capricorn. I'm a Virgo, so y'all already know how that works. Virgos and Capricorn. Funny enough, we all get along. Get along with Capricorns, but y'all be getting on my damn nerves. And that's no shade. I'm just saying, Usher put Justin in the not the trajectory. And you said he probably is upset with him. He felt if him and Usher weren't industry friends, he wouldn't be where he is now. Well, look, and I say you do kind of owe Usher your career because he helped you. Oh yeah, so it was Growing Pains. I was thinking of something. I couldn't remember the name of the damn song. I was like, I knew that song was from. I think the song was from Growing Pains, written by Robin Thicke daddy, Alan, and sang by his mother, I believe. Wait, or did Alan Thicke sing the song? Because I do remember his mother was a jingle singer too. She sang the Facts of Life theme song. Lord, not a Pisces and a damn Libra. They both got them energies with emotional, delusional. So they get into that. A lot of y'all ain't halfway crazy. So there's a bit of that. I know Pisces, quite a few. My cousins are Pisces. I got a friend that's a Pisces. Cupid crazy. My roommate was a Pisces too. And I used to call him Norman Desmond because he was so damn dramatic. But anyway, I got a name for everybody when y'all be getting on my damn nerves. But I think actually, I look at that as a term of endearment when I be saying it. But anyway, let's move on with the rest of the show. And let's talk about SMG and this whole Buffy situation. So Sarah Michelle Gellar is still on this promotional tour of yapping about, well, she's promoting Ready or Not 2, Here I Come, which I believe comes out today. It's probably out right now because it's Thursday. So they're probably showing the movie already in theaters. They usually drop around 7 o'clock or whatever on a Thursday or whatever. And um Little Miss Buffy is talking about because the thing got pulled. We're not going to see the pilot. They're not moving forward with this version of the show. I do believe down the road we will see a Buffy resurgence in some shape or form. But she recently did an interview with Page Six, I believe Page Six Radio, and she opened up about why she hopes that this pilot doesn't see the light of day. And she says because it wasn't finished and everybody would have an opinion. But yeah, I read the script, and I think regardless of the script and everything, we all have an opinion, and that script was trash. We'll get into that in a second. But let me get into the story. So the Ready or Not to Here I Come star opened up about the Cancel Project and how it took her by surprise during a chat with Page Six radio co-hosts Evan Reel and Danny Murphy on Wednesday. She says, "I hope it doesn't. I actually hope it doesn't," Gellar 48 said of the Buffy the Vampire Slayer new Sunnydale pilot getting leaked, because then everyone would have an opinion on this and that, and pilots are not finished. It wasn't done. Now, first of all, yes, because a pilot is basically an indicator of this is the tone, this is the overall direction that we want the show to go into. But um and then the network whatever says yay or nay. But there was a lot of stuff that was coming out where Hulu wasn't really happy, and I have the article because while Deadline did their version of finding out the tea behind the scenes and speaking with sources and all other stuff, people who worked on the show, worked behind the scenes at Hulu, whatever the case is, Variety also has their version. And so we're going, while we did the Deadline one the other day, we're going to go through the Variety story after I get through what SMG had to say about Little Miss Buffy, or the lack thereof, Buffy being in the pilot. Because that was another bitch that people had to complain about. You literally had Buffy showing up in the last page of the damn pilot, and she appears literally 30 seconds like as the show is about to end. And my thing is this: if you're gonna do a Buffy show where you're calling it Buffy New Sunnydale, you can't have Buffy as a bona fide cameo and then you trying to shove these new group of kids down our throat. Because I feel like when you're doing a show that is based around Buffy per se, we're in an era of, well, I feel like with millennials and some Gen X, we're at a point where it's about nostalgia. We're in this nostalgia vibe as of late. Why do you think like when they lean heavily on nostalgia with Scream 7, even though the script was a hot mess, the movie is like one of the highest grossing films of the franchise because they leaned heavily into the nostalgia. Yes, story took a back seat, and some interesting plot points took a back seat over the fact that y'all played at the nostalgia with Sydney and everything else. But for the most part, if you're going to do a show called Buffy New Sunnydale, you need to have a little more Buffy in the script. So, and then all of a sudden, then they also said she used the alias name Ann. I'm like, wait, first of all, her name is Buffy Ann Summers. I'm like, is it considered an alias? Because remember, they had an episode called Ann where she got kicked out of her mother's house because she was busy trying to save the world. That was in season 4, right? When the finale of the high school, or was that season 3? It was like the big finale with the school and the mayor and all that other stuff. And then Buffy had to go figure out how to live on her own. So she became a maid, well, not a maid, a waitress. She became a waitress, called herself Ann, which was her middle name. So she was going by that because she didn't want people to know she was Buffy. And then something drew her to come back to Sunnydale and all that other stuff and get her life and come back to the calling of her being a Slayer. So they were kind of having her going by Ann again while she was living in New York, which I didn't like that. But I guess maybe they were trying to do that as sort of a callback to that episode. So you were trying to do callbacks to a lot of things where the fans would get all the little Easter eggs, but script wise, it wasn't working. But anyway, let's get back into the story. So Gellar went on to explain that she and Chloe Zhao, who were signed on as director and until the revival was scrapped, made a pilot for the Buffy reboot on purpose because there were some new characters and they wanted to see how it goes. She says there are things you learn from it and there are things you fix. Usually a pilot doesn't air in its entirety ever, so you use that information as a learning tool. What I don't understand is why didn't they just work out the script, send the script into the studio, and have them work out all of that before they started spending all this money? Because word on the street is they spent $12 million on this damn pilot. And my thing is, if y'all spending that much money on a pilot, that's crazy. Especially if y'all keep giving notes and you want them to reshoot things, rework scripts. Like and then you're not sure if you're gonna have this thing go through. You can't keep spending and wasting that money on a project if everything is not, airtight. She also said that she also revealed that the original Buffy pilot, which went on to run for 7 seasons from 97 to 2003, had nothing to do with the show. It ultimately turned into. She said it was a different Willow. Oh, I do remember that Allison Hannigan was not the original Willow because they had another girl in the pilot, and then they brought in Allison Hannigan afterwards. So, and then they said it was a very different show, but those are learning tools, and that's what a pilot is. Now, as for the version of the pilot script that reportedly got leaked, Gellar insisted that it isn't correct and asked Buffy fans not to watch the pilot should it somehow get released. Why do I feel like that? I love you, Sarah, but I feel like you're full of shit in this way. Now you're trying to say, oh no, that script isn't right. So somebody went and created a whole AI script and pretending that is the actual script. No, because I've heard from very reliable sources who got the script, posted some pages of the script. Shout out to Robert Meyer Burnett because I saw it on his Twitter. And other people got a hold of the script, posted pages of the script on Twitter, and I read it. So I'm going to go by reliable sources who have friends within the industry that are posting pages and are letting us know what's going on. Sarah's up in here trying to save face. I mean, I know we love Sarah Michelle Gellar and we love her being Buffy and everything, but quiet as it's kept, let's not also forget she kind of thumbed her nose at playing Buffy at one point and wasn't really with the shits regarding the show. I truly believe that even then, and maybe sort of now, she still doesn't understand and truly show her overall appreciation for a role that pretty much put her on the map and made her famous. Yes, she got the Emmy and she was over there playing Kendall over there on All My Children and became this big thing. I wonder if I'm trying to remember, was she on All My Children when Michael B. Jordan and Amanda Seyfried was there? She might have been. But also, I just feel like, yeah, now years later, you're living for this situation. But I feel is this: if we're gonna do Buffy or whatever, you can't come back as a cameo. You got to find a way to come back. I wouldn't say full time because look, Michael C. Hall been trying to go off do so many other things, but people want him back as Dexter. And Showtime at one point created a prequel that you were on, Miss, playing the police. What was she? I forgot what her job was. She might have been the captain or whatever. But she was on that season of the prequel to Dexter, which was a good show, by the way. Even the guy that played Dexter looked like Dexter, or Michael C. Hall. And then it was like when they brought Michael C. Hall back, they were like, "Oh, it's confusing." And so then they ended up canceling the prequel, and then they brought the other version back because that's what the fans wanted. If you're gonna do Buffy and it's so cucked around her, and this is the version y'all want to go with, you have to bring Sarah Michelle Gellar back. I'm not saying that you need to be up in there full time, but you got to put in a lot of the work and a lot of the episodes. So juxtapose you alongside this other Slayer and having to kind of go back and forth. But if you don't want to come back, I feel like maybe y'all need to just focus on another Slayer in that universe, or maybe do a Buffy miniseries introducing other Slayers that could potentially get that spinoff. Because one of the things we have to remember, Buffy is the godmother of all supernatural shows of my generation. If it wasn't for Buffy, we would not have Supernatural, we would not have Teen Wolf, we would not have, some of the other supernatural bent shows that we were sitting there loving growing up. Vampire Diaries and all those shows, because Buffy was the one that kind of put a lot of those shows in the map. I mean, I think more or less Vampire Diaries came from the popularity of Twilight, but still, you know what I mean. It was big on the CW and all that other stuff. So, um, they said there are two longtime Buffy fans There are two longtime Buffy fans could do to make the cancel reboot right. Stream the original show and go see the newest movie, Ready or Not 2. That's what you could do right now. That's all we can do right now. So she basically wants y'all to go out and show that if you make Ready or Not to a hit, because it is a going up against Project Hail Mary. I don't know how well that's going to do, because quiet as it's kept, as good of an actor Ryan Gosling is, Ryan Gosling has not been able to open up a movie on his own. I mean, y'all remember, even though it was a good movie, y'all remember The Fall Guy? That movie flopped at the box. That movie fell hard. So we talking about falling. That movie fell hard at the box office, and it was a good movie. But I just think the marketing behind it just didn't help. But we'll see how well Project Hail Mary does this weekend, because it's coming out around the same time as this movie. And I already got my ticket. I'm gonna go see Ready or Not 2 tomorrow before I go to work and work this Gaga concert. So I am gonna go see the movie. Um, and I do think that people need to go to Hulu and stream the original series. There was a story I was going to bring, and I totally forgot to bring it up. That Nicholas Brendan got himself into some damn trouble recently at, I think, the airport or whatever the case was. I'd read up on that. So if y'all expecting Xander to come back, his problematic ass, because he can't keep his personal life together, that's not happening. But if we can get Willow and all these other people to come back, I think that'd be awesome. As far as like Faith, I don't see Faith coming back because Eliza Dushku retired from Hollywood because y'all done did her wrong. A lot of you nasty ass men behind the scenes. So she's not coming back because Michael Weatherly couldn't keep his hands to himself. And then remember, she got SA'd when she was filming uh True Lies from a stunt coordinator. She posted that out. She put that out there. I think I'm trying to remember if it was in a book or she mentioned it in something. But I do remember Eliza Dushku so much. She's been assaulted in Hollywood quite a few times by men. So we want this series and all that other stuff. But speaking of the series, so I don't spend too much time on it because I probably will give a little bit more of my thoughts regarding the situation. There's more to add to the story. So Variety ended up doing a story surrounding what may have transpired also behind the scenes regarding the whole Buffy drama, where Hulu's not moving forward with Buffy the Vampire Slayer New Sunnydale. So they said the show was called Buffy the Vampire Slayer New Sunnydale, but Buffy Ann Summers is barely in it. Rather than revolving around Sarah Michelle Gellar's Buffy, the shooting draft for the show's pilot episode, written by sisters Nora and Lila Zuckerman, and obtained by Variety, introduces an entirely new set of characters and crucially a new Slayer, a 16-year-old high schooler named Nova. I've also heard like when they showed the casting that Nova's actually not Ryan Kira Armstrong's name in the show. I forget what her name was, but I think it begins with an R. And it said in the Zuckerman's original draft of the pilot, Buffy appears only at the end in a tag. A close reading of the script directed by Chloe Zhao may give clues as to why Hulu passed on the show, which has caused an ongoing uproar online from the Buffy faithful eager to see their favorite character return to television. Zhao, an Oscar-winning director of Nomadland, took on 2021's Eternals to mixed reviews before returning to the art house space with last year's Hamnet. Sources tell Variety that her take on Buffy may have not been mainstream enough for Hulu, although that's been disputed by Gellar, who blamed an executive at the streamer for his lack of familiarity with the original material. But back to the pilot. Now, over the course of the script for Buffy the Vampire Slayer New Sunnydale, Nova, described as a brainy introvert, discovers that she's the Slayer, and people in Sunnydale do know the mythology of what Slayers are because of what happened to the town back in Buffy's day. Now, set during a vampire weekend, a Renaissance fair-like celebration of the town's dubious history, Nova takes down two actual vampires after coming into her powers. By the episode's end, the formerly friendless Nova has a new Scooby Gang flanking her, to use Buffy's terminology. The script drops hints about what's to come. Her dad, a photojournalist, is overly protective and has moved them around a lot after Nova was kidnapped as a young child. And all the vampires that Buffy buried in the show's 2003 series finale when the Hellmouth collapsed in on itself. Taking Sunnydale down with it have been awakened. Nova would have her work cut out for her. Now, here's the thing. With them explaining all of that, this actually doesn't sound half bad. I like the idea of an overprotective father moving his daughter around because it's like a flip side. Buffy did not really have her father in her life. Her father was kind of like off living somewhere else. It was just her in her mother, what was her mother's name? Joyce? It was just her and her mother living together, and she was a single mother taking care of Buffy, working at an art dealership and all of that other stuff. And Buffy was more or less the extrovert, whereas Nova is the introvert. So I actually like the idea they flipped it over a little bit, and this girl who's sort of like to herself and introverts or whatever the case is, well, once she comes into her powers as a teenager, then she's able to, now she's got to kind of be an introvert extrovert. So I kind of like that idea of them working that. Plus the Scooby Gang, her new set of Scooby Gang friends. But I'm hearing that the Scooby Gang wasn't written well, and there was the lack of chemistry on the stuff. But that could all be worked out. I definitely feel like they should still work on the idea of Ryan Kira Armstrong being a part of it and all this, so that they can still come back to it and work it out. But who knows? By the time they come to fruition and want to work on this show again, she might be a little too old to play the part. So um I don't know where they plan on going with this. But then they also went on to say this. Buffy has one line in the original script. After the conclusion of the Sunnydale story, the action moves to a beautiful autumn day in New York City, where a woman in a pantsuit walks into the office building for a multinational insurance company. She looks smart, professional, happy to be one of the many in a field of cubicles, reads the stage directions, and her nameplate says Ann Summers. When one of her colleagues chides her, saying she wouldn't want to be late to the morning meeting, Buffy says, "Nope, wouldn't want that." Buffy fans can imagine Gellar delivering of the delivery of that line. Buffy happily is an anonymous drone in a cubicle, but living a normal person's life, given how conflicted she was about being the chosen one on Buffy the Vampire Slayer and bearing the burdens of, as the show puts it, saving the world a lot, which was on her tombstone. Remember that? Now, this life choice makes a certain kind of sense, but Buffy's peace wouldn't have lasted for long because on her work computer, as she's in her morning meeting, her email box starts being flooded with insurance claims from Sunnydale, California. Now, on paper, there's never been more of a slam dunk than Buffy the Vampire Slayer New Sunnydale. Hulu was reviving Buffy the Vampire Slayer, blah, 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 so on and so forth. So now it's going into the whole situation, what went on behind the scenes, and her delivering the update of whatever happens. So the pilot definitely feels like there's some potential there. They could work on that. They may have to just up the action a little bit, tighten the chemistry with the characters, find some people that know how to deliver really interesting dialogue. And if you want to convince Sarah to come back, I feel like what needs to happen is maybe they I think maybe you need to teeter it a little more on more scenes with Sarah Michelle Gellar's Buffy, and then find a way of like getting her to come back to Sunnydale and working on maybe easing a lot of the nostalgia fans into these new characters, and don't make it heavily influenced on the younger kids, because for me, I'm all interested in wanting to see something new and different as long as we get to see a lot of my favorite character on screen. A lot of people aren't interested in opening up their hearts and their minds to something new. So you might have to ease them in there a little bit. So heavily on the Buffy, and if she don't want to do a lot of the action, girl, you have stunt doubles. Like, let them do all the heavy lifting, and you just do like your punches with the close-ups and the kicks. Like, if you need to do certain close-up shots, but we need your stunt doubles to match your actual physical features. Because far too long, we could always tell when your stunt double stepped in to do all the stuff, because your stunt double had a bigger ass than you. That's how I always knew that it wasn't Sarah Michelle Gellar on screen. Her stunt double had booty, and Sarah's a little skinny. So there wasn't a she ain't got curves. You can't have a curvy stunt double and you basically Ozempic thing, if that makes sense. So yeah, that's the latest on this whole thing. I do feel like if, yeah, moving forward, what may have to happen is that work it out to me. I know she doesn't want to be heavily into the show, but sis, their seasons are short. They're probably doing 8 to 10 episodes with Hulu. It's not like we're asking you to do 22 episodes. Those days are over in regards of shows, unless it's on a regular network. But CW is trash now, so they're not going to do it there. If you're going to be on Hulu, it's 8 to 10 episodes. Maybe they'll push for 12. But they only need 2 months of your time. The action, all the stuff, you can have your stunt doubles, whatever, step in. If you're gonna come into this, you can't come in, ain't no half step in. You have to either be all in or just don't come back. And to me, it just felt like you were on board with this because you weren't really into this. We don't want to see you being an insurance agent. You just got, I mean, I understand this is their angle of them trying to show that Buffy's got some sense of normalcy, but um I don't know. I guess they just need to tighten it better. Hopefully, they'll revisit this sooner rather than later. Like, don't wait a good 4 or 5 years. I think you need to revisit this in a year or two. But I do agree with her that maybe what needs to happen is that y'all need to show that you want to see Sarah Michelle Gellar back on your screens by supporting and going to go see Ready or Not 2 this weekend and start binging and getting those numbers up for Buffy the Vampire Slayer. It's on Hulu. I'm sure it's on Disney Plus. So go there, watch the show, rewatch the show, run them numbers. So that way y'all can show the new executive over there because Bob Iger done left. He left yesterday or 2 days ago. I think he stepped down. They got a new CEO over there. So and show them people over there at Disney and Hulu that y'all want Buffy back on y'all screens. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story? The latest on what Sarah Michelle Gellar had to say and what Variety's latest expose on what had transpired behind the scenes of Buffy the Vampire Slayer. And also, have you checked out the script that everybody out here is calling AI, which is not damn AI? Everything ain't fake out here in these streets. Sometimes, but I know it's hard though to determine what is and what isn't real out here on Beyonce and Blue Ivy's internet. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Hold on now. I've heard Justin Bieber and Chris Brown might do a stadium tour. Child. Well, we'll see. I mean, we know Chris Brown will commit to the tour, but Justin Bieber, he's a little flaky. I still don't even think Coachella's gonna happen with him. I got my tickets for Saturday. All right. You know how much that's gonna cost for her to fund that? It's funny how David just called me on the phone and I said, bitch, I'm live and now here you are in the comments. Well, thank you for the $2. Ew. They already ruined Charm. Oh, well, yeah, I agree with that. They done messed up Charm. But look, the difference is that we at least got one of the characters back from the original series. He said it was also her sister. He said, yeah, I hate when it's a group of friends and they're nothing and there's no chemistry. Yeah, I agree with that. It was like, yeah, that's what I was hearing. It was like the chemistry really wasn't working. Netflix, HBO Max, Apple TV are interested in Buffy new Sunnydale, so the controversy. Where are they? Well, look, if they could, I would love to see it on Netflix or I would love to see it on HBO Max. The problem is Disney owns the rights. So if they actually go over there and try to find a way to um help get the show made and they'll throw however money. HBO Max, I actually would like to see it on there because here's the thing with HBO Max, they're all about quality with their programs and so far they haven't steered me wrong yet with the programming over there. Um Apple TV also, Apple TV, look, quiet as it's kept, Apple TV could use a hit over there on that channel. They got a good lot of good quality shows. I mean, Monarch, Legacy of Monsters, that season's out. So check that out. It's like with King Kong and Godzilla and all that stuff. So y'all should be watching that show with Curtin Wyatt Russell's on there. And Netflix, even though it irritates me that they drop all the episodes at once, like they do with One Piece and all these other shows, I would actually like to see it on there. So if they're out here trying to get their hands on Buffy, I ain't mad. Today's network, a lot of them like controversy. All right. Now speaking of controversy, I guess we can talk about it's controversial. Let's talk about Charlamagne, because apparently Charlamagne out here getting mad at y'all because y'all not going over to the Netflix, speaking of Netflix, to watch they tired ass The Breakfast Club. Because remember the other day, Jess, he not hilarious, jumped on social media, was talking about how like, yeah, that they could post little things on their social medias, but since they went and signed the deal with the devil, and for this part, it is Netflix, and I like Netflix, but nobody's quiet as it's kept. Nobody's going to Netflix to watch a podcast. So um Charlamagne went over there, chased the bag, got greedy, and now the shit backfiring. And he goes and of all people, tossing that bitch ass Andrew Scholes over the fact that y'all not watching The Breakfast Club on Netflix, when in fact people were liking their podcast and stuff, no matter if it's clips or the whole show. Because he even brought that up in the thing too. And he went to the whole thing and he watching clips. Does it fucking matter? Because you're posting stuff up on your page and people are commenting in the thing. And I think what people love about YouTube versus Netflix is the fact that there's interactions, there's engagement with a lot of the viewers on YouTube. Y'all see when I'm doing this show, after every segment, which is why the show goes longer than it needs to, is that on the right hand side, y'all can see on the screen, there's comments and stuff in there. Once I'm done with the comment, once I'm done with each topic, I go to the comments and I'm having a conversation with a lot of you guys that are watching the show, and y'all are conversing amongst yourselves. And I think that's what people love about YouTube, is that there's a community engagement versus if you go to Netflix, we go into Netflix because we want to just watch a movie or watch a TV show or Netflix and chill, whichever tickles your fancy. That's why we go to Netflix. We ain't going to there for no damn podcast. We go to Spotify, we go to Apple, or we go to YouTube for the podcast experience, not Netflix. But here's Charlamagne, Miss Charlene, up in here, over there with Miss Scholes, bitching and moaning because y'all not watching their stuff or watching his stuff over there on the Netflix, because he chased the bag and now the shit done backfired. Now I do have the clip of when him yapping about, him bitching. So we're gonna play this clip and then we're gonna come back and talk. Please hold.
Netflix. And the crazy thing that's funny, the funny thing to me is like people will be like, I'm not watching Breakfast Club on Netflix, but then you constantly tweeting about the America's Next Top Model doc. You constantly tweeting about Stranger Things. You constantly tweeting about the Diddy doc, whatever the fuck it is.
What you said though, it's like change is always going to be tricky, and people are going to be frustrated with change, and eventually they'll adjust to it.
And a lot of it is just narrative, Andrew. People, somebody will get online, create a narrative, put something in somebody's head, and then everybody will run with it.
No way.
Yes.
When has that happened ever? I can't fathom that even exists.
I'm just saying, it happened. So now everybody's like, yeah, I agree. But no, I just want everybody to ask one simple question to themselves. What are the viewership numbers on Netflix? And it's not just for Breakfast Club. This is for Joe and Jada. This is for Chelsea Handler. This is for, anybody that's over there. Bill Simmons. What are the numbers on Netflix?
They're not going to tell you.
Now, when you get the numbers on Netflix, then we can have an honest conversation on whether this is working or not. And by the way, if it don't work, I will be the first to tell y'all.
Yeah.
Cause I want us to win. If sometimes we got to be the first over the hill to see what's over there, cool. But I'll be the first to tell you if it don't work.
Yeah.
Yeah, he full of shit. First of all, he won't tell you if it's working or if it's not working. Because if you was, then you wouldn't be on social media bitching and moaning over the fact that nobody's watching The Breakfast Club on Netflix. And number two, if you want to know what the numbers are, how about you give a phone call and get Ted Sarandos on the phone and ask him what the goddamn numbers are, since he's the one that is the co-CEO of Netflix. Why don't you ask him what the numbers are and all that other stuff? So what you need to be mad at is Jess Hilarious running her mouth and putting y'all tea on blast, and you getting mad at us because it's like, yeah, first of all, I done forgot all about The Breakfast Club. I don't watch y'all. I watch Ebro and them over there on YouTube, and I watch other shit. I never really watched The Breakfast Club like that. I would watch like little clips of the interviews, whatever the case was. But because I got a bunch of bumbling idiots on that damn channel, I pretty much never really cared. Like DJ Envy is the dumbest Virgo I've ever seen on TV. Don't even get me started on that man in a dress, Jess Hilarious, and dumbass Charlamagne with all that damn grease on his face. So I don't particularly care for them over there. But I was trying to see, what are the people saying in the comments, since he want to run his mouth. And this is academics who posted this video. So they said, nobody turning on Netflix to listen to radio shows or podcasts. Come on, bruh. Another person said, nobody turning on Netflix to watch The Breakfast Club. Another person said he wouldn't be addressing it if it wasn't affecting him, which is what I literally just said. Another person said, did he just compare? Oh, that's another thing too. How the hell you gonna compare your dumbass podcast to some goddamn Stranger Things and the Top Model situation? First of all, those were shits we like to watch. So yeah, sir, when we going over there and we watching America's Next Top Model, the docuseries, or Stranger Things, or whatever the case is, the reason why we're tweeting about those shows is because when we go to Netflix, That's what we're expecting when we go over there. We're expecting those type of programs and stuff to be on those streaming services. So we're gonna go there and we're gonna watch those, and then based off of what's happening on the docuseries or Stranger Things or One Piece or whatever show that's coming out over there, we're gonna tweet about it. You just haven't gotten it through your head that Netflix is trying to compete with YouTube. Even Ted Sarandos has said this in interviews recently, where he's like, don't sit and underestimate YouTube as just the network, I mean, the channel that just posts cat videos, which we haven't even looked at YouTube in that way in decades. So I don't know why people still just resort to that as kind of like the comparison with the cat video. Like, YouTube ain't been about cat videos in over a decade plus. But he said, yeah, they're a force to be reckoned with. Even Ted Sarandos recognizes, hence why a lot of people trying to compete with TikTok and all these other things. And it's like, because YouTube now trying to turn itself into TikTok. And it's like, we already have a TikTok. Let TikTok be TikTok, regardless of the Ellisons have stake in it. Let TikTok be TikTok, YouTube be YouTube, Netflix be Netflix. Stop trying to copy and take things that other people are doing and trying to incorporate it to your thing to draw those people over to your shit. You need to come up with more creative ideas. And a lot of them thought by signing you to an exclusive situation that that was going to get eyes on the situation. And my thing is this: if Netflix came to me tomorrow and gave me a deal and was like, we want you to exclusively do your podcast on Netflix, I'm turning it down, because I'm like, I don't want to be exclusive to one thing. I got to be able to put my eggs in multiple baskets. I can't put my egg in one basket. I don't care how much money you offer me, because I'm like, the money would be great and all, but YouTube has always been my foundation. And yeah, when TikTok, before it got taken over by them damn Zionists, the Ellisons, and I decided to get rid of it, I was getting a lot of traction over there on TikTok, but I'm not on TikTok no more. So now I just post things on this channel specifically. And if you want to see certain clips of certain topics that I deem that I want to get more engagement, I'll post it to my Instagram and I'll post it to my Facebook, and that's it. Those are the only 3 places you can go to get my content. But for the most part, if you want the long form videos, you have to come over here to YouTube. And my thing is this is a deal you made, and these are the repercussions of that deal. Nobody is going to Netflix to watch a goddamn Breakfast Club. No shade. I'm sorry. And if you're mad about that, then you only have nobody to blame than yourself. So for you to sit up in here and compare your podcast on Netflix, watching and commenting on shows like America's Next Top Model stuff, you can't be this goddamn obtuse. But then again, I don't put nothing past Charlamagne, because Charlamagne ain't the brightest tool in the shed. You know, with all that man that make all that money and all this stuff and thrived on being controversial, he's not the brightest. And we've come to that conclusion. And like, taking political advice from him is like listening to sucker ass Smith give political advice, which neither one know anything about. So thank Wendy Williams for your career, because if it wasn't for her, we wouldn't even know who the fuck Charlamagne is. So, like I said before, Ted Sarandos wants to compete with YouTube. That's why he got into the whole podcasting thing. But like I said before, nobody's going. And plus, on top of, let's not forget this before I forget. The difference between YouTube and Netflix, I mean, yeah, you have the option to pay for YouTube, but you also get the free one. Yes, it works my root canal nerve that I have to deal with the ads and stuff with YouTube, but I'm already paying for enough streaming services, which I'm not doing. Why I'm not doing the premium. Plus, on top of that, I've heard that if you're a content creator and you do get the premium, you can't really check all the numbers and everything in regards of like your, if you're a YouTuber, podcast, or whatever the case is. So that's why I keep it free. That's another reason, because it has crossed my mind of wanting to do the premium thing with YouTube. But for the most part, you have the option. You can watch watch my show for free and choose to donate to via super chat or whatever the case is, or become a member. Like, there's options there. Whereas Netflix, people out here are struggling. We are about to end up in a depression and a recession, because we have a fucking idiot who y'all decide to vote for again in the goddamn White House that has been bankrupt 6 times. And y'all think somebody who went bankrupt 6 times knows about how to make money for a lot of people. He know how to make money for his rich friends, but the rest of us is out here struggling. So if y'all really thinking that people going to be out here and using the little bit of money they got that they trying to survive on to go to pay for a Netflix subscription, or subscription to watch the Breakfast Club. Sir, y'all really need to read the room a lot more. But like I said, rich man, not so bright. So I say all of this to say, what do you guys think of this story? Do you feel like Charlamagne is literally with him bitching and moaning to Andrew Schultz of all people about the fact that people complaining that his show was on, that the Breakfast Club is now exclusively on Netflix, is complaining because y'all not watching his show and y'all don't have exclusive access to it because it's not on a free network like YouTube. So whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. Oh yeah, I did read that one already. You said Training Things is coming to home video market in July. Well, good on y'all, whoever wants to spend that kind of money. But I don't. I saw enough Stranger Things. Stranger Things, I watched it because I was already invested, but it was never like the greatest TV show ever. I would buy a box set of Buffy the Vampire Slayer again before I go and I spend money on a Stranger Things box set. But if y'all want to go out and buy it, go ahead. And you said, what would I pay? Why would I pay for Netflix? Just okay. Why would I spend that kind of money? I was barely watching Breakfast on YouTube. That's why I said I was watching the clips. I didn't care enough to watch because listening to them talk, they all sound like y'all all dropped out of school, middle school. And so I don't want to listen to a bunch of dummies trying to talk about a bunch of nothing on a show. No one is watching podcasts on a paid platform. Where are his brains? He don't have. I told him less than smart. He's comparing about a documentary that took months in advance versus a podcast where their main selling stick is the Breakfast Club. They're selling no breakfast as for. Okay. He needs to stop calling himself the. Okay, because clearly that's what it is. You made a deal with the devil, but you call yourself a god. He said, with podcasts, we like to listen to them so we can cook, clean, do laundry. Exactly, because it's like with my show, y'all can just have it on in the background while I'm running my mouth while y'all doing stuff around the house. And if you need to come in and you hear me say, oh, that sounds good, let me type something in real quick, and then go back to doing what I'm doing, you could do that. There's the option. Whereas with Netflix, I be having like whenever it comes to anything with Netflix, I can't be in the other room with it on. I literally have to be, it has to have my undivided attention if I'm gonna watch something on Netflix. If I'm gonna watch a movie or a TV show, it has to be on and I gotta be in the on the couch or in my bed, excuse me, watching. Yeah, I'm feeling gassy today. It's probably because I just ate Chinese food before I went live and I'm drinking this damn sparkling water. And you know, the funny thing with anything with fizz in it, it makes me gassy. I don't know if it's because I'm getting older. I've always felt that way, but yeah, it's like if I drink a little bit of soda, I start getting hiccups. He helped the Trump administration take. Oh, did he? I put on like one of those faceless channels while I clean. Why would I switch on Netflix to do my chores? Exactly. So it's like the podcast, we like to listen and hear and engage and go, yeah, okay, yeah, I agree. Yeah. Oh no, I ain't like that what you said. And all this other stuff. Sidebar. Did y'all see that recent post on Funky Dineva page that he joined the OnlyFans? Hold on a second. Let me look that up. Oh, I turn on my damn thing, and all of a sudden I see Cobra. The first thing that pop up, what's she singing about? Okay, hold on. Let me go to Miss Funky Dineva. I was like, girl, I said, Tom's is hard on the boulevard. Let me see if she's still there. Not no show tonight. What day she post this? Oh, 54 minutes ago. You said no show tonight. No, somebody sent it to me. Hold on. Oh, wait a minute. Let me go to my Facebook because that's where I posted it. A friend of mine sent me that post, and because I was like, I need to get y'all opinion on this. Hold on. Hold the phone. Here she go. Okay, so yeah, they posted this. Well, look, she's not gonna give you a shot. I'll entertain you hoes for the next 3 hours. I think that's how because how many more topics we got? We probably got like 15 more. We gonna be on here till midnight doing this damn show. But anyway, so then when I put it, because I lost my it said so they wrote, "Hey Quentin, I am part of the creator experience team here at OF, and we think you would be great on the platform. I've attached some information about OF for review, but we would also love to hop on a call and answer any questions about what your page could look like. If this is of interest, let's talk about some strategies sometime next week. What are some good days and times to connect via Zoom?" Well, look, um, everything will always have to be. Oh, now it's funny. Somebody's sending me the Usher and Justin Bieber situation. I'm like, sir, you're late. I just talked about that on my show. Hold on, because I got to tell them that. It's like, just talked about that on my live. Look at me multitasking. Anyway, hold on, because let me look and see if there's comments. So yeah, and then 'cause he posted it, but then it's like you can't see it, and then he posts. Hold on, where is it? And then put listen here, and I see my friend Ray Diesel, the porn star, did post it, and he said, "Y'all don't know me. Work ain't honest, but it pays the bill." Okay, Erica Badu, talking about work ain't honest, but it pays the bills, and Ray Diesel said, "Amen," but I'm like, I guess you're not been paying attention. And not Raheem in the comments to my son with the eye emoji. Another person put prostitution because he be saying that on his show. Another person, a little 30-second yang yang on the camcorder really ain't never went out there and hurt anybody. Another person said, "You got them new feet. Give them a place. I mean, give them a piece." Yeah, somebody also put prostitution. Drop it low and spread it wide. And look, everybody seemed to be all for it, but I'm like, wait a minute. Once upon a time, not long ago, Miss Downeva, wasn't she throwing shade at a lot of you sex workers on social media? But now you talking about jumping into prostitution, and then on top of that, you be making fun of the cubicle girls and all that other stuff, and saying like, and making fun of people who do sex work. But now you talking about that, and you want to jump into it? Is that a bit hypocritical? Just asking, you know. So, but then again, also, OnlyFans is not just for prostitution. You can also use OF for other things. So, there's that. A lot of people say that OF doesn't make that much money nowadays. Yeah, I heard that too. So it's like you wasted your time going on it. But then again, when you are somebody with a big name, um, you could do it. Look, Nico Aesthetics just quit doing OF. He don't do content anymore. And plus, they keep saying that he keeps well, the people like him always say it's a young man's game. No, it's not. There are people of all ages and things that do OF, that do prostitution. You don't have to be 20 years old in order to get, eyes and viewers. The one thing about doing sex work that I admire about in this day and age, there's everything for everybody. Whereas back in the day when we had the Joey Stefanos and adult performers of that ilk, you had to look a certain way. There was a certain criteria that you had to go. There was a lot of gatekeepers. Now those gatekeepers aren't around anymore. Yeah, we still have the industry still trying to maintain itself and stay afloat. But shout out to my girl Shishi LaRue. But you have to it's just now with OF, you don't need the gatekeepers controlling the situation. You can pretty much go and do your own thing and accumulate an audience from that. A lot of people don't. Hmm. I mean, if you like it, I love it, but I don't particularly care for him. But anyway, okay, so now let's get into some good news, I guess. Let's talk about Tamron Hall. So Miss Tamron's about to come back for a new, I guess the Tam fam is happy because Miss Tamron has been her show's been greenlit for a new season. And it'll be interesting because, there's been so many people out here who's been on the struggle bus a little bit with the talk show circuit. We lost Kelly Clarkson. Um, Karamo was about to be out of a gig. Steve Wilkos was about to be out of a gig. There's a lot of talk shows that's getting put on the chopping block, sent to the daytime TV graveyard. Sherry Shepherd out of a job. So we have all these people, and now Tamron's good. Screaming for Hudson's good. Drew Barrymore's good. I know they're gonna be looking for more people to, I guess, come in, but it'll be interesting to see, in my opinion, what the daytime TV landscape is going to look like in fall of 2026, because it is looking a little deserted out here in these daytime TV streets. So, in a landscape where 4 major daytime talk shows are wrapping this year, Tamron Hall has a different message for her audience. Let's keep talking. That's the timely slogan the host and her team have come up with for season 8 of Tamron Hall, which has been renewed for another season by the ABC-owned TV station group where the show airs in major markets. I think she also films in the same studio as The View. So they said news comes just days after Hall was tapped to host this year's Oscars red carpet show on ABC with Jesse Palmer. On Monday, Hall was already back in New York and ready to celebrate the news, which is all the more a victory after seeing a bloodbath this year in daytime, where things have gotten so rough that NBC Universal pulled out of its first run syndication entirety. Saying my vision of where we're going usually comes to me in the middle of the night. And all of these changes were happening, Hall told Variety. And I said, let's keep talking. I mean, if you're a talk show host, isn't that your job that you're going to keep talking? Okay, sis. And they said, that's our thing. I called our team and said, let's keep talking. The landscape is always going to change. Some of Conan's jokes at the Oscars were where he talked about us watching our phones to consume movies. Oh, yeah, that joke was kind of funny because they had it vertically, which I noticed that a lot of people like watching shows vertically. I do my YouTube vertically and horizontally. I prefer horizontally because it looks like very cinematic, whereas vertically, people like watching their phones like this, and I don't like that. I don't like the visuals because I feel like I like everything just like really spread out where I can catch everything. But people watch things the way they watch it, and I guess it is what it is. So what else did she say? Okay, so I think there are obviously some big headlines, but in truth, everywhere you go, people are having the same conversation. Will I keep working? Will I continue to be able to do what I love? That's not unique into daytime TV. I think what we are seeing is a reflection of a larger conversation. So that's why our theme is Let's Keep Talking, where it's on daytime TV, whether it's in a podcast, whatever version of this, I think that will never go out of style. Now, Tamron Hall first launched in September of 2019 and blah, 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 so on and so forth. So she's won Emmys. She's had a lot of celebrities on her show. She's had Monique, Priscilla Presley, Deion Sanders, Jim Gaffigan, the Chrisleys, Cam Newton, Chris Siriano, Jack A. Harry, Greg Mathis, The Judge, and so many others. So she, it's a mixture. She'll have a bunch of problematic ass reality stars, and then she'll interview actual A-list celebrities and sometimes D-listers. So she mixes it up. I guess she's a jack of all trades. I mean, she is a Virgo, so we can talk to anybody at this point. So it's cute or whatever that she got her show coming back. Quiet as it's kept. I've never really sat and watched Tamron's show. I know you can watch it on. It's in syndication finally, so you can watch it on Hulu, I believe. Hulu has all the episodes, so if you need to watch it, you can watch it on there. I think Disney Plus also, because it's all part of the same package. I'm not sure if you could watch the full episodes on YouTube like you could Sherry and The View, but I know it is accessible. It's in syndication, and I like Tamron, but I've never liked her enough. I don't know why Tamron. Don't she remind you of Crystal Waters, Gypsy Woman Crystal Waters, 100% pure love Crystal Waters? But it's like I like Tamron, but not enough to sit and watch her show. But I'm glad you still got a gig. They ain't kick all of y'all off TV. But like I said, the way that talk shows are a dying breed on network TV versus we, as in me and many others, are the new talk show. We're the new talk show hosts. We're giving you a lot of what a lot of these networks aren't really giving y'all. We giving y'all in the now news, because by the time that the news hits these networks, it's already old. So we're giving it to you in real time. We're giving you unfiltered opinions on a lot of stuff that's happening, whether it's celebrity or just any news in general, what's going on in the world. Like we talk about everything on here. So we're the new movers and shakers, and so the gatekeepers want to still hold on to what was, and y'all just seeing it all slip through your fingers. But I'm just glad she still got her gig. But I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story regarding Miss Tam Tam? Still got a job over there at AMC or ABC, sorry. So whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. Ava Max just record Jesus, 85 songs, only 9 has samples. Like people said, nobody really deep dive her catalog because if they did, they would understand only a few of her singles. And she's not I know it's like a lot of the hits happen to have samples in it, but a lot of her songs, she's definitely got a good ear for pop music. I like her. She recorded 85. That's a lot of songs. But we'll see how she whittles it down when this new album comes out. People like cussing and just be yourself. A cup of coffee and t-shirt and sweats. Yeah, because I'm sitting here right now in t-shirt and sweats. A t-shirt and sweats talking to y'all. So we don't have to. The one thing I love about doing this is that I don't have to get all dressed up. I mean, don't get me wrong. When I get to a place where I get enough money where I could build a studio inside my house, I'll get some pieces for y'all and get on camera and look halfway decent. But right now, I'm just like t-shirt, jeans, a baseball cap, and headphones, and this microphone and this mouth is enough. People don't, and that's another thing I think too. People don't care about all the bells and the whistles and all that extra shit. Y'all just like, okay, just give me like I keep it simple with this show. I read the comments, I come in with the little pictures and stuff, so y'all have a little something to look at along with me reading the articles. And you know, people let Hassan wear suits to go. Does he? I know Hassan dresses. I mean, I thought Hassan wears his regular. First of all, Hassan got a big ass. I don't know what that boy got ass on him. A lot of ass. The kind of ass I like. But anyway, let me leave that straight boy alone. I think a donkey booty, as Phaedra would say. But I know Kyle Kalinske gets all dressed up on his show, but it's like there's certain people that get dressed. I think even Funky Dineva dresses on his show, but with me, I'm just like, whatever. I just get online. I get on the live. Y'all can't see me from the waist down, so I just put a t-shirt on, some sweats, my Crocs, and call it a day. But yeah, if I had like a studio and I had to keep getting up, I would at least dress for the occasion. I wouldn't look a mess. Not saying I look a mess now, but you know what I'm saying. So let's move on. Speaking of talk shows, oh excuse me. Let's let's talk about the Whoopster. So Whoopi Goldberg the other day on The View, they were having a conversation, and she admitted that she likes going bar hopping on occasion, hanging out, and that's how she get her fill of the pain. So she's like, "No, I'm not in no relationship, but if I need to get dick down, whenever I need to scratch that itch, you know, where to go and to get that itch scratched." To get, or as what's her name would say, get her coochie scratched. Who said that? Suki Honda. So Whoopi Goldberg, who famously doesn't want anybody in her house, is perfectly content bar hopping through single life. Thank you very much. The EGOT winning Color Purple and Ghost actress announced Wednesday from her moderator post on The View that despite freeing herself from the entanglements of matrimonial duty, she enjoys hooking up just as much as the next gal. She said, "This is so stimulating." This is what she said at the top of the Hot Topics discussion about a woman who recently wrote an article for Cosmo, which Goldberg described as seeing the woman admitting that she fantasizes about being single, even though she's in a very happy long-term relationship amid missing the days of casual flings and bar hopping. Well, I think most women who are in a committed relationship, don't y'all all think about, you know what, I kind of miss being single. But then you realize what that was. And it's like, you know what, I'm glad I'm in a committed relationship. So then panelist Joy Behar, who's 83, then asked 70, oh, Jesus, y'all love putting people ages up in shit. Asked 70-year-old Goldberg, "Do you miss those days?" To which Goldberg replied, "I am single." Behar clarified, telling her colleagues that she didn't assume Goldberg was into bar hopping for dates. She said, "No, that's not so. Yeah, I bar hop, I go hang, I do hit and runs when I need it. The View audience applauded Goldberg's use of the phrase hit and run, which is the actor's on-air way of describing quick, casual sex. Now, for me, I like a hit and run. This is what she said on air in December. I like a hit and run because I'm not interested in a committed relationship. Now, Goldberg's love life became a topic of discussion on The View a year ago when she described dating a man who was 40 years older than her. Her granddaughter, Amara Sky, confirmed while competing on AMBC's Claim to Fame series that Goldberg had dated a girl. You dated somebody in his 90s? Okay, Whoopi. Somebody asked, is he still alive? Oh, that was Behar. Is he still alive? Behar asked at the time, to which Goldberg responded with a nod and a quick. And before the program cut to an ad break, if Goldberg's facts are correct, it would have made her former lover at least 108 years old when the actress made the admission on the show. I'm like, Jesus, you was dating a fossil. You was out here being Anna Nicole Smith and with that man that was already had like both foot and a half in the grave. So what Whoopi said, I agree with her because I'm kind of in that same mindset. I love a hit and run. I love the fact that I don't want to be in a committed relationship with somebody. I like my independence. So, but if it comes down to the point where I need to get a nut off, oh, I have ways of getting some ass. So I prefer it like that because I don't like the fact that a lot of the way y'all come across with the dating, oh, you want to know what I'm going, what I'm doing. Like, first of all, you ain't my mama and you ain't my father. So I don't need to report to anybody on what I'm doing. And a lot of men come across as very needy and possessive. I'm a little too independent. I think probably because maybe I've been single for so long that I'm so used to being set in my ways. And the older I get, I don't want to have to compromise my Christianity and my independence to want to have to deal with your shit. Color me selfish, but whatever. That's just where I am right now. And I've come to terms with that. But it's like, but then I wonder because I'm like, as I get older, I don't want to be one of those people that I'm like alone. I won't say lonely, but if I'm alone because I've had way too many friends that have been like that, where they've been alone and then they end up passing away and then they're in that house by themselves and somebody doesn't check on them and days go by and I'm like in the bed rotten to the core for 3 days and nobody done checked up on me yet. So I do have those fears. Now it's funny, I put that in the universe. That might actually happen. Because it always happens with stuff. I hope that's not the way I go out. But um those are the things I think about. So that's why I think like and down the road, I would always want to have people living with me or whatever the case is, just so that way, like God forbid anything happened to me, y'all could call it in immediately because I don't want y'all coming up in the house and I'm like funky because I'm dead for a couple of days and then y'all smelling a rotten corpse and then it's a whole situation that happens. So with your Whoopi on this whole situation of yeah, I like my independence. I like to come and go as I please. If you and even if I were to get in a situation where it just so happens that I'm dating somebody, you have your place, I have my place. Now, if you want to come and hang or whatever, we could do that. But at the end of the day, after a couple of days, I'm like, okay, you need to go back to your house. I need my time I need my me time. And we can commiserate in a couple of days. Don't be calling me every 24 hours like, what you doing? Where you at? Where you going? Who that? What you doing with them? Are you sleeping with them? The minute you start that shit, we done. So I say all this to say, because you got trust issues from previous relationships. Now, I say all this to say, what do you guys think of what Whoopi Goldberg had to say about the fact that she said she go ball hopping from time to time? She goes out and hangs, and if she comes across somebody that she's attracted to and want to get them pipes clean, then she let them clean them pipes, and now the pipes has been polished and minty fresh and ready to go, and you did the do. Now she done got her fix, and she moving on until that scratch need to be itched again. And that pussy need to be scratched again. So let me know what you guys think of what Miss Whoopi had to say in the comments down below. All right, now let's see what the people are saying. It says Sterling recently said in an interview he likes playing with little Sterling before bed. No come on millions of people do. Wait, what? Why do these celebs always have to wait? Who's Sterling? You my Sterling K. Brown? I want to watch your movies. I don't know. I don't want to know what you do when you go to bed. Oh, yeah. I don't want to know that we don't want to know that you play with your peen before you go to bed. Who knocking boots with Whoopi? Look, there's someone out there for everybody. That's why I try not to judge. Just like y'all, there's people out here screwing Krishan, who went and stuck their dick up in her and gave her a slow baby. It happens. I don't find nothing wrong with paying for it. Because my thing is this. I mean, I never paid for it. But paying for it, I look at it as like no strings attached. It's like no strings. It's like you pay for them, they give you pay for their time, and then they go about their business, and you go about your business, and there's no commitment. The only commitment that they have is them doing the work you paid for. Well, they said it was some billionaire that was 90 something years old, so that's what was doing. Look, remember when she used to date Ted Danson back? Oh, was she married to him? And she was with Frank Langella, aka Skeletor from Masters of the Universe. So Whoopi been with a lot of people. All right, y'all. So now let's get back into the show. And let's talk about The Price is Wrong, bitch. Remember that from what was it, Happy Gilmore? Okay, so yesterday, last week they did the one on America's Next Top Model, which shout out to y'all. Who was it? Robert, who sent me both episodes. So I was able because I don't have E apparently. Well, so what E was a part of Peacock because there have been stuff that has been on there. But I was able to watch it because apparently it was on YouTube and somebody screen recorded and posted it up on the YouTube. So I managed to see both parts. I may need y'all to do that for me with the Price is Right because I haven't been able to see that one. But so yeah, the episode aired yesterday. Episodes because it was two of them, and the biggest bombshells of what had transpired from the situation has come out. Shout out to People Magazine, people.com. They're the ones that spilled the tea regarding this situation. So I was like, where is it? Okay, so let's get into the topic. So The Price is Right has long been beloved as one of America's favorite game shows. During one era of the game show's long-running history, however, there were darker things going on behind the scenes. In the third installment of E's docuseries, Dirt and Rotten Scandals, former members of the talent and production team details the environment behind the scenes and the shift that happened from the mid-'70s to the early 2000s when Bob Barker was at the helm. Now, former Barker beauties, Hallstrom. I remember Holly. Holly was like a big member over there. I remember Holly, and there was another girl that Bob was fucking. Well, having an affair with, I should say. I remember her too, but we'll get into that. So Holly Hallstrom, Kathleen Bradley, and Claudia Jordan appear in the two-part episode of the docuseries, as well as producer Barbara Hunter, detailing a toxic work environment that became unbearable. Now, here's the biggest bombshells that we learned from the episode. So Kathleen Bradley and Claudia Jordan said that they experienced racism on set. Now, Kathleen Bradley was the first permanent Black model to work on The Price is Right, joining the show in 1990, but she knew from early on that there were mixed feelings about her joining the show. She said, as time went on, at some point, it got back to me that some of the fans were writing negative things about me being on the show as a Black model, she shared in the doc. She said it was just not a good feeling. And one of the members of the production team brought to my attention that inside a production meeting, when models weren't in there, they would use the N word. A decade later, Claudia Jordan joined the show and had her own experiences with racism, sharing in the documentary, saying other comments that producer Phil Wayne would make carried on that old spirit of racism, such as, let's make a reverse Oreo. Claudia, you get in the middle of the two white models, or tell me I'm the ass model because stereotypically Black women have a larger behind. And I guess that's what he wanted to grab, why he wanted to grab and feel it. Jordan says the racism extended to vetting the studio audience, revealing a darker side to the show. She claims to have learned they would go through potential audience members in the line looking for contestants. It was stereotypes that were definitely pushed on the show. Negative stereotypes of Black people like the overweight Black woman, or the extra loud, ridiculous person. And then I started to hear that they were only allowed to have 2 Black contestants on the show at a time. And that was a direct order from Bob Barker to let Bob Barker know the race of the contestant was about to come on down. Jordan continued, they would have a letter B written on the card, and it was pretty sad. A Black contestant may try to hug Barker, and he would shrink away from them. Now, there was a girl on the show named Diane Parkinson who was pretty much having an affair with Bob on the show. And pretty much it was an open secret. So a lot of people knew that Bob was out here hunching one of the girls on the show, and they pretty much kept it to themselves. So Diane Parkinson and Bob Barker had an affair that started as a secret but became well known by everyone at The Price is Right, the doc claims. Holly Hallstrom explained, Janice Pennington, I remember Janice too, and I first realized long before the rest of the show knew that Diane and Bob were having sex. Diane confided in me, Kathleen Bradley recalled. I was kind of surprised because Bob also had a girlfriend. He didn't give a fuck. Bob was an asshole. And the funny thing was, I remember hearing stories about Bob Barker being a dick, and I'm just glad that all of this is coming out now. Is that man dead? Or is he alive still, clinging on to what little life he has left? Because I think that man got to be 118 years old. So they said Bob also had a girlfriend. As time went on, people were noticing, the audience and the viewers at home. Damn, how they make it that obvious from how close Bob and Diane were hugging and looking at each other, playing around and all of that. So it didn't really stay private very long. She would go downstairs during the breaks and go into his dressing room, and then some hanky-panky was going on. It changed the dynamic on set because, as Hallstrom noted, everyone was basically kissing her behind because she may potentially be the new Miss Barker. Well, she was probably snuggling up to him because she was looking for a payout. She wanted to become the new Mrs. Barker. She wanted to have control and power over what was going on The Price is Right. Because when you're in competition with these other girls who probably were just there to do their job and wasn't really thinking about Bob in that way, Miss Thing was feeling her oats. And she thought about hunting the host that was going to get her places. They said the next thing you know, I get a call from Bob's girlfriend, and everyone knew Bob was cheating on her with Diane. And she says, I know Bob is sleeping with Diane. The two talked about Diane and how she dates celebrities, and Hallstrom shared some names, including several Black men, which became a point of contention between. Oh, so she was a whore running around just flinging her pussy around like she was Sharon Stone. And no shade, but you're no Sharon Stone. I was trying to figure out the way that Stu said it in Scream, but that's what it's giving. So let's face it, you are no Sharon Stone. Now she said, oh my gosh, Bob has no idea that he's had sex with a woman who has had sex with oh, now that would really flip his lid. If he found out that she was out here giving her pussy to a bunch of Black peen, and he probably in competition because you already know the stereotypes they be said about Black men and their penis. If he hear that, oh, that's going to send him, he going to blow a gasket. I actually hope that somebody ended up telling him that old girl been out here hunching Black men to really piss him off. Because I'm sure that would send him to the point that he probably would have fired her ass. But anyway, let's continue on with the story. So they said, Bob had no idea that he had sex with a woman who had sex with Black men. Bob has always said that Black men are the most diseased people on earth, noting that racism in the situation didn't surprise her because of Barker's status as a white man of a certain age. The revelation led to blow-up argument between Barker and Parkinson on set. The whole set was dead silent listening, and Diane comes out of Bob's dressing room and goes up the stairs, and Bob's assistant goes running after her saying, Diane, you got to apologize to Bob. And Diane refused, citing their sexual relationship. Child, messy. Now, the documentary also went on to, they said that the participants have not heard from Diane since her lawsuit. So, girl, you was up in here laying low and spreading it wide, thinking that you was going to get something out of the situation. And this bitch had the unmitigated gall to file a lawsuit. So this is why we can't take a lot of you harassment victims seriously, because some of y'all be equal participants with the shit, and then when things don't go y'all way and y'all be in y'all feelings, then y'all want to come out here and file lawsuits. So after the blow-up argument with Barker, Diane was approached by Playboy to pose. Because they weren't together, she agreed to the shoot, which did not go well with Barker. This is according to Bradley. Now, pretty much that was the end of Diane Parkinson being on The Price is Right, she noted, adding that Diane was not happy. She was very bitter. She wanted to get back at him. He was sexually harassing me and forcing me to do things with him in the dressing room where I didn't want to do it. And I'm going to get my attorney. I'm going to file a sexual harassment lawsuit against him. That's why I said, girl, you was with the shits. You was up here fucking every Tom, Dick, and every, or should I say, every Russell, every Hakeem, and every Laquan under the sun on top of a Bob. And then when the white man that you was hoping to get over on found out some stuff and you wasn't getting your way, now you want to file a sexual girl, go fall on a spikiest dildo you can come across. I was trying to come up with something. Now she said she was gonna file a lawsuit. Girl, get off my line with the bullshit. But then from then on, Bradley claimed everything changed. Though she fought back against Barker for a while, Parkinson later dropped the lawsuit because it was bullshit. That's why. Now, Hallstrom noted the last day anyone on set and that's not excusing Bob Barker's asshole-ish baby. He's a dick, whatever, and he's pretty much what did we say, ostracized or pretty much a joke. Like nobody takes that man seriously. Your claim to fame was The Price is Right, and now you're kind of like seen as the laughing stock of Hollywood. So from then on, Bradley claimed everything changed, though she fought back against Barker for a while. Parkinson later dropped the lawsuit. Hallstrom noted the last day anyone on that set saw Diane was the last day she shot The Price is Right. After that, I have never talked to Diane again. And that's Dian. That's how they spell that. She don't even have an E at the end. That's how irrelevant she is. And then also Bradley agreed, adding, I have no idea where she is, nor do we give a fuck. Now, he noted that the written message displayed on the docuseries saying multiple attempts were made to contact Diane Parkinson for comment, but her whereabouts remain a mystery. Yeah, she ain't talking because she know how she looked, a mess. Now, let's get into Holly Hallstrom basically resorting to have to live in her car after turning down a settlement contingent on an non-disclosure agreement. So Hallstrom recalled that time on set saying every time you went to the studio, you had to sit with lawyers who only wanted to hear all the bad stuff, about Diane and how Bob could not have possibly harassed Diane. She said, I wanted nothing to do with it. I was the only one that was asked to give a deposition and did not. I didn't want to commit felony perjury, which is exactly what it would have been if I gave testimony. Now, Hallstrom has warned shortly after by Barker and a producer that her weight was becoming an issue and asked to address it. In the meantime, her camera time was limited, saying they couldn't use the she refused to lie for me excuse to get rid of me. So they said it was because of my weight. That's when I knew I was being set up. And I'm looking at pictures of her. Holly is not fat. Y'all tried it. And also, yeah, so Diane was out here lying and trying to get a situation with the thing. But then also, Bob, you ain't no angel either because you shouldn't have been fucking your coworkers. Or because you were the boss. You were the host and you pretty much had a lot of say-so on The Price is Right because you were the king daddy at the time. And you're using your position of power to get it in with these women. And not only that, but you were sexually harassing other women too. So Hallstrom was warned shortly that by Barker and a producer that her weight was becoming an issue. And they also said that she ultimately lost weight, but was told it wasn't enough and was informed she'd be taking an early retirement. When I didn't agree, that's when the whole thing blew up. And then lawyers called me and started negotiating the terms of retirement. And I said, but I don't want to retire. There's no need for me to retire. But there really was no choice. Barker wanted me gone. I was being fired and wouldn't be coming back. After nearly 20 years on the show, I was devastated. Now, after a press release about her departure was shared with the media, which included that Hallstrom said was inaccurate information, she decided to speak out, sharing her story with Hard Copy. Oh my God, remember Hard Copy back in the day? That was my shit. Anyway, that and what was it? Inside Edition. That was another show I used to love back in the day. Oh, then he said, next thing you know, my lawyer called and said, Bob Barker just filed a lawsuit against you for defamation. And after that, no one spoke to me. No one returned my calls. they were gone. It was all gone. And now I am so alone. God so alone and going through the court process by myself. It was the worst thing in my whole life because with Barker, it was like fighting a giant machine. It was overwhelming and it stayed that way for a couple of years. And it wasn't until 2000, 5 years after the lawsuit was filed, that Barker dropped the legal action just days before trial was slated to begin. She, in turn, sued Barker for malicious prosecution. I would do the same thing because he literally was out here trying to psychologically fuck with you. And then days before you was about to go to trial, he pulls that stunt. Oh, I definitely would have sued his ass. Then they said they did offer me a settlement that would include an NDA, meaning that I could not speak publicly about the show. But I knew that I was not going to sign an NDA because he's a liar. He is a shameless, self-promoting liar. I was fired. I had the truth on my side. There was no justice in you can win because you have more money. Over the years, I sold my house, savings account, portfolio. All of it was spent just trying to stay in this lawsuit. I just didn't want him to win. Now, Hallstrom continued saying, I lost everything. I was totally broke and living out of my car. I would just stay with friends and family because at the moment I couldn't afford to stay in this lawsuit and I would have to settle, and I was not going to do that. And you know what? Regardless of the fact that you lost everything, and I hate that for you, I'm so glad you stuck it out and wanted to stick it to this man because Bob Barker, you's a fucking asshole, and I'm glad you get everything that's coming to you. Now, Parkinson and Hallstrom weren't the only women from The Price is Right to take legal action. Kathleen Bradley and Janice, I remember Janice Pennington also sought legal action against, yeah, I was a Price is Right fan back in the day. So I knew all the girls and things. And I used to love that show. Plinko, Showcase, Showdown. I used to love all that stuff on there. Both women were fired in October of 2000 along nearly a dozen long-standing employees of the show. Say, I was numb. I couldn't even think. I called Janice and she said, you know, that bastard fired me as well. Janice, who she was there 29 years. I was there 18 years. It was so hurtful to let go so abruptly, without cause, without a goodbye. That was the most cowardly thing Mr. Bob Barker, I think, had ever done in his life. Bradley later revealed, eventually the truth came out why all six of us were fired. We all refused to lie to save Barker's ass. Now, later, the women fought back against the injustice. Janice and I put in a lawsuit for wrongful termination. They did give us a nice little settlement, Bradley said. Now, if you haven't gotten around to it, definitely check this out because the juice on this was juicy. And like I said before, unfortunately, I didn't get to see it because like I don't have E or whatever. But I'm gonna have to do like I did when I saw the top model one last week. I'm just gonna have to go on to YouTube and look and see if they uploaded the episodes and watch it that way. But you know, fan out y'all and send it to me in my inbox like y'all did last week, Robert. That's a hint. Friend of the show, send it to me if you can. But yeah, did you see the episode? What did you think of the episode? And were you also a fan of The Price is Right? Who knew? I mean, I remember hearing things about Bob Barker being an ass, but I didn't know it was this damn bad. But yeah, I definitely want to hear from y'all. So regarding this story, y'all know what to do. Hit me up in the with those thoughts in the comments down below. Hold on. You said threaten. Planko on The Price. I guess that was Plank. I used to love me some Planko chair. That was my shit. Um. Oh, good. Let his ass stay dead. Piece of shit. Yes, that was Claudia Jordan in the picture on the right. You said Bob Barker. Okay. Um, dig him up and kill him again. That's what y'all need to do. Is that Claudia Jordan got one of the producers fired because he was sexually harassing her, and she sued the show for discrimination and wrongful termination. It seemed like that seemed to be the ongoing theme of a lot of girls that they sued the show for discrimination and wrongful termination. I think she went through it with Deal or No Deal too, and she told about how Donald Trump hit on her when she was on The Apprentice. Claudia got stories. Shout out to her. I love me some Claudia Jordan. Like you said, Bob would say at the end of the show, have your dog or cat spayed. Well, they should have spayed or neutered his ass. That's what should have happened. You talking about dogs and cats. Clearly you was a dog, a low down dirty dog. You said Bob Barker and with his fuck ass. Oh yeah, that hair was a mess too. Holly's lawsuit was a bullshit. He fired her because I didn't say Holly. I said Diane. She was the problem. Diane lawsuit was bullshit. I didn't say Holly. I liked Holly. Diane was the one that was screwing him behind the scenes, sleeping with a man who was in a relationship, and then sleeping with all those black men, which he was a racist. And then it said that if you find out about the situation, he would have blew a gasket. And now she want to accuse him of sexual harassment. So Diane was the one that was the issue, not Holly. And you said he fired her because Bob expected blind loyalty, and then Holly was the one that refused to lie in court for him. Your report is the first I'm hearing about the documentary, and I doubt we're going to hear much media hype over it, as it will tarnish a white man. Well, look, he did the episode and they put his ass on blast. It aired yesterday. So it's out there if you want to watch it. No. Okay. Well, send me the other one if you can find it. But yeah, I had to watch I watched the two top model one. All right. So where we going? Okay. Let's get back into the show, y'all. And let's talk about Miley Cyrus. So, Miley Cyrus has decided to embrace her Hannah Montana era and is literally is she supposed to be doing like some 20th anniversary performance special thingy regarding Hannah Montana, Hannah Montana, Hannah Montana. And with that being said, she recently did an interview where and I don't even know if, I guess I didn't hear about this, but has Miley always been on the tip of people's tongue when they mention that they want her to perform at the Super Bowl? Because I never really thought about Miley in that way that she would do it. But look, she barely likes to tour. And she did talk about it in this interview that we were going to get into. Um, but okay, so let's get into it. So Miley Cyrus is the betting favorite to headline the 2027 Super Bowl halftime show, but does she want to do it? Now, immediately after Bad Bunny's, or I'd like to call them Benito's, historic halftime performance in February, betting sites began looking ahead at which artists might take the stage for Super Bowl LXI. Child, does he not know I'm still? Hold on. Bitch, I'm still live. He said, "Oh yeah." Anyway, so it was like various names were thrown around from Tay Tay to Cardi B, or as I like to say, her government name, Belle Calise, to Drake and Justin Bieber. No Drake, please. And that's not going to happen because of Jay-Z. Justin Bieber, child, Justin Bieber can't even commit to doing a tour, let alone, I mean, I guess he is doing Coachella so far. He's still sticking to that. I'm still waiting for him to cancel. But Justin Bieber, no. Taylor Swift, I don't know. It's just like y'all been trying to get Taylor Swift to do it for years. I don't know if she'll do it because she's still with Travis and she says that's gonna interfere with um the Super Bowl thing. But look, if Cardi B can get her ass up there and do a little shimmy during Bad Bunny's performance when her man was playing, even though they technically was broken up when he was up there playing for the Super Bowl and they lost, then Tay Tay can get up there and perform too. So but yeah, I've never really heard Miley's name mentioned in the whole thing. Or maybe I just haven't been paying attention. So they said while the Grammy winner was careful to play coy about the possibility during a conversation with Variety, she did express interest in the gig, assuming she could put together the perfect set list. Saying, quote, "I always think the Super Bowl feels like too much pressure," Cyrus said when the subject came up. "I would have to do the mental work of making it not just the Super Bowl because then you can't help but go. It's millions of people and the most watched in the world, or most watched thing in the world." Referencing her recent concert to mark the 20th anniversary of Hannah Montana, the Disney Channel series that launched her career, she added, "But if I could find a way to make it exactly what the Hanniversary was, taking a journey through the discography and appreciating each song, each era for what it is, I think I could find it in myself." Which basically means she ain't going to do it because, sis, you only got under 15 minutes to play all the hits, to do the little montage, to get whatever type of stunt shows, gimmicks, and things you got going on with the Super Bowl. You can't go through a whole, "Oh, I'm gonna go take a journey through my discography." Like, no, that's not what you can't make that work with the Super Bowl. Super Bowl is literally you have 15 minutes between the half game, the first half and the second half of football to get your point across and to perform. So if you think you're gonna take people on this journey like you do on a concert, which you don't even like doing those anymore. It's not going to happen. So, in other words, they said if Cyrus does accept an offer to perform at next year's Super Bowl, fans might just get a cameo from Hannah Montana herself. Well, all she probably got to do is like, okay, somebody put a little Hannah Montana wig on her. She can get out there and sing the best of both worlds. Now, thus far, the closest Cyrus has gotten to the Super Bowl halftime was in 2021, where she headlined the TikTok tailgate at Super Bowl LV in Tampa, Florida. The pregame performance saw her join forces with 80s music icon Billy Idol to perform their collab Night Crawling. She also sung several of her own songs and covered hits like Dolly Parton's Jolene and Blondie's Heart of Glass. All the while, Cyrus was decked out in cheerleader-inspired skirt and matching top. Now, Super Bowl halftime show performance with Cyrus will be significant for another reason. Over the past few years, fans have had many opportunities to see the Flowers singer perform live, while Cyrus continues to take the stage for award shows, festivals, one-off events, and intimate private concerts at LA's Chateau Marmont. She hasn't paired an album with live shows since her 2014 Bangers tour. Last year, she clarified that the decision is a matter of preference rather than an issue of physical capabilities, but that doesn't mean she's planning a stadium tour anytime soon. So she said, I actually miss and love live shows. This is what she told Variety. But me being on the road for 6 months out of the year and leaving my family and my normalcy and my routine is just not best for me. The singer added that she used to struggle with stage fright and often endured nerves that would take over my entire body. But Cyrus shared she has since had luck with EMDR, a type of psychotherapy based on guided eye movement, which helped her confront the source of her anxiety. Oh, well, that's kind of interesting. I would like to learn more about that because if you have anxiety and there's a thing out there I can help you with that. I definitely would be interested in learning about that. So she'll be back on stage in the Hannah Montana 20th anniversary special, which is going to come on Disney Plus March 24th. So that's next week. But in this situation, I actually think that I would like to see Miley get out there and tour. But she's been saying like for her, and I guess whatever she's going through, she says it's not best for her health wise. I'm like, sis, there's so many other ways you can get out here and perform for your audience. You don't have to necessarily travel around the world and do a 59 date tour, whatever the case is. You could just jump out here and also do a residency. You could do like what Jennifer Lopez is doing, where she's like, I'm gonna do 6 shows a month at this event, and then based on the demand, I can come and do more shows. So if you need to kind of find ways to get that live performance fix going, and you need to do a residency in Vegas, or maybe you could even try to do a Harry Styles type of residency at Madison Square Garden, I think that would be cool. And you could bring a lot of your fans to come in and rent a hotel and come see you perform Hannah Montana hits and the Miley Cyrus hits and take them on the journey and do things if it is detrimental to your physical and mental health. If it helps you out with that. But to just shut down live performance completely because you're worrying about it disturbing your sense of normalcy. I don't know. I just feel like you're disappointing a lot of fans who would really like to see you live. But I guess if it's detrimental to your health, then I guess then don't perform live. But I'm curious to see how you make your money because ain't nobody making money from releasing music. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story? Would you like to see Miley Cyrus perform at the Super Bowl or actually see her live? And what do you think will be a best way for her to kind of go out there and do live shows? Because I know she's come up with so many excuses for her health, and if she says like where her voice, she can't be out here singing a lot because of I guess the way her voice is, and she got something on the vocal cord. I don't know. She always got a new damn excuse every time y'all ask about performing live. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. His pop fans, because people I feel like who are interested in Drake are not hip hop fans. Y'all like fast food. Drake is like the McDonald's of hip hop. And yes, he got some bops. Yes, he's got some catchy ass songs. Yes, he's got great writers that help him come up with shit. But for the most part, Drake is not somebody who I take seriously in regards of like the Mount Rushmore of real rap, with lyricism, production, all of that stuff. But if you want to talk about pop as in popular, then I guess y'all can have him. Hold on, y'all. My nose, I gotta blow my nose for a second. Unlike some people, I actually mute my mic. If you know what I'm saying. I think you do. I would need for them to double bill Miley like they did with Jennifer. Okay. I think it's that too. I just think, girl, you lazy. Because, like, look, if people want to come out here and find a way to tour and perform, they could do it. But I do feel like she lazy and she lacks the work ethic. But I'm like, okay, fine. If you don't want to tour, there's other girls out here that are willing to step up to the plate. Or as they would say on RuPaul's Drag Race, step they pussy up. All right, y'all. So now let's get back into the show. And let's talk about Miss Norwood. So it's been a lot of drama going on as of late because what had happened was Shyne took himself over there on Chiclet Teeth and the retard show, and that would be Cameron and Mace, went over on their show, I guess, to talk about a plethora of things. Apparently, Brandy's name come up in their mouth, and Shyne alluded to the fact that he and Brandy had a relationship. Brandy was like, sir, our relationship was platonic in the 90s. We was not out here doing the yum yum bouncy bouncy. We was not dating. We wasn't holding hands. We barely graced each other, arm in arm. So I don't know where you coming up with these facts. So shout out to Revolt for this. Wait, hold on, because I was like, do I have that clip? I hate when things start up again. Hold on. I'll be like, I gotta pause because I do have the clip where Ray J came and has something to say regarding this. So yeah, they said all of their stuff, and then let me pull up the clip of Ray J. So then Ray J decided to come to his sister's defense and was out here talking about he was going to SA them, like pull your panties up or whatever the case was, and was alluding to the fact that he was going SA them while he grabbing himself. And I'm like, sir, you trying to tell us something? Like you might be, how you doing? But also Ray J being Ray J, bleeding eyes and all. Let's play the clip and then we'll come back and talk.
All three of y'all is like the Three Stooges, nigga. And y'all looking real attractive. So when I see y'all niggas, y'all better not have that skirt on, nigga. Y'all better pull y'all panties up. You know what I'm saying? For real. I see y'all. I know where y'all at. I know where y'all at. Y'all be slipping too in Vegas, walking around the wind, acting like y'all winning. Nigga get some money and have to do 5,000 shows. Fucking bitch. Fuck y'all niggas. Hoe ass niggas.
All right.
Fuck punks. We're Bussy Baby. We're back shots. Y'all come in and get something too, nigga.
Why is he dry humping the air?
Yeah,
and
nigga.
what's in that? Wait, and what is in that Kim Zolciak solo cup? Because number one, you got 20% energy in that heart because you need a new one. Wait, who was the one that was in Tin Man? Because that was when they need the heart in the Wizard of Oz. It's like the Tin Man up in here got 20% heart rate. And you up in there with the solo cup, you supposed to be laying off the liquor. And I bet it better be water in that cup, sir. But you over on a live, probably on Twitch, you dropping the N-word every 3 seconds and making jokes making claims like you going to SA somebody on a live. And grabbing and Captain Hook down here grabbing his meat. We seen the ping because of what you was doing over there with Lazy Lay Kim Kardashian. Listen, because we ain't got to sit through all this. I can't keep hearing him dropping this word on my life.
Fuck about what my sister said, nigga. She probably ain't gonna ever watch this type of shit. But I'm watching you, nigga. And I'm watching you close, nigga.
All right. We got it. So he said his sister, but she did respond, and we're gonna get into that in a second. But the comments, Duran Bernard, shout out to him. Shout out to your Grammy win too. Said, I ain't even had my hot water yet. Jesus. Another person said he does not give Capricorn energy to me. Oh, I forgot he's a Capricorn. A mess. I wonder what his moon is. I need somebody to fan out and find out what his moon is. Another person said, this is an odd way to defend your sibling. Another person said, ID just be dropping me off anyway. Another person said, yeah, he was at them Diddy parties. Another person said, did he just threaten them with a gay time? A gay old time. We'll have a gay old time. And you said 1 month ago, I'm about to die. Today, dangling earring and butt sex. Okay. We got the tea. We got the full situation. But in regards to that, let's get into the actual story regarding that. I was like, wait, where did it go? Oh, there it is. Because I was looking for the picture. All right, so now let's get into the tea. So they said no, Shyne and Brandy never dated, according to the singer, despite her recent comments, because she went on social media over on Wednesday, and the Have You Ever vocalist says she only had a platonic friendship with the rapper in the 90s. In the process, she also used the moment to promote her upcoming book, Phases, a memoir. So yeah, she did go over there and promote that. I was like, hold on, let me see. Did it pop up? No. There it is. Oh, what's going on? Hold on, I might have to close this. Because I'm like, why is nothing? Thank you. Like, why is not popping up? Okay, so let me close Ray J out because he's getting on my damn nerves. So now she said 21 hours ago, let me like the post because I ain't even do that. She said, in the late 90s, I had a platonic friendship with rapper Shyne. In an unfortunate turn of events, that friendship is now being mischaracterized as we dated. Unequivocally, we did not. I'm not sure why an untrue narrative about the scope of what was a friendship more than 20 years ago is being reshaped during the current media interviews. People telling a version of my story is why I am releasing my upcoming memoir, Phases. It's time to tell my truth and debunk many of the misnomers that people think they know about my life. Additionally, I rarely release statements and typically ignore stories about me in the headlines, even when they're false. But when I do decide to stand up for myself, I handle things on my own. While I love my brother Ray J, I don't condone or support the messages he shared on social media and have not asked him to defend me in any form. So she had to let y'all know next week that book coming out on the 31st. Oh, wait, no, it's in 2 weeks, right? Yeah, about 2 weeks. The book is coming out, Phases, March 31st, wherever books are sold. So, Brandy, you cute for that. You real smart. It was like, and with all the obstacles and everything that's going on, you still found a way to slip in a promotion for the book. And you know what? The timing couldn't have been perfect because it is true. It's like, you know what? While everybody's had things to say about me in the past, and you have pretty much heavily guarded your personal life, over the year because you were kind of propped up as like this Black Mary Poppins. You were supposed to be perfect in every way, no scandals, all this other stuff. And then when you went and got pregnant and was pretending you was married to the man that knocked you up when you wasn't, and the alleged car accident when you unalived somebody like Caitlyn Jenner, and all the other things that was coming on. Now you got to come up and tell your side of the story. And I don't understand why people out here trying to act like that they was out here messing with Brandy and all this other stuff. And it's like, sir, I was not messing with you. First of all, probably around the time when you was claiming you was dating, wasn't you busy up in the club with Jennifer Lopez and Diddy pound people and sending them to prison? Or you ended up going to prison for 10 years for a crime you allegedly committed with Diddy? So, and Diddy had you take that fall? Whereas now you a politician over in Belize. So if we're gonna sit up here and fake narratives and things of that nature, then we need to be truthful in our situations. And it's like, yeah, I get it. Ray J's being the little he's not the big brother. I guess in this point he wants to be the big bro, but he's a little bro because Brandy is older than him and he wants to stand up for his sister. But the way you going about it is like crazy. Like, what are you talking about, Willis? I'm like, why are you using gay sexual assault? Like, you in prison or something? Like, this ain't Rikers. Like, why are we talking like this? Like, you going to cause butt sex. And you already know, if you threatening to do things anally with those men, they don't clean out properly. They probably don't even use dude wipes after they take a shit. So, the last thing I'm thinking about, whether I'm gay or even just prison gay, is thinking about sticking my dick anywhere near a Mace ass, a Cameron ass, or a Shyne's ass. So, shout out to you, Brandy. Come get your brother because he's a mess. And I'm looking forward to reading that book when it come out. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story regarding Ray J being Ray J and Brandy getting Shyne ass together because he decided to go on some tight ass podcast with a bunch of washed up rappers and talking about allegedly he was dating one of the biggest R&B singers of my time. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Meanwhile, Madonna is doing. Madonna is doing full worldwide show. Okay, and this little girl out here, to my, I can't do it for my help, child. Get off my line. Hillary Duff is doing a tour and us millennials snatches tickets. Hillary Duff out here not complaining. Ray J Moon is, oh, well, that makes sense. He crazy. I saw a clip of Ray J the other day. He was saying he loves gay people, then asked, am I gay? Like he was coming out. Whatever. That boy didn't go play in traffic. He's a mess. And I can't take any of the foolishness he says seriously. All right. Let's see where we're going. Okay, let's get back into the show. And let's talk about one of Destiny's children. So we got to talk about Farrah Abraham. Oh, Farrah Franklin. I don't know why I keep calling Farrah Abraham, because Farrah Abraham was that overly plasticized broad that was on Teen Mom. That's what I was thinking about. Got more damn fixer flat in her face than a trans woman. Or I would say more or less than Jeffree Star. Got more fixer flat in her damn body than Jeffree Star. And Jeffree Star out here throwing shade at the trans people. But anyway, so Farrah Franklin decided to get Terrence Howard together because Terrence Howard was out there talking about once upon a time he dated one of the Destiny's children and couldn't remember which one, because he said one of them had blue eyes or something or another. So let's get into that story as I try to find a damn picture. I got so many damn files up in here. I need to clean them out. But anyway, so Terrence Howard said last week that he could have dated Beyonce, but he passed and instead romanced another member of Destiny's Child. There was a moment between the future Iron Man actor and the music superstar, Howard recounted on the PBD podcast episode published March 5th. We had a conversation, and I ended up talking to the other girl inside of Destiny's Child, the girl with the blue eyes that was very, very long ago. But that isn't exactly how Farrah Franklin, who identified herself as the woman in question, recalls it. She says, I'm Farrah with the natural green eyes, not blue, LOL. And I can confirm that Terrence and I had a few friendly outings, nothing romantic, Franklin told People in an article published Tuesday. We went to the studio a few times, and I will say that Terrence is super talented. I won't speculate on anything else that was said. And as always, I wish everyone well and remain focused on my own journey. Well, here's the thing. I don't understand. If y'all not going to tell it, then don't tell it at all. Because if he's going to sit out here and make claims and lie on your vagina, then I feel like then turnabout is a fair game. I'm spilling all the tea. And if he ended up saying some stuff or did some things inappropriate, oh, bitch, I'm putting the tea out there in the street. But I guess when you're from Texas, you got to be demure and mindful and take the high road. I keep telling you that when they go low, we go high shit. You ain't going to get far with that mess. I need y'all to get down in the gutter with the rest of these morons. And that's the only way they learn. So as y'all remember, Franklin was briefly one of the Destiny's children, which eventually finalized his lineup with Beyonce, Kelly Rowland, and Michelle Williams. She joined at the same time as Williams in 2000 after Latavia Robertson and LaToya Luckett parted ways with the singers, and she appears in the videos for popular songs Say My Name, Say My Name, Say My Name, and Jumpin' Jumpin'. Now, in the same interview, Howard said that at the 2005 BET Awards, when Beyonce selected him out of the audience to come on stage and sit in a chair while she danced for him during the group's performance of Cater to You. And I wonder if he got a hard on when she was doing that, because he looked like he was about to come in his damn pants. If I could show y'all that picture, the picture I got up on this in the article, it's like it doesn't look like he about to have a wet damn dream, although he's awake. Now, he said, I remember Beyonce looking over at me, and I think that's why she picked me to do that dance. And she did the kind of striptease dance that we did at BET or whatever, he said, to show me that I had lost. The other two remaining members of the girl group brought famous men on stage too. Roland called up Nelly, while Williams paired Magic Johnson. That's what he picked. The Empire Star clarified that this was before the music star coupled up with Jay-Z, whom she married in 2008. The Carters now share 3 children, 14-year-old Blue Ivy and their 9-year-old twin or 8-year-old twins, Rumi and Sir. Howard is a father of 5 and has been married 4 times. So, Farrah wanted to let y'all know that she's working on new music and film projects. Well, you know what? Good for her, because ain't nobody buying that music. But as far as like the films go, okay, well, I guess what, Chitlin Circuit films or church-related films or Tyler Perry films? Or what you doing? Because you're not doing mainstream stuff. We ain't going to see you cast alongside Michael B. Jordan in anything. But nevertheless, okay, he lied on your vagina. But you didn't give us details on what was said. So I guess this is a non-factor. So let's move on. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story regarding Farrah giving us a nothing burger regarding this whole situation with Terrence Howard going in the interview and saying that he hooked up with one of the girls who eye color he didn't even remember what they were. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Miley is a fan favorite for those who grew up with her. She has the hits, she has the popularity, but she won't tour, and that's what prevents her from being bigger than what she already is as a pop girl. She probably only gonna be booked for Lifetime. Okay. Well, I don't know why. I should have thought of that too. Yeah, Lifetime movies. That's what it's given. Because Latoya Luck could be doing Lifetime movies. There's a check in there somewhere. All right, so now let's go from one of Destiny's children to Destiny's mama. So let's talk about Gumbo Gate and this whole thing going on with Mama Tina. So Mama Tina apparently was over there and it's called Mama Tina's Gumbo, actually. That's why I've been calling her Mama Tina. So Mama Tina apparently decided to go take someone's recipe, kind of like Beyonce does, and takes other people's songs and pretend it's hers. And changes the and and the to get a writer's credit. Apparently, word on the curb is that Mama Tina decided to go and take somebody else's gumbo recipe and serve it to y'all over there down at the rodeo in Texas. And apparently what had happened was the people was out there saying the gumbo was nasty, they was getting food poisoning and all kinds of other stuff. But then again, it's hard for me to believe whether or not y'all was actually going through it where that that gumbo gave y'all the shits or had y'all throwing up or basically had y'all going through hot flashes or whatever the case was. Because from what I was seeing, a lot of people was like, oh, you think you all that because you Beyonce mother, or they was giving attitude because Beyonce mother, because Mama Tina was serving y'all that gumbo and y'all was mad because you couldn't get a photo op. Bitch, I'm working. What part of that do you not understand? If I'm working and I'm trying to serve y'all gumbo, which I was complaining wasn't enough shrimp in the thing, it wasn't enough this, it wasn't okay, then you go up there and you start your own little food cart and you start serving people what you need to be serving. See, you can't do nice things for black people because a lot of y'all don't know how to fucking act. Y'all really don't. Y'all been staying wanting to bitch about something, or you want to use a moment of going down to the rodeo just because you heard Mama Tina was there and you want to try her food, and now all of y'all want to act like y'all fucking Keith Lee on Instagram. And a lot of y'all are not, that ain't y'all. Y'all all want to go viral and be Keith Lee and be up there trying to eat people food. And it's like, do we get an honest opinion on how was the gumbo? I ain't down in Texas, so I can't try it. And I ain't getting on no goddamn plane just to go try some food. I ain't got Fieri. I ain't got something behind me where I can have them set up something over at the Food Network and I could just go up in there eating people food like I'm on Diners, Drive-Ins, and Dives. I don't have that ability. And in Trump's economy, I ain't getting my ass on no goddamn plane. I like life. Especially when y'all got a damn former real worlder running the Department of Transportation. So I ain't getting on no plane. Not until the next president. And y'all hire some actual people that know what they doing over there at the TSA. So what had happened was, so I guess with all the drama and everything that was going on, apparently what was it? The Houston Health Department, because I had to find out what the actual wording was, had to be called in to temporarily shut down her Texas eatery, which was down at the Houston Rodeo. So the stand owned by Tina Knowles, the mother of Beyonce and Solange, sells a version of the Southern cuisine staple and was closed for clerical issues. They said it was something to do with paperwork, whatever the case is, and it had nothing to do with the food. Because here's the thing, you can't be running up in there doing any kind of food stuff because they will be. I've worked in the restaurant business. I work in the food business, and I know when you have those inspectors coming in, they check all the temperature. You got to change the temperatures of the water and stuff around the job, and you got to have the temperature of the food at a certain way. So I know how all that works. And you will get hit with a situation if everything ain't up to par. And they show up by surprise. They don't never tell you when they coming. So, Dr. Teresa Tran, director of Houston Health Department, told USA Today in a statement that the department temporarily closed the stand on March 16 due to a complaint investigation. Because y'all was over there being messy, talking about how food is nasty, and y'all was getting food poisoning. That's what it was. Now, Tran said the stand was cooperative with the department recommendation and passed an inspection. So all y'all was up in there lying for clout to go on TikTok and Instagram, and she passed the inspection. Because here's the thing, I'm a believe the inspectors over y'all lying asses who want to go viral on social media. Now, Mama Tina's Gumbo was authorized to reopen on March 17th, according to Tran. Service had resumed by March 18th, according to Houston NBC affiliate KPRC. The health department did not provide the reason for the stand's closure. USA Today reached out to Tina Knowles reps for comment. Now, what is Tina's Gumbo? Now, the pop-up, according to Tina Knowles, is an opportunity for Beyonce fans to try the gumbo she absolutely loves. Beyonce, they said everybody's been waiting for, oh wait, hold on, because I do have the video of Mama Tina talking about her gumbo over on the Instagram. So hold on as I pull that video up in case y'all have not seen it. And we're going to hear Mama Tina and them overfilled, them overfilled face of hers spill the tea. Hold on, let's hear it and we'll come back and talk.
Hi guys, I'm at the booth and I'm about to have my gumbo for the day. I've been eating it every single day. You can see how much shrimp, jumbo shrimp and sausage and it's chicken all the way through. And crab meat is amazing. So take my bowl. I gotta get down here and get some rice. How y'all doing?
I can't sit there with my pictures. I don't know.
I got.
Now, I said it now. She ain't get the shits after eating that, then y'all didn't either. But look, she said she's excited. She's out here serving up that gumbo. And they said the gumbo is available in two options: a $25 seafood version with beef sausage, chicken, shrimp, and blue crab, and a $23 chicken and sausage only option. They said the stand is scheduled to remain open until March 22nd. And the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo is the largest stock exhibition and rodeo in the world, according to Scott Sosby, professor of Stephen F. Austin State University and executive director of the East Texas Historical Association. Over 2.7 million people attended the event in 2025. And I know, look, this is the same shit that we was dealing with that damn Jules Smith. Y'all want to be in such close proximity, of Beyonce. That is like when y'all don't get what y'all want, y'all gonna get mad. And we gonna get into Jules because we got another story regarding him after this topic. But y'all want to be in such close proximity to these people, and then when they don't give you what you want, then y'all get an attitude. And so it's like, yeah, if I'm opening up a food cart and I'm serving people, I don't have time to be stopping, signing autographs, taking pictures, or I'm not selling a book. I'm not doing a memoir. I don't got music coming out or whatever the case is. If that was it, then we do the meet and greets and the pictures and the shaking the hands and the kissing the babies and the politicking. But if it's dealing with food, I got to keep taking my gloves off and putting them on. I'm trying to serve people because it's busy and y'all want me to take a moment. If you was really about being an influencer, what you do is you take B-roll of Mama Tina's gumbo truck, film stuff around it, film some B-roll with that. If you see her at the counter, giving the people the stuff and they ringing up the orders and all the other stuff, take B-roll of her working, use that as a part of the B-roll, and then you work it up as like, oh yeah, I'm at Mama Tina's gumbo truck. I'm about to try her gumbo. I'm gonna try two different versions to see which one I like the best. I'm gonna get the $25 seafood version with the beef, the sausage, the chicken, and the shrimp, and blue crab, and I'm gonna try the $23 one with the chicken and sausage. And we're gonna sit here and try both of these, and I'm gonna tell you which one I like the best. And I'm gonna give you an honest opinion. That's what you do as an influencer. You don't go up in there and start throwing shade and reading people go, oh, she thinks she all that. So now her shit is nasty. When you start coming in with that bias, I don't trust you. You already done lost me at that situation. And that's what a lot of y'all doing. See, a lot of y'all want to jump in this whole YouTube, social media, influencer space, and y'all don't know how to do the shit right. And this is why a lot of people don't trust y'all with a lot of your opinions, because you come at it from a sense of bias rather than coming in authentically. And so I'm not going to buy it. Now, unless you show me your doctor's receipt that you went to the doctor and you was having issues with eating her food or whatever the case was, and you got a doctor's note saying that you had food poisoning, that's the only time I'm gonna believe it. Post them damn HIPAA up on the social media. That's the only way I'm gonna believe y'all asses that y'all ate Mama Tina gumbo and y'all was sick. So I say all this to say, because I told you I'm in a bitchy mood today. So I would definitely want to hear from y'all regarding this whole situation. Did you try the gumbo? What is your honest opinion of the gumbo? Biases aside and all that other stuff. You were there. I want to hear what had happened, what had transpired. Was she giving y'all attitude? Was she being shady? If that was the case, then I may change my tune. I just want to know the real deal instead of y'all just coming up in here with a sense of bias because y'all want a moment in the spotlight and on social media. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Oh, damn. Vogue is officially 36 years old. Beyonce said in an old interview that she doesn't cook. I doubt her mother. Yeah, her mama was doing hair. She wasn't cooking. Maga, Nelly, and the Sean. God, who was watching that shit? Now she would have came out better doing a meet and greet. He said she needed staff of servers and she could host. Well, she could have did that too. But sometimes a lot of them want to be all performative up in there talking about, oh yeah, I'm up in here, I'm putting the gumbo in the cup. I want to make it look like I'm serving. A lot of them with that performative stuff. So she want to act like she was doing something while they was really up in there making the gumbo. It's like, here she go. All right, let's get back into the show, y'all. Damn, we 3 hours in. I didn't realize I was talking that long. And let's talk about Solange's son, that messy ass little skinny child over there, that light bright Jules Smith. So apparently, Jules Smith, because y'all still reading him over there on social media over the fact that y'all went and hired him to go host a gay event when there ain't nothing about that man that showed that he was an ally for the community. But we got a bunch of black sissies and punks that hate themselves and want to be in such close proximity to Beyonce because she said Uncle Johnny made my dress. That cheap ass mess is still a mess, whatever the fuck she said in that damn song, because she brought a couple of you ballroom girls up in the situation, and she talked about put your freaking dress on and had Jonte dancing in the background, and she also had Jonte on the Renaissance tour. Did she also have him on the Cabo Carter tour? I don't know if she had him there, but I do remember she had Jonte, who used to be working with her in her choreo, the dancing and stuff back in the day. She had him in the freaking dress video and a bunch of other stuff. So because they've used the gays in a couple of situations, then all of a sudden it's like y'all wanted Jules Smith because you could never get a Beyonce and you could never get a Solange to show up at a gay black event. So the closest thing y'all thought of was Jules Smith, a 21-year-old failed model who has no talent to speak of, that actually showed up at an event with 20 girls and kept disrespecting y'all on social media, didn't really promote y'all except on his little Twitter, the little Twitter situation, a little Twitter drive-by, I guess is what we'll call it. And then didn't really give any kind of whatever to us in the community to show that he even gives a fuck about the gays, and then played in y'all face, and now y'all mad that Joanne the scammer walked away with a couple $1,000 while y'all were left high and dry and taking pictures from a distance because he was roped off in VIP, sitting alone like he was Candy Muse. If you know, you know, with that reference. But anyway, so Jules Smith decided to take himself online with some girl with weird ass looking baby hairs, and talk about the hardest part about being himself was dealing with misconceptions about his sexuality, and talking about grown-ass adults calling me gay. Sir, you're 21, so you're a grown-ass adult in the eyes of the law. So I don't know what you're talking about, Willis. It's about grown-ass adults. But we did talk about it on this show that somebody let it spill that you apparently was having a relationship with a dude, and you sent him your nudes, and he went and leaked them online like you leaked Sky Jackson's nudes back in the day, lest we forget. But anyway, let's get into that clip of when him yapping about a bunch of goddamn nothing, because all he is your close proximity is the fact that you are Beyonce's nephew, Solange's son, but you have no real talent to speak of except running your mouth being an asshole. But let's play this clip and we'll come back and talk. Please hold.
Part about me and
you. Misconceptions.
What are the
People think I'm gay. You know that?
I am gay.
Really like that?
I do.
Like, you want to know something that's so crazy?
What's crazy?
Like, in the start of my life, I used to,
This is nice to be out.
Nah, for sure. Look, you know, like the first time I ever heard myself in the media was I was in 7th grade, and my mom had posted this picture of me. I was dressed as LL Cool J. I had like this red
Halloween
jumpsuit. Yes, I'm 13 at the time. Mind you, I had a girlfriend at the time. I went to school, and my girlfriend showed me a picture that my mom posted. It was on some media shit, and these grown ass adults was calling me gay at 13 because they were saying I'm pretty. I'm a pretty boy. And so look, so this is how I kind of think of it. I started modeling, and I went from bashing women to automatically now I'm gay. And then look, listen, I just declined the interview at the spot, and now I'm homophobic. So I went from bashing women to now I'm gay to now I hate gay people. So it's kind of, you know, just let them say what they want.
Okay, I feel like we had enough. Now, the thing I don't like about is the fact that, okay, people's calling him gay because he's considered a pretty boy. Yes, and the definition of him being a pretty boy would be that he's light-skinned, he's got pretty eyes, he's got, like, green eyes. I have cousins that literally look like Jules Smith. One of my friends, Kenneth, who is, like, half indigenous, he's also his father's Italian, whatever, so he has, like, green eyes. Yeah, I told you, I come with a lot of mixtures in my family. So my cousin Kenneth pretty much is similar to Jules, where it's like they got the green eyes and the light skin and all other stuff, very white passing and all the other stuff. So totally understand it. Like, y'all sitting there calling a little boy gay when he's young and still trying to figure himself out. I don't like that. But the whole idea with them saying that you're homophobic, that stems from the fact that you had a bunch of tight ass promoters over in Atlanta, a bunch of self-hating punks. Because I remember reading that thing where y'all was online, and some of the wording that what you put in that shit pissed me off. Because since when we have a problem with straight people inviting them in our situation regarding our lifestyle, I'm paraphrasing because you kept using words like lifestyle, and it's like, wait a minute. A man getting with another man is not a fucking lifestyle, and I'm sick of y'all using that phrase. And it's always niggas that be doing that shit, and that's why I'm saying it like that, because it'd be a lot of you stank ass punks from the black community that like using that phrase, some goddamn lifestyle. Being with someone of the same gender is not me putting on a pair of Jordans and some clothes and going out for a couple of hours, and when I come home, I take the lifestyle off. That's not what that is. Being gay is a part of who I am, and it's not all of who I am. So y'all need to learn how to phrase things correctly and stop using words, because when I read that thing from the promoters over there regarding this situation, it felt like it was coming from a place of self-hatred, and I feel like there's a lot of that deep-rooted self-hatred within the black gay community, where it's like y'all feel like the only way that we can get any kind of love, any kind of recognition, any kind of acceptance is we always got to reach out to these straight people. Another thing that I want to bring up, because this shit happened this week. I don't know when you Negroes gonna learn y'all motherfucking lesson, but let's get into it. So another thing that pissed me off is how y'all had fucking Carisha, of all people, aka Young Miami, judging a ball. Where on this planet does this bitch know anything about judging a ball? Tens of chops. That's the same thing y'all did with that vocally challenged broad, Mary J. Blige. Y'all had her up in there judging a ball too. The fuck she know about a ball? Nothing. And I don't care if she's the queen of hip-hop soul. Y'all should not be having people who have no affiliation with ballroom judging the balls. And you wonder why people like Naomi comes out and bitches. And you wonder why people like Aja comes out and says stuff. Or a lot of the ballroom purists come out and read you bitches down to the ground. Because y'all continuously look into these celebrities, especially someone like Carisha, who has said some problematic things back in the day that she would beat her ass child if he was a faggot. But y'all want to go and invite this bitch to the damn ball. Yes, I'm pissed. I told you I'm in a bitchy mood today. And I hate the fact that I'm coming out with this energy, but I feel like I'm giving y'all my best work when I'm in this mood. Anyway, so y'all did that. She's made homophobic things in the past, but she don't mind getting pissed on by Diddy. But you want to sit up here and talk about that. The most embarrassing thing that you would have is your son coming out talking about he like dick? Really, bitch? And that's a problem with a lot of you women, when y'all be wanting to say that. And I'll be like, I'll be ready to cuss y'all fucking asses out too. I got time. So there was that. And then don't even get me started the fact that y'all invited that homophobic, transphobic cunt, Kaya, who only has one goddamn song. I don't know how you gonna perform at a pride event with one song, My Neck, My Back. What you doing there? The 10-minute Thunder Puss extended version? There's not one that exists, but you know what I'm saying? Because back in the day, we used to have those long versions of songs. So it was like that, and what you gonna sing? The next caller? So yeah, that was a problem too. It's always the black community that does this. Because here's the thing: white LGBT establishments would not be doing this. They would not hire someone like a Kaya or a Young Miami to perform at their establishment, or Jules Smith. It's always black people that do this dumb shit. So are we going to continue to scrape the bottom of the barrel, or are we actually going to give opportunities to people within our community who actually love us, care for us, and want to big us up? Y'all don't be doing that. Y'all want to always look to these people who literally wouldn't spit on your ass if you was on fire. Watch them. Now, here's the thing, and I would not be surprised. And you know, I say crazy shit and usually come true. I would not be surprised if they hired Nicki Minaj when she's at the depths of the end of her career to do a Black Pride event, and you punks will come out for that bitch in the New York Minute. Guaranteed. Because it's like y'all have no real love and pride in yourselves. So at the end of the day, Jules can feel how he want to feel. Leave the boy alone. Let this be a lesson learned. And I'm not really mad at him. I'm mad at him because, you know, when he came out trying to be cute and slick with his damn mouth. So yeah, you're going to get red over the overcompensation on that part. But I'm also mad at a lot of you people that work behind the scenes at these black events that continue to please love me, please give me attention, please, I want y'all to accept me for being a homosexual in my lifestyle, because that's the way y'all think. There's a lot of self-hatred that you need to work out with your pastor, with your therapist, or whoever the fuck you feel comfortable enough that you need to talk to. Maybe you don't need to talk to your therapist, because you know some of these, not therapists, maybe some of y'all need not to talk to a pastor, because some of you pastors is in the goddamn closet too, hunching your these deacons or your fellow choir director or some of these other people behind your wife's back while she up in here acting like she the first lady of the church, and you in the background getting your pipes clean. And by the pipes, I'm talking about the hole in the back of your ass. So I say all this to say, let's leave this boy alone. Let's put him behind us. I don't care about this child no more. Let's just move on from all this, because I just don't get the energy that y'all can keep putting behind this little boy, and he want to keep jumping on the line and giving full-on speeches about why people think he gay. And then of course it ends up on self-hating black blogs like the Neighborhood Talk and the Shade Room, where they love to try to throw homophobic and transphobic shit in the comments. And mind you, they got a bunch of damn punks that work there too. But they want to sit and continuously throw shade in the comments, and y'all be living for it. So I don't, people's love and approval of that other shit. I'm so glad I'm comfortable enough in my skin that I don't need your approval. Your approval is neither desired nor required in the ways of in the words of my girl Noxzema Jackson, what she said back in the day. It's like, you're gonna respect me though, but I don't need you to accept who I am. I'm still gonna live my life and do what the fuck I want, whether you agree with it or not. So I definitely want to hear from y'all. What do you guys think of this story regarding what Jules up in here saying a whole bunch of damn nothing to some girl that I guess that was the one he was giving little pecks and kisses and stuff with while he was there at the gay, what was it, Opium, the name of the club out in Atlanta. So yeah, I definitely want to hear from y'all. Let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. I hope T.S. Madison buy Tasha K house and says you could stay. What? Oh, was you watching Armand Wiggins? Because he said something like that. Because Armand Wiggins did a video on the fact that Tasha K apparently put her house up for sale because she got to pay them. She got to pay off that Cardi B situation, and Cardi B don't need money from Tasha. She teaching her ass a lesson. All she had to do was take them videos down. But she was up in here trying to kiss y'all, her fan, the winos. Y'all was up. She was up in here trying to be cute in front of y'all, but her ego is why she is where she is, and she broke, and allegedly having to create GoFundMe's for y'all to, help her out with her bills. Well, I have an issue with that too, but legendary. Look, there was issues with Legendary. People had problems with that with the select, but at the end of the day, I think with the difference, I guess Legendary gets a pass because Legendary was TV, and when you're trying to do something regarding catering to a specific community, but you also have to kind of mainstream it for TV. You have to bring in the Megan Thee Stallions and all other stuff just so that way you can get people to watch the show. Hence why you had that little altercation between Laura Roach and Dominique Jackson. And I can tell you firsthand because I knew Dominique Jackson back in the day. I used to kiki and see Dominique back when she was doing drag at Chi Chi's and Two Potato back in the day. So I knew Dominique when she was Tyra Allure. And she was a ballroom girl. So all that statuesque beauty coming up in there, and I used to live for her. So, and Chi Chi's and Two Potato was like a black gay establishment that was in the West Village. So I used to go to those places. And the men was fine up in there too. Like literally, if you ever read the book B-Boy Blues, there was a lot of what's his name? Raheem? There was a lot of them up in there. A lot of the boys that you would see that literally looked like something like something out of Apprende, something out of a Enrique Cruz porno. Not necessarily Latino fan club. It was very much Enrique Cruz because Enrique Cruz was my type of adult cinematography. Ooh, child, I don't know where he found them boys, but honey. But yeah, I can totally see why they did what they did with Legendary. Legendary were trying to mainstream it, so they had to bring in the Megan Thee Stallions and all that other stuff. Hmm My bad extended mix. Dub 15 minutes. That's literally what we gonna get. Oh yeah, because you like being swallowed. I tried looking for the Jules screenshots, but I couldn't find them. They might be on my old Bigo account. Yeah, because I remember seeing his penis, and when y'all was somebody describing it, didn't we describe it the same way at the same time? I told you I seen them pictures. I said if you think that just sharing it with one person, you know somebody gonna screen grab it and spread the love. It's now spreading the top Chicago houses on sale. Because yeah, and I told you, Mom Wiggins did a whole video on it. And somebody sent him information. I think she's trying to sell it for, what was it, 300K or something or another? I can't remember. You know what? I just remembered Love Story is on right now, and I forgot because I was watching your show. My loyalty to you remains intact, even when it's the Princess Di. Look, can't you like catch it? Um, later on, like then they do like a replay. I don't know if you watch it on cable or like Hulu or whatever the case is, because I know it's on Hulu, but I don't know if I think they show it the next day. I don't remember, but I'll be that's usually how I watch it. But I do appreciate that when y'all show like my loyalty to your show over my regular program. I truly appreciate that I can keep y'all engaged while your other show was on. So I do appreciate y'all sticking around. All right, y'all. So now let's get into some hockey news. And I'm gonna tread lightly with this because I want to keep my job. So let's talk about this whole situation. So apparently, Sarah Palin is dating an ex-NHL star who used to play for the New York Rangers. So the other day, I think I told y'all this, that the other day we had Pride Night over at, and we have this every year, by the way. We had Pride Night at Madison Square Garden. So we gave money to certain charities because we always do that in between, like when we have little what do you call it? Like we have timeouts and stuff. I don't know if it airs on TV because usually when it's like I'm working the events, I don't know what airs on TV and what doesn't air. But apparently, I guess y'all knew that it was Pride Night over there at the thing, unless you saw it on social media, because we were giving out fanny packs that were like Pride, themed. And so I know a lot of people think that hockey is homophobic, and I guess in some ways it is. But for the most part, I will say is that when we were giving money to certain charities, I think we gave money to GMHC and all this other stuff. People were up in there clapping. So it's not as homophobic as y'all think. Now, I'm not going to say it's very much like lollipops and rainbows, like heated rivalry. No, we still have people up in there who could be a little aggressive. We do know that hockey still has its issues in regards of like, will there ever be a player that comes out? Because I'm sure there are gay players. But what also people need to realize is this, because he was saying that the reason why they lost to the LA Kings was because of Pride Night. First of all, Artemi Panarin, who used to play for the Rangers, yeah, I'm about to get butch now, was traded to the LA Kings. And this was his first time in the Garden since being traded. So we even had a moment where we welcomed Panarin back to the Garden. And people was up in there clapping. He appreciated it. So we was even rooting for one of the members of the other team. And let's also be clear. The reason that I guess it must be every night that they play at home at the Garden, it must be Pride night because the Rangers ain't been playing all that great this season. In fact, they played pretty bad. So and that's no shade. I love the Rangers. I love that, they're our home team or whatever the case is. But yeah, they haven't had a great year. And me speaking to the hardcore season ticket holders and the fans of the game, they'll tell you that they've been kind of disappointed in this season and how they've said the Rangers, like I have the conversations with people. So don't listen to this moron who's going on Twitter to spew his homophobia and transphobia. Me, who was actually in the building with the people, I'm going to tell you the real shit. So, Sarah Palin's boyfriend, Ron Duguay, got the nerve talking about the gays, and you got gay in your name, has blamed the team's latest loss to the Los Angeles Kings on their Pride Night celebration at Madison Square Garden in an extraordinary social media outburst. Now, Duguay, the longtime boyfriend of Sarah Palin, melted down on Twitter Monday as the Rangers fell to the LA Kings 4-1 at Madison Square Garden, saying, "I didn't want to say it before the game, but I saw this coming tonight, down 4-1 after the singing national anthem to Rainbow Flag to a small group, bad idea, bad mojo." First of all, I don't know what the hell he was talking about because there was no rainbow flag flaring as this was going on. Because literally, whenever the national anthem was going on, I stopped people at the top of the vom and we wait. And I was looking. There was no there was no flags. I don't know what the hell this heifer talking about. And plus, on top of that, there was one of the players had, on their hockey stick, on the bottom part, it was like rainbow colors. So people was in there showing they love. So I don't know what the hell this idiot talking about. So he says, "I don't blame all of the Rangers organization. It's only a select few college brain washed up woke kids pushing their agenda on others in the organization. I believe at least 70% of the fans tonight wanted no part of it at all at a Rangers game, just wanted a family night out, husband, wife, and kids. That's what New York." Okay, first, I'm not reading any of this, and this is bullshit because as somebody who was in the room, people could care fucking less about rainbow, gay, this, that, and the other. We've even had a night where we celebrate Black history at the Rangers. How many Black people actually watch the Rangers or hockey in general? We have a handful that plays hockey, but where's that energy? Because if he would have said that racist shit, the black people would have ate his ass up online. But because it's in trend now, or it's on trend, I should say, to go after LGBTQIA plus people on social media, this is what he's going to do because, this is what Trump is doing with this war that he done sucked us in, where he's now blaming Israel when you were okay, when you were down with the shits from the beginning. And because we're losing, now you want to point the finger at everybody but yourself because you're a warmongering dumbass, because you literally have George W. Bush looking like Einstein compared to some of the dumb decisions you've been making since you started your second term. So, his first term was bad, but this is even worse. He's going down the history as the worst fucking president on the planet. But of course, we have somebody who was dating someone who tried to be vice president and fucking lost, because that was where John McCain screwed up by picking this dumb bitch to be his VP. And people wasn't here for the shits. So that's how they lost. And now she dating a dumb bigot who wants to, of course, throw the LGBTQ plus community under the bus, because instead of you just saying, look, the Rangers have had a bad season and that's what it is. But no, it's the gays' fault. So, and then talk about the people just want to have a regular family night. People were coming up in there with their kids. They weren't being like, "Oh, cover your eyes because we have rainbow flags," or kids like, "Mommy, what's LGBTQ night? Or what's Pride night?" Like, I wasn't hearing none of that. The kids was busy up in there eating their damn cotton candy. They were eating their hot dogs. They were busy having to go back and forth to the bathroom because, there's a lot of that. A lot of kids got to go to the bathroom. Parents is taking their kids up and down. The teenagers were up in there just watching the game. They don't care about all that shit. So when he's going to sit up in here and say all of that, maybe there were some people that were uncomfortable. I don't know. I didn't see it. Nobody said nothing to me. But for the most part, they know what Pride Night is. We've been having Pride Night at New York and the Garden for years, and we celebrate everybody at the Garden. So if that's a problem you have, oh well, sir, deal with it. because you know what? The world is diverse and the gays ain't going no damn where. Now, what you need to be worrying about is the fact that if you're going to live long enough to see any gay people in your lifetime, because your ass got stage 4 cancer. So maybe that's what you need to be focusing on, trying to live long enough for your girlfriend to still suck your dick rather than you worrying about what the gays sucking dick. Now, they said that his words carry weight for some fans. After his 1977-89 playing career concluded, he later served as a TV analyst for the Rangers on MSG for 12 years until 2018. Now, before Monday's game, he slammed the team for giving away a Pride Night pouch to the first 10,000 spectators. And it was like over about 16,000 that showed up. And I know a lot of people was like, well, how come you only do 10,000? Because it's like, it's first come, first serve. And if people know that you are going to have 15,000 to 16,000 pouches, then they're not going to make their way to try to show up on time. And that's the way that it is. And who's going to pay to have all that amount of pouches? So it's a first come, first serve situation. Now, Duguay griped at the promotion was encouraging transgender lifestyle. So there's only transgender people that exist in the LGBT. It's funny, y'all always want to focus on the T in LGBT. And we have trans people that work at the Garden. So we don't discriminate. And by the way, I will say that this is me speaking for me. I'm not speaking for the company. So New York Rangers supporting encouraging trans lifestyle. Have you not been reading and watching the news? Oh, you mean Fox News? You mean faux news? Where they're with their anti-trans rhetoric? Please. There's like 2% of people that actually that are trans that are playing sports, but they're the boogeyman that's going to come and ruin your kids and steal your jobs when it's the oligarchs. That's what we need to be focusing on. So shut the fuck up. And they said basically with the Rangers, they posted, and that's what he's responding to, because on the Rangers page, they said the first 10K fans at the Garden tomorrow night will receive a Delta Pride pouch. See you here. Now, they said the NFL's efforts to recognize the gay community has faced pushback before. Perhaps Duguay should take a cue from U.S. Olympic hockey hero Jack Hughes, who scored the winning overtime goal in Team USA's gold medal game last month. Hughes, who plays for the New Jersey Devils, said in a 2024 interview, "The team I play for, we really support that. We're a really welcoming organization. Obviously, that's how we grew up. My family really supports that too." And it's always in the way you're raised. So, there's about a bit of that. Now, Bleacher Report hockey writer Adam Herman, I should point this out, pointed out that the Rangers, who rank last in points in the Eastern Conference, because they're not making it to the playoffs. I think the Knicks might be making it to the playoffs because they've been playing relatively well. But the Rangers, after their next, I think, 5 final games, I think they're pretty much done at the beginning of April. We just got to worry about the possibility of, like, if the Knicks go to the playoffs, then we'll have to figure out that schedule. But anyway, so they said they rank last in points in Eastern Conference, have consistently been victorious on Pride Night. He gave us sounder reason for their setback. He said the New York Rangers won every single Pride Night game between 2012 and 2025, just in case any bigots are keeping score at home. Maybe this year's team lost because they lose most games. And I think that's what but they're not going to tell you that part. It's just easy to create fake outrage to get y'all riled up. He wants to get the homophobes and the transphobes riled up because while we're trying to make progress, we even did like a little joke online because you can send in like a message and we'll put it on the Jumbotron. You have to send it like 72 hours in advance. We're going to come that day. So like, oh, look, happy birthday, so-and-so, mommy loves you and your brother and sister. Like, we'll do that. We even did like a little Shane Ilya thing on the Jumbotron in reference to the heated rivalry situation. So while we have been celebrating Pride Night at the Garden, we also are aware of heated rivalry and the popularity, and we wanted to play that up. So, like I said, we're all about, while Trump and them is trying to go against DEI and hiring a bunch of didn't earn it over there in the White House, we actually do celebrate, what's the DEI stand for again? Literally out of brain for it. We are very, well, I'll just say, we're just all inclusive. So, look. Now we got look, I'm just over it with these conservative morons looking for attention and throwing queer people under the bus for clicks and likes. And like I said, Shout out to all the queer communities. Shout out to all the different communities. We even have a bunch of clubs that you can join at the Garden where we highlight queer people, Black people, Asian people, Latino people. We celebrate everyone at the Garden. We don't discriminate. So if you got a problem with people who are different than you, take that up with your mama, take it up with your pastor, take it up with your therapist. We don't give a fuck. So I say all this to say, when you guys think of this story, this idiot looking for attention and clout, when you need to be focused on how you're going to try to stay alive with that stage 4 cancer running up in your body. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments. Well, I turned off the thing down below. Oh, child of ghetto. Okay, let's see where we're going. Hold on, because I'm trying to scroll on up. Oh, you said I'm waiting for the rerun at 10. Well, thank you. Beauty and Black actor Xavier Small says God will not allow the gay. Who? Child, don't nobody watch that damn show. I don't even know who that is. The only Smalls I know is Naomi Smalls and Biggie Smalls. And you said I've seen the comments. Or you said the moderates, independents, and wait, what is? Well, you said what is the ODRA? The moderates, independents, and Republicans are saying the quiet part out loud. The LGBTQ and trans issues aren't working like it did in 2024. It's because he's done so much craziness that it's like, okay, now you're trying to distract with the gays and the trans. Thank you. I don't know how I forgot diversity, equity, and inclusion. I just had a brain fart because, with all this bandwidth I've been burning, with all this shade I've been throwing, it's like I be forgetting the simple shit. What is DI again? Diversity, equity, and inclusion. Or as I like to say, with some of these people that use the DEI and try to reframe it like y'all did woke, in the way that I say that the version of the DEI in the White House didn't earn it. That's what DEI stand for to me. But anyway, let's get back into the show. Before we get into the rest of the show, we are down to our final 4 topics. So before we get to our final 4 topics, if you could please do me a solid and hit that like button. If you are new to the channel, hit that subscribe button, and also be sure to smash that notification bell so that way you know when we go live with a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered. If you are having trouble getting those notifications, you may have to unsubscribe and resubscribe, because I've heard some people telling me that they haven't been getting the notifications that I'm live. Also, if you can, if you want to send super chats, definitely do that. If you want to send a super sticker, you can do that. If you want to, if you want to do all the things, you can do all the things. I'm not holding a gun to your head, asking you to do it, but if you want to, show some love to the show in any way possible. If you don't want to send no coinsadas, you can definitely do that by hitting the like and subscribe and the notification and all that good stuff. Okay, so now let's get, speaking of hockey and heated rivalry, let's talk about heated rivalry. So I think out.com, oh no, it was Pink News. I know it was one of the gay blogs, managed to get their hands on some information regarding some of the what we could expect from season 2 in regards of some casting calls that were going around regarding the show. I was like, wait, where is the I tell you, there's so much stuff in here. Sometimes I be on the struggle bus trying to find these pictures. Anyway, okay, so let's get into the tea. So season 2 of Heated Rivalry was previously confirmed, with details suggesting it will follow the story of Ilya and Shyne, played by Connor Story and Hudson Williams. But I mean, what else were they going to do with the next season? That's kind of what people want. Now, the show, which debuted on Canadian channel Crave last year, is based on the Game Changers novel series by Rachel Reed, a series of homosexual hockey novels featuring a lovable and hateable cast of characters. The debut season was based on the second book, Heated Rivalry, but included the characters from Game Changer, Scott, played by Francois Arnault, and Kip, played by Robbie GK. Recently, an alleged casting call went out for new characters to join the second season, with details of what fans can expect, and it's safe to say that fans of the books are thrilled. So the third book in the series, Tough Guy, follows awkward hockey player Ryan Price and his love interest, musician Fabian Salah. So what does that mean? He gonna be Arabic? That's what Salah sounds like. Salah Al Akbar. Now, while Ryan's trademark red hair might not make it to the show. The casting call says possibly redheaded, unless y'all gonna pull like an Archie Bunker, which y'all did with that actor, and y'all dyed his hair. If y'all want to change it up a little bit for the show, I wouldn't mind it. But if y'all come out and like, it's not really him, he's not a redhead. I'm like, look, everything, I'm not fucking up my follicles because y'all want accuracy. Like, if the character, if you got the essence of the character, I don't mind it. Fabian's androgyny will be present. Both roles will have implied sex, nudity, and kissing. I mean, what else will we have with the show? That's what we got from season 1. Now, continuing with the sizzling scenes from season 1, many of the new roles will also be bare-chested, bare buttocks. However, it's clarified there will be no full frontal. No. Well, they didn't give us full frontal in the last season. Could you imagine? We see Connor's story of Hudson Williams peeing all over our screens. Like this is Spartacus or Game of Thrones, because that last one that they did, Night of the Seven Kingdoms, there was penis all up in there. Especially in that episode with when that man came outside and peed. I'm like, damn, look at that big old dick. Looking like a elephant trunk. Now they says season 2 is also set to introduce Eric Bennett, focus of book 4, Common Goal. He's set to be early 40s, while the character is newly divorced and out as bisexual, nervous about entering the queer dating scene. However, his love interest, Kyle, appears to have been introduced already, played by Matthew Finlan. And I think that was the guy that played the bartender in the first season. I think where Kip was going to the bar or whatever, and that's when Francois Arenault's character was dating him. So then they said the casticle also includes very funny Harris Drover from book 5, role model. Interestingly, there was reportedly not a call for his love interest, hockey player Troy Barrett, though rumors suggest adult stars Jack Innanen has already bagged that role. Now, other roles include that of Dallas Kent, one of the homophobic villains of the book series, Wyatt Hayes, who was Ryan's friend of the team, Luca Haas, who plays with Ilya, and Ilya's therapist, I think they meant, Dr. Galina Mochalina. That's a mouthful. Galina Mochalina. She speaks the Russian. Now, fans are already getting excited when we're writing. I'm so happy we're getting Ryan, Fabian, and Eric, all the GC men. I know whoever they cast for all the roles will be perfect. And Jacob, we trust. Another said, I think I'm most excited for Fabian and Ryan. So it's interesting to see that, you know what, even though they're cherry picking from all the different books with all these different characters and intertwining them in this season, as long as they can figure out a way to make all of these characters interconnect and work with each other, then I don't mind seeing them. It's just got me more interested in wanting to check out these books before the new season starts. So I think I'm gonna probably do that so that way I can become well versed with these characters. And maybe sometimes I'm just more interested in trying to get into characters without having the books to think about, because if I compare the books to the show, then I tend to nitpick and pick things apart, and I don't want that to be the sole ruination of the situation. So yeah, that's the latest I have on that story, and I'll keep more about it. I'll keep you guys abreast of it as it develops. But in the meantime, I definitely want to hear from y'all. What do you guys think of this story surrounding the fact that, you know what, this is the people that are talking about casting for the upcoming second season of Heated Rivalry. Are y'all here for these characters? You interested to see where the show will take these characters versus how we see them play out in the book? Whatever your thoughts are on this matter, let me know in the comments down below. Before or after the Carmen thing, don't forget to bring up. Oh, no, I haven't forgotten. Do you think Hudson and Connor are destined to become one-role wonders, along with Cooper Koch, Joe Locke, and the Queer as Folk cast, and seemingly every homosexual actor on TV? I don't know, because Hudson and Connor have been nabbing roles since Heated Rivalry. We'll see how all that works out. Like, if we see them in something and like, okay, I literally just see Shane and Ilya on the screen. Well, they'll be doing their actual, Connor will be doing his natural, American voice. He won't be doing the Russian thing like he did on the show. So it'll be interesting to see him take on different roles and see if he can kind of disappear in those characters. Or is it that, like when you look at certain people, it's like, every time I watch TV, all I kind of like with Tom Holland. It's like every time I see you in something, all I see is Spider-Man. You try coming in as Nathan Drake, I just see Spider-Man trying to act like he's Indiana Jones. So it's like when there's some people who can't kind of you can't separate them from the character they're most famous for, it becomes a little difficult at times. But we'll see. But we haven't seen him in anything different yet. I mean, SNL doesn't count. That's fucking skits. Ariana Grande Frappuccino permanently damaged her hair, dyeing it red constantly during Victoria's. And that's why I said, like, I don't want to, like, a man putting on a wig, they always look like wigs. They don't look like your natural hair. Unless you're trying to do a long hairdo or whatever. And sometimes it does work. But you start to look like that bad wig Jamie Lee Curtis had in Halloween 2. And it's just like, no. If we got to change it up for the sake of the show, then I'm not screwing up my hair. Because KJ Appa went and was dyeing his hair red when he was doing Riverdale. Most do, even if they're straight. Some get lucky, like Doug Savant or Desperate Housewives. Yeah, he was lucky enough to kind of jump from Melrose Place to playing a heterosexual married husband and father on Desperate Housewives. Hal Sparks went to political YouTube as a progressive Gen X. So they all find different things to jump into. And Gail Harrell was doing parts here and there. Peter Page went behind the scenes and started producing. Because remember, he produced The Fosters, that show that Jennifer Lopez was also producing. He said, as bad as it might seem, passing as a straight guy is really the best advantage of entertainment. The guy for Wicked doesn't have this problem, and neither do Tyler, the creator, or Frank Ocean. Tyler, creator, I totally forgot. He was in Marty Supreme. And yeah, I do agree with that on the whole. What's his name? I know you're talking about the one that was also in Jurassic World. Yeah, as long as you have the ability where it's like, yeah, we know you're gay in real life, but you don't give any kind of inclination that you actually like penis, then yeah, you can play that off. It's weird, but whatever. Anyway, let's get back to the show. And let's talk about the Pussycat Dolls. So Carmit Bashar has spoken out since being a part of PCD and says that while they run around here saying that they asked certain people to come back, which I heard that they asked Melody and Melody to moved on. She like, I'm not interested in doing PCD. And then one of the other girls is a maggot. And so Carmit was like, yeah, nobody told me. Although one of my friends said they don't think that's true because she did kind of allude that she was aware, but she said many a times that she wasn't interested in coming back. And then when they didn't ask her back, now she's saying they didn't ask her back. So she's speaking out about why she's not participating in the PCD return after Nicole Scherzinger, Kimberly Wyatt, and Ashley Roberts announced they were relaunching the group as a trio with new music and a global tour. Former Pussycat Doll member Carmit has thanked the Libidical Plus community amid news that she was not invited back for the group's reunion, saying that performing at Pride was one of the most meaningful and joyful moments of her career. Taking to Instagram on March 17th, Bashar, who's 51, wrote, as an original member of the Pussycat Dolls, that chapter of my life will always hold profound meaning. I carry with me deep gratitude for the music we created, the experiences we shared, and most importantly, the incredible fans around the world who supported us. She continued by saying, I am especially thankful to the LGBTQ plus community. Performing at Pride events has been among the most meaningful and joyful moments of my career. Bashar went on to explain that she was not contacted regarding the Pussycat Dolls' upcoming reunion, and that she learned about it the same time as the rest of the public. So, hold on, because I was like, let me actually pull up her Instagram where we could see her up here with her luxurious red hair. So, oh yeah, she wrote a lot up in here. She was like, in light of recent developments, I feel it is important to speak honestly and respectfully. I was not contacted regarding the group's decision to move forward, and I learned of these plans at the same time as the public. Given my history with the band has been part with the brand, sorry, having been part of its foundation long before its commercial debut and instrumental in the connections that led to the record deal, I would have appreciated direct communication. While this is disappointing on a personal level, I remain proud of the role I played in helping shape what the Pussycat Dolls became. I believe the legacy of any group is built not only by those seen on stage, but also by the collective contributions and shared vision that brought it to life. My intention is sharing it. My intention in sharing this is not to create division, but to honor the truth, and the fans who have supported us throughout the years. Transparency and respect are values I hold deeply. At this time, I am choosing to focus on my well-being and to move forward with positivity and purpose. I remain open-hearted about the future and grateful for the continued love and encouragement I receive. Looking ahead, I'll be sharing new creative projects, including upcoming music, visual work, and an exciting collaboration with a television and music industry icon soon. XOXO, Gossip Girl. No, she said Carmine. But it's unfortunate that we're not getting all of the original cast, original girls and stuff. But I understand also that Carmine has been instrumental in what the PCD was and had become once the whole record deal situation came around. But it's gotten to the point where people are only aware of Nicole being the biggest star out of all of the girls. And that's kind of like what they focus on. I don't know how this whole deal even transpired of all of a sudden Nicole Scherzinger woke up one morning, you know what? Feel like I'm at a place where I want to do a reuniting tour and music and everything with Pussycat Dolls. 16 years later, after we kind of parted ways, and we tried to start and restart and have moments of putting this group together. And I don't know where it all transpired from, but apparently it's just like Harmeet feels like she should have been in the situation. I don't know who could have called her. I mean, I don't know what her relationship with Nicole was. Maybe Robin Antin should have called and let her know what the tea was. But because she's supposed to be the founder of the group. I mean, of putting these girls together, right? I mean, y'all was doing this back in y'all's on Burlesque Act. But let me read what the comments said and see if anybody's saying that. Okay, Brian Freeman, who's a choreographer, said a dancer. I think the last time I seen Brian Freeman or something, he danced in Lady Gaga's Abracadabra video. But he said, I love you so much. I will never forget seeing the original PCD at the Viper Room. Oh, yeah, we all remember that. With you leading the way. You are and will always be iconic. Peppermint said, always my favorite PCD, a real one from the start. You are an icon, and that precedes and outlasts that group. Thank you so much for recognizing your connection to the community publicly, especially in a time when it matters to many of us the most. It's heartbreaking it's heartbreaking when entities like business decisions that don't seem to respect or give reverence to the human beings that created it, but just know that many people are waiting with bated breath to support whatever new project you decide to put out. And in the meantime, you have my 100% support. Jay Fuzz, who is also a dancer, said, love you, heart emoji. Willem is in the comments with a heart emoji. Another person said, I love you. Anyone who knows you and the legend that is the Carmit, the one and only, knows how genuinely amazing you are as a human, let alone performer. You are so many people's reason why, including me. So for that, I thank you. Keep shining on. Jessica Sutter jumped in the comments and was like, you're the reason the PCD got the deal with Interscope to begin with. I remember hearing the story of when they discovered you when you were dancing for Gwen Stefani. That said, they said, who is that? The real ones know who the true history. No, wait. The real ones know who know the true history. Will never forget that. You're an icon. Love you so much. So everybody's up in there showing their love for her, saying that all six of y'all made the dolls. No one is more important than the other. And anyone who was around to watch the creation of PCD knows the real tea. So they're saying, yeah, give Carmit her things and show y'all love for her as an artist. Now, here's the thing. Yeah, they pretty much, maybe it was the industry that did that whole thing where they centered everything around Nicole, because Nicole is an exotic beauty. She has Polynesian features. There's no one out here that looks like her. and they wanted to send her because I remember hearing stories. They were talking about like, yeah, they were trying to make Nicole the big thing, and they were being racist towards Melody, who I know a lot of people were saying, no Carmi, no Melody. I'm not supporting this group. And I'm sorry, but PCD, y'all might be in danger because let's get in them ticket prices. There are tickets that are going for $600. I'm like, on what planet is, and this is the same thing I said about, for Lopez, in what multiverse is PCD that interesting enough where y'all got the unmitigated gall to charge anybody $600 for a ticket at a PCD concert? I don't give a good goddamn if you got little Kim, old Kim, baby Kim, midget Kim. I don't care what Kim you got or Maya. That ain't enough to get me to spend $700 on no damn PCD. Now here's the thing: I work at the Garden, so if I get put on for it, I'm getting paid to work the show. So, but I feel for the people that might want to see them, and y'all thinking that y'all are hot enough that you can ask that money. Quiet as I don't like any artist out here asking people $600 for a goddamn ticket. Don't even get me started on Gaga and them damn in the 200s. Y'all charging people $700-800 for a ticket. But if y'all gonna pay the money, because especially when we got dealing with this whole Live Nation Ticketmaster drama and how there was somebody that worked at Live Nation that was throwing shade at y'all because y'all was up in here being suckers and paying that money, that they over here, while they taking financial advantage of y'all with these overpriced tickets and these fees or these crazy fees and things of that nature. So y'all need to humble yourselves over there, because I'm like, while visually it looks good with y'all as a trio, because clearly what it's going to be is Nicole's going to be doing all the heavy lifting with the singing, and y'all going to have backing tracks and all this other stuff playing around, while Kimberly and the other girl going to have to remember to keep the mic to their mouth to pretend they singing, which they wasn't doing in them past concerts that I was saying. I was like, did y'all figure y'all supposed to be pretending to hold the microphone to your mouth, acting like y'all singing? Because clearly the only ones that was up there singing was Nicole and Melody. Off key, but they was up there singing. Because it was like, yeah, y'all need to work on y'all breath control back in the day. Because I remember watching them videos. I'm like, Melody pitchy, Nicole out of breath, trying to keep up with the singing. And the other girls in the background pop locking and dropping it, and holding the mic and kept forgetting to put it to their mouth to do the like doing those movements. So hopefully the performance and everything's gonna be tighter. Y'all gonna have to work extra hard to make sure y'all can get butts and seats. But $600 on the ticket, y'all done lost your ever loving mind if you thinking that you're gonna get people to show up for a show that people are kind of side eyeing to begin with, because y'all don't have car meet and you don't have. I don't care if y'all don't have the racist bitch up in there and all the other stuff. Y'all don't need to bring her back. Somebody said in the comments, "Oh, I don't care what her affiliations and stuff with or what her political beliefs." Well, you need to give a fuck about her political beliefs, because number one, you can't sit up in here where the gays is pretty much the main people that was supporting y'all. I mean, there was little girls, whatever, but they all grown now with kids and everything. So I don't know if they're gonna come out and support Pussycat Dolls and want to see them unless they having a girls' night out, whatever case is, or the parents were like, "Yeah, remember the Pussycat Dolls and we play the music and stuff, and we want to come see them." You want to take your little teenage daughter to see them. I can understand that, but for the most part, the gays are going to be the ones that's showing up. And if you got a homophobe that's been saying crazy stuff about trans people on social media, and you thinking that they're gonna come out and support that bitch, that's not gonna happen. So you need to give a damn about her political beliefs, because it goes against the very community that supports the group. Same thing I was saying about Nicki Minaj. You can't expect that the gays was pretty much keeping your career afloat. The only demographic that was keeping your career afloat, and then you go and talk shit about trans people and gay people, and expect them to still spend their money. There's still some people in the cult, and they're lost cause. But for the most part, if we're going to be talking about things, we got to talk about all the things and call it for what it is. So get it together, PCD. I'm sorry that Carmine is going through this right now, whatever the case is. And yeah, there's I don't know. I feel like I don't know if this show is cooked. They'll still keep it going. But what's probably gonna happen is the last day they probably gonna drop them tickets at $20 to make sure we can fill them damn seats. But look, they're only doing one night at the Garden. It's not like y'all doing multiple nights, because I don't even think they can sell that out. So I say all this to say, What do you guys think of this story surrounding the Pussycat Dolls and one of the founding members finding out that they're going on tour, and she found out when we found out, so she wasn't even included. So whatever your thoughts, and you think it was shady, or like if you thought it was maybe Nicole that pulled this little stunt because she feels like I am the Pussycat Dolls. I mean, the Pussycat Dolls made you famous, but you aren't the founding member. You were brought in from the record label because they wanted to find a good singer. You auditioned and they like what they saw and they put you to the forefront. So she all gassed up because she had a little Tommy Mottola behind her that was telling her that she is Mariah Carey with Jennifer Lopez dance moves. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Oh yeah, I read that one already. A lot of people want her included because she's an OG before the girl group, but burlesque era. That was like before when they started having, um, sing like when they started going to the singers thing. Because I remember like we talked about it before when they was at the Viper Room, they were a burlesque group, but they would have girls come in and guest sing. So they would have Fergie come in. Gwen Stefani, Britney Spears, Christina Aguilera, they would always have like the pop girls come in and the burlesque girls would dance behind them. And that's when Robin got the idea, you know what, instead of us doing this little guest thing, and I was even saying that back then, I'm like, why don't y'all just turn them into a girl group and get a singer and stuff in there? But what they should have sold it on from the beginning was, okay, you have one girl in the center who does the singing, and the rest of the girls pretty much are background dancers. So they were doing K-pop before K-pop was K-pop. So that's basically what that was. And now look, now we got all this drama going on. So I just feel like a lot of this stems from they weren't honest about what the Pussycat Dolls was supposed to be. Because normally when we think of girl groups, all the girls sing, all the girls harmonize, all the girls have parts. But all the girls in the group weren't singers. There were some singers, there were some dancers, and there was that. Said Carmi always been a real one. Divided by each girl. They were wrong. Yeah, they were wrong to snub her. All right, y'all. So now let's get into some Drag Race news. And let's talk about Drag Race UK. So the Drag Race UK episode came and went. Congratulations, I guess, to Miss Yes God Land, who was over there at Drag Race Thailand, who ended up winning UK versus the world. Now I ain't gonna hold you. To be honest, I was expecting either Mariah or Kate Butch to win. I don't think Garland knew the words to a lot of the songs. She, I feel like, was rewarded for being silly and messy and just making Rue laugh. And I don't know if it's just me, but I've been saying this for a long time. I truly and relatively feel that Rue has checked out of the show. I don't feel like she's engaged like she used to be. I feel like she's just going through emotions and just there for the check and is there because um she's getting and the Emmys. But if you keep showing like you don't give a damn about the show, they're gonna keep giving that shit to the traders. So first things first, before I get into my overall of the interview between Kate Butch and who was the other girl that we have up in here? Fontana, who came out as trans. Let's get into the tea what I want to say about the reunion. Now, here's the thing. What I will say about this, I like the fact that they did half reunion, half finale. I feel like y'all need to do that with every episode. You don't got to do it with season 18. Nothing happened on this season. This season was dry as hell. It was boring. These girls gave us a bunch of damn nothing. So we literally gonna have 10 minutes of a reunion? It don't need to happen. But in the future, if any drama or whatever transpires, I do feel like maybe y'all just need to combine both in one episode where we have the reunion first half, and then in the end, y'all could do like a lip sync for the crown type of situation and maybe do it that way. And whoever gets picked is picked. I think that's probably the way y'all need to go with the finales from now on instead of having to do some crazy spectacle. So I will say one of the things that they got into, Marlene de Verga was coming out and saying that she was quitting drag, and that was what was alluded to. And she said, no, I want to actually take time to get to know the boy me and all those other stuff and take time and get to know that part of myself and kind of put the drag on the back burner for now. Since then, Melinda went on social media and said, cool your heels. I'm not quitting drag. I filmed that a long time ago. I don't remember what the hell I said when I was there. So I have a couple of bookings coming up for Pride. I'm not abandoning the drag persona. So, Y'all can rest on your laurels, cool your heels, let them prevail, whatever how you phrase it or want to call it. She ain't leaving drag, and I'm glad she's back. Because I was saying, you've done the Canadian version of The Traitors, you've done a bunch of other shows. You are entertaining. I hated the fact that you were the pork chop of this season, but I definitely feel like you need to stick around. Now, also, Minty Fresh getting mad at Kate Butch for pretty much giving the chippy tea to Mariah over her because they apparently had an alliance, which Kate started in the first episode. Kate, your reasoning behind why you did what you did was bullshit. Just be open and admit the fact that maybe you saw more potential in Mariah than you did in Minty, and that way, after a while, you didn't want to abide by this alliance that you had wanted to start from the beginning. It'd be nice if you did that. The problem is a lot of y'all want to play congenial when you're on these reality shows and y'all don't want to be honest because you're worrying about what them fucking people over there on Twitter is going to say about y'all instead of just standing on business. So now y'all want to come across and try to act like you're demure and mindful when you was doing some shady shit because you wanted to make good TV or for whatever, or maybe you want to get rid of your competition. And then at the end of the day, you were the only British queen that made it to the finale. So I wish she would have been more honest with that, but she didn't. Then also, and speaking of honest, it would have been nice if then only Naomi was honest in regards of what was going on regarding her talking about that I don't care if I don't make it to the finale or what the case it was. I feel like that the reason why Fontana brought it up because she was at her wit's end. She was out here feeling alone. People kept giving the chippy tea to all the other girls, and she had to fend for herself when she was up there. I did find it kind of shady when she did that dramatic bullshit, when she started doing the samba, and she dropped to the floor like she had a fainting spell, like she was on Top Model, when she decided to go in and gloat, because that's what it felt like at the extent of Minty Fresh getting chopped. And I'm glad that she called that out. It would have been nice if Mariah would have been like, yeah, and that's why after the fact that when Minty went home and I brought it up in the workroom, I had to present it to her that, yeah, it did kind of come across like you were being shady and that you were gloating at the fact that you sent another girl home over the performance. I understand that that's how y'all celebrating shit in Brazil. Y'all lack humility, apparently, according to Fontana. So, with you doing all of that, it just seemed like to me that it just felt a little shady, and somebody had to call it out because I guess you don't see how we were gonna perceive it if we're watching that at home or you on the other side of watching that performance. And I'm glad that Minty brought it up in the reunion. And shout out to Michelle Visage because it seemed like Michelle Visage is more locked in and ready to and clock in and come to work than Rue is. I guess it's hard being a $60 million worth $60 million and one of the richest drag queens on the planet. So, and a fracking queen. And then we had the whole thing with Zahira and whatever it was that she had to say about it. And the fact that Zahira was bringing it up in regards of and only Naomi, and Naomi wasn't being truthful in the whole situation. Just own it. Just say that you were frustrated, you were going through whatever it was, and you just didn't care that you wanted to make it on you didn't make it all the way to the end. And here's the thing, sis, you didn't. You made it almost to the end, but you didn't make the top 4. So it'd have been nice if she would have been honest as well. And she was getting mad because Fontana kept bringing it up. Why are you making this a whole situation? But look, I guess because she was frustrated, she was annoyed. And it is what it is. So that was pretty much all that we got from the reunion, which, like I said, it was literally like 20 minutes long, and then we moved on to the rest of the thing. Oh, and shout out to who was it? Serena Morena, who won Miss Congeniality. So shout out to her. But let's get into the Q&A. So shout out to Pink News, who actually interviewed Kate Butch and Fontana, where they asked her what incredible finale, how are you both feeling before it aired? Fontana said, I was so excited. This journey has been amazing. I'm living my biggest dream. So I'm in a playground experiencing things I've never experienced before. So many things happened to me through this journey. I got to tell the world that I'm a transgender woman. Shout out to, because you know what that reminded me of? Monica Beverly Hills. I'm a transgendered woman. And it's like, I got to be featured on Vogue twice. It just made everything more beautiful. And I got to inspire and connect with so many bucket people out there, apart from the Swedish, the Brazilians, the immigrants, the trans. I was repping so many people that needed this spotlight. So it was an absolute amazing to connect with these people. And Kate said, I was really excited for it to come out. It was kind of just ending of an 18-month process. I can't believe y'all had that shit on ice for this long, this season. I mean, they said, but it just felt like a lot of work and a long time coming to an end. It was a bittersweet kind of moment, but what I love about the finale is you get all the queens back for better or worse, and we get to see our faves again in the amazing outfits. Like, can we talk about Malinda Verga? Both of her outfits this time, I was livid that we didn't get to see any more of her. And yeah, Fontana agreed they wanted to see more of her. I hope we get to see more of her because I'm gagged. She was gone way too soon. Well, if they decide to do another Canada versus the world or Canada All Stars, which I do believe they have a Canada All Stars, Canada Drag Race All Stars coming up. She's not on it, but if they decide to do another one, I would definitely love to see Melinda pop up in another situation. They also asked Kate, does she feel the pressure as the last remaining UK queen? She says, I don't think I put any pressure on myself. I think there were a lot of expectations and assumptions that people made that there's some kind of contract with the BBC that they have a UK queen, that it's been rigged and it's production interfering. I spent a lot of time just thinking I'd love to win, but at the same time, I don't think I'd survive winning because, and then that's when they also had to point this out. So apparently Kate watched a video or videoed herself watching the finale with Naomi and basically mouthed thank God when she lost to Godland. Because you know they film it in different versions so that way none of them know who won. And then you don't find out who won until the actual episode airs. So she said, yeah, I did say that. I didn't want to seem ungrateful. I wanted to be in the finale, and I feel a little bit bad for thinking that because obviously Fontana and Mariah would have absolutely slayed being in the top two, which I definitely feel like what should have happened. I do think Kate and Mariah should have been in the top two, but for whatever reason, they chose how they chose. But I said, I feel like a lot of the response would have been unbearable for me, and I just don't want to go. I didn't want to go through. I would have loved the 50,000 pounds, let me say that. And I think it alludes to a lot of what Kate said earlier, is because she didn't want to have to deal with, oh, yeah, and this season was rigged. Of course, because it's UK versus the world, they picked the UK queen to win. Excuse me. They picked the UK queen to win the show. So it's like, you can't win for losing. So it's like, even if I won fair and square and I worked my ass off to get where I am, if they pick the UK queen, they're all going to say, oh, of course they pick a UK girl out of everybody. So it's like, we can't even have like a real show because you don't know what's real and what's not genuine. And then they also talked about Fontana coming out as trans. We could move down from that because she said a whole lot. And then they said, you both had one of the best lip sync songs in the finale with Right on Time. How do you take on a song with no lyrics? And it said, I wanted Broken Heels. I was gutted. It's hard. Well, didn't they recently do another song where they had no lyrics and it was just stupid? I was like, how are they performing a lip sync to this? It's hard when the songs don't have a rise and a fall or a journey or lyrics, and I mean that mean anything. It's difficult. I think we both handle it really well. Like we're gonna do faces. That's what we got to do. It's a song about screaming. We're gonna look like we're screaming, but this has a season of quite interesting lip sync songs. Fontana got to do the most iconic, probably in Drag Race ever. And so, oh yeah, that crazy frog song. That's what it was. Because I was like, they're lip syncing to this for real? Okay. And then they talked about Serena Morena being crowned Miss Congeniality. They said, did you both vote for her? And they said, yeah, we could pick our top three. And everyone was like, Serena number one. No, Fontana said number one, number two, number three. I think that's what I did. I'm so happy for her. She's such a sweetheart. She's the one I got the closest with. And so they're showing all their love. And then what's next for the both of them is Game of Wool season 2 in the cards after your knitted runway. And Kate Bush said, maybe if they need a co-host, I don't think I'm going to do any more competitive things for a while. Let me have a break, especially knitting that quickly in a day. No, thank you. I'm going on tour with a show called Choose Your Own Cabaret. Since we saw the Chippy T decision, it wasn't received impeccably. I've decided that I'm going to abscond myself of all decisions and let the audience decide what happens. So that's happening around the UK and Dublin. Then after that, the world's my oyster. I'm going to do as much as I can with the time I've got. And Fontana also revealed that she's going on tour, but I don't have a visa to leave the country, so that's the thing that's putting me back. I was supposed to get out there and do a massive tour right now. It's very frustrating to be facing this right now because we work so hard. So hopefully I get to do it, and hopefully I get to do DragCon Brazil. They still got drag cons going on because they seem like they canceled the American one, and we don't have those anymore. We didn't have one in the US last year, and haven't heard anything about this year. And it said, and hopefully I get to do the DragCon Brazil. Those are the two big things that I have on the calendar right now, but we shall see. I hope that things will get sorted out soon. Well, I'm wondering what is going on with the visa. Is it because she's transgender? Because I know like we have issues with trans and visas and things like, especially with dealing with America. Like if you're trying to come over here, they want you to have your passports need to be the assigned gender that you were born with, not how you feel that you are. So there's a lot of that going on. And the one thing that's what I love about TS Man, she's like, okay, well, look, if y'all want to sit up here and deny me being because I identify as a woman, if you want me to have male on my thing, okay, I'm a man according to you. But I'm still gonna live my life as I live my life. But so if that makes you feel comfortable that you need to continue to misgender me, I know who the fuck I am at the end of the day. And it's the same thing like with, oh, you don't want me going into a woman's bathroom because I have a dick between my legs, allegedly, or may not. I may have gotten a bottom surgery, but on my thing it says male. So you want me to go to the men's bathroom? Okay, so you sure you want me to go in that men's bathroom? I won't hear shit when I walk up in there. Because if I go up in there and I hike up my skirt and I be at the urinal next to them dudes, I won't hear nothing. Don't get mad because that's what you wanted. So that's why I say a lot of y'all be short-sighted with y'all transphobia and y'all bigotry. So I hope that's not the case, and she's able to work it out with her visa, because a lot of the queens out here, they got to work while the iron is hot, because then we move on to the next ones and they're easily forgotten. So I'll say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story? Did you watch the finale of UK versus the World? What did you think of the overall results? Were you happy that Miss Yes God Land ended up winning the crown and the 50,000 pounds? And who did you actually have on your radar as the one who should have won, if not Miss Yes God Land? So let me know, and with your overall thoughts of the season, the finale, and the reunion. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Mm. 60 minutes into this episode, frick the paparazzi. They played Radiohead too. I think that's another reason why you have an issue with the paparazzi, because of the whole, you've been so engulfed in this JFK TV series. I always had a feeling a foreign queen was going to win this season just so it wouldn't look like they only crown British queens. That's always going to be the case with that stuff. So it's like, why keep doing international shows if this is the game y'all going to play? Just cast people from the UK and just do an all stars. Have you noticed that they always play Kylie for the lip sync for the crown in UK versus well, I guess she is the queen of pop over there. Whoopi, is that you teaching another queen? They said, how what? How TI? How to phone it in? Oh, you talking about RuPaul? I said, I like Crazy Frog as a lip sync song, but I also unironically really like those early internet memes. I'm like, but for a lip sync though? All right, y'all. So now, speaking of people, whether or not, not knowing drag 101 and as actually knowing the lyrics to your lip sync, because that's what you're supposed to do as a drag queen. That's the first thing you should be doing, besides making sure that your wig is on right and tight and making sure your makeup is blended. Also, knowing the lip sync. Okay, there's three things. Let's talk about Kenya Pleaser. So Kenya Pleaser is, well, she was eliminated from the show, I think last week. Oh, Felix, by the way, thank you for sending me the prices right. I seen that you sent it to me in the thing. In my messages. So I'll get to that after the fact. But anyway, let's get into the Can You Please the story. So Can You Please is opening because I remember hearing stories about this, especially when I be watching Scorpios over there on YouTube, which is a viewing party on YouTube. If you haven't seen it, definitely check it out. If you need something a little more exciting outside of Roscoe's, because Roscoe's, y'all been a little crunchy as of late with y'all interviewing and stuff. I watched maybe 20 minutes of Mikey's episode and I had to turn it off. I was so bored. But Scorpios be giving me my life. They be having the co-hosts on there, they bring queens on, and they actually converse with them both like maybe like a half an hour before the episode. So it's not just, oh, let's get to the stage, let's welcome the queens up here, and let's get in an introduction real quick before we gotta get right into the episode. You get a full situation. So I've been liking Scorpio so far until y'all start trying to pull that shit over there at Roscoe's where y'all want to charge people $2 to see unchoppy versions of your show. So hopefully y'all keep it the same way. But anyway, so Can You Please actually is, well, one of the things about Scorpios, because Can You Please is from South Carolina, and I believe the show it's filmed at one of the clubs in South Carolina. They have been talking about how Kenya has been going through it this season because a lot of the fashion she's been wearing, she's had to create them herself because she got stood up by a lot of designers. She had put in for a lot of clothes from designers to make, and they pretty much didn't deliver. And so now she had to go to social media and clap back at the designers who left her hanging while filming for the currently airing season. So fans love to critique the queens who compete every season on RuPaul's Drag Race, but many are unaware of just how stressful it is to prepare as a contestant on the hit reality competition show. The queens have to create a stunning runway package before the travel to Los Angeles to film, which can be extremely complicated, expensive, and time-consuming process in a very short time frame. Besides the outfits, the stars have to do their best at excelling in a variety of challenges that range from comedy to acting to performance and so much more. As the latest queen to sashay away on season 18 of Drag Race, Pleaser is keeping it real on just how tough it is to try to impress Mama Ru. She said, quote, "My run on Drag Race was very polarizing. I had some good moments, but I had some low lows. It humbles you in a way. I'm on the show that shaped me as a Black queer boy and I bombed, but bitch, I did it. I showed up to work and I just had fun." This is what she told Out. Now, with such tight deadlines to create fashionable looks ahead of the season, Pleaser ran into conflict with a few designers that she tried collaborating with. She said, "I had problems with my runway and designers, but bitch, I had my suitcases, a big personality, and a smile. Preparing for the show was the hardest thing I ever did in my life. It was a mess getting ready for the show. Fuck you to the people who fucked me over, but I'm damn proud of myself for sure." As if the build up to filming a show like Drag Race wasn't hard enough, these talented queens also have to face critiques from the judges and the worldwide fan base once the show hits the air. Now, one notable Drag Race alum who's been outspoken on season 18 thus far is none other than season 16 finalist Plain Jane. She's gone on record multiple times saying there are no stars among the current season of Queens. Well, Pleaser was having a clapback at the diva, said, "Didn't she go home first on the show with did she go home first on a show that no one watches? Who the fuck watches House of Villains? Who is that show for? I love Plain No Shade. Plain, I don't have to wear a breastplate to have big titties. You do." And I was like, yes, look, I live for Kenya. Kenya was giving my life this season. And I don't understand why people were so hard on her. People were being real shady and real nasty and real mean in the comments about Kenya. I mean, I don't read the comments, but I was hearing stuff about that Kenya was going through with. And a lot of y'all don't know what these girls have to endure and what they go through in regards of putting a show like Drag Race together. I kind of wish they would get rid of these designer packages where it's like you had to damn near take out a mortgage on your house in order to pay for a designer to come design your shit. I think they just need to change the format of you girls really have to go in and learn how to sew. Now, for those of y'all that can go in there and get a bunch of outfits together and get a bunch of help and people that can help you put together a package of fashions and looks and things, hooray for you. But those who be out here struggling, that's why I feel like y'all got to really get in y'all drag queen bag, which was drag on a dime. Like back in the day when drag queens didn't have the financial wherewithal to put together an outfit, they found a way. A lot of New York girls, they learn how to sew, they learn how to put an outfit together, or they would mop looks from certain spots, designer stores, or whatever the case was, and they would go out and they would work and do what they got to do to get up in and do the shows and stuff at the clubs. So y'all just got to think back to the guerrilla style of how drag was. I understand this is a big TV show. I understand that this is the opportunity for you to get bookings and things and do all these other things at different places. But I kind of wish they didn't. This show wasn't so overproduced that it's like y'all have to come with the craziest and the most glamorous of looks, so that way y'all can outshine this person and y'all can have a moment on TV. I kind of wish it wasn't that pressure, but Drag Race is a TV show. It's not about celebrating the art of drag, which is why I always find it funny that Kenya Pleaser and I was like, or you had certain that other bitch that was over there on what's her name, Sminty, her little 24-pound in weight ass that don't be wearing breasts and look like a boy in a damn dress. Have the nerve to talk about throw shade at banana ramen. I don't know the bananas and the jammas. I'm like, sis, first of all, you should know as a drag queen that drag 101, besides you putting your little outfit together and trying to look cute, the first thing you need to know, regardless of who the artist is, it's called lip sync for your life. So if you're going to get up on stage and lip sync, at least know the words. Doing watermelon and the whole thing, trying to act like you know the words, that ain't gonna cut it. Not in 2026. As a drag queen, at least know the words. That's what queens in actual clubs had to do. That's what you do on TV. And you flopping around, and I'm just talking in general. I'm not saying this because Kenya Pleaser is in the picture and she big, but flopping around the stage doing dips and shit like a goddamn whale on stage is not, flopping around like a fish out of water. That's not gonna cut it no more. Doing the stunts and all that is not. It's part, and you could add that into the thing, but that's not all a performance is on stage. Because when I used to go to drag shows, I won't say used to, I still do drag shows, but when I would go to drag shows before Drag Race was a thing, queens weren't getting up there doing all that shit that y'all be doing up on stage. There were girls that be out here giving you the full-on Jasmine, not Jasmine Kennedy Davenport fantasy. You see how Kennedy be up there dancing? That was how the girls was dancing. They wasn't doing all that. I got to do a dip and I got to do voguing, nogging shit that y'all be doing on stage because y'all seen other queens doing it, and you think that that's the way that's going to get you saved on the show. So y'all just be copying and reheating every other previous queen's nachos for a moment. That's not how the queens was performing back in the day. So, get up there, know the words. And I kind of wish they didn't focus so much on the fashion stuff, but this is what Drag Race is. I guess it's all about the pomp and the circumstance and all that other stuff and pleasing people on TV and it's all that stuff. So it's taken it's diluted what the art of drag really is. But shout out to you, Kenya. You had a good run, and hopefully you'll fare better if you decide to do All Stars 12. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story regarding Kenya? Please are calling out the designers who did her dirty. She won't be the first nor the last that had to endure that. Because there's been many girls that have come on the lives or done in interviews and says, yeah, a designer was supposed to come through with a couple of looks and it didn't happen the way it was supposed to, and I had to figure it out. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. That's old internet meme song was definitely Shoes by Oh, I do love that song though. I won't hold you on that. He says she has to know Cruel Summer as Asa Bass made a cover of the Bananarama if it wasn't top 10. She just chose to be dumb and ignorant, and Michelle wasn't having it. And she seemed like she didn't like that Michelle got her ass together. Well, sis, that British cuntiness is not gonna work. Not over here. And not with Michelle. Because if you want old Michelle to come out, then keep playing with her. So anyway, all right, y'all. Finally, looks like we made it. Look how far we've come, my baby. Because it's the end of the show. We are done with the latest episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered. It was a lot we had to get through, but we made it. Bitch, I made it. I made it. You said I was 8 when Banana Rama put out Cruel Summer. Still love that song. What's that Oh yeah, it was remade. Ace of Base. Duh. Robert just said that. Anyway, um, of course, Michelle and Rue. I mean, they know who Banana Rama is. Didn't they do "I'm Your Penis, I'm Your Vagina, Your Desire"? Didn't they do that song too? But anyway, so I like to remix other people's songs with toilet humor. But anyway, so yeah, we're at the end of the show. I'll be back on Monday with a brand new episode of the show because I'm gonna be busy this weekend. I gotta work. Gaga show tomorrow. FKA Twig show on Saturday, and on Sunday I got an early Knicks game, so I'll be back on Monday with a brand new episode of the show. Hit that like button, smash the notification, hit that subscribe. Thank you all for tuning into the show and keying with me for these 4.5 damn hours. It was a lot, but we made it through. I hope my friend. Well, I was gonna say I hope my friend is still up, but in Thailand it is 10:45 in the morning, where it's 10:45 at night over here. So I know he's still up. So I'm gonna hit him up because he called me twice and Kiki and see what happened. He probably want to talk about drag because that's my industry friend. So you said you said they're lone US #1 song. See, I know songs. I know bananas and the jammers, whatever that dumb bitch said. Okay, so love you all for watching. Thank you all for continued support. And until next time, ciao, darlings. Mm-hmm.